Ooh, what's happening, ladies and germs and worms? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Oh, hey, Crispin Wa's here, guys. He'll be here moderating the chat. Round of applause for Crispin Wa.
Hello. Thanks for having me. I'm here all the time.
Slowly but surely becoming a wrestling fan. We're going to watch AEW Collision tonight. I have UFC on right now. Crispin Wa will keep us up to date on the score of the hockey game, the Leafs. Well, he moderates. If you guys need anything, hit him up. But you know what, Crispin? Fuck you, buddy. You got to go backstage. I forgot you were even up here. Love you, bud. So everyone shout out Crispin in the chat. He's the man. So how's everybody doing? I'm happy to be here. Make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. 42 of you in here. Get the likes up. 30 likes. That's what I'm asking for right now. And yeah, man, a Saturday night. We had fun Wednesday. Now it's Saturday. Thank you all for being here. I'm having a little bière. I got a little red wine. I got the Pack Perry in Minecraft. You know what I'm saying? I hope you guys are doing your thing, having a good Saturday night, and I just appreciate y'all spending your time with me. At Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Clips on YouTube. Sorry, I got this fucking fan on, probably blowing into the mic. I probably sound like shit. We're a minute deep and I'm already cussing. Sorry, YouTube. But no, I don't give a shit about that. But anyways, yeah, make sure you become a member if you haven't already. Oh my goodness, I'm already seeing here. Holy shite, I got to get into this. So we got gifted memberships already. Gilgamesh, a member for 1 month, has said, remember Tony Khan's tweet about Jinder Mahal? How is Mercedes a #1 contender? Okay, you know what? I'm going to get into these in a second. I'll answer your question in a second, Gilgamesh, after I do the intros here. But gifted 1 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. So guys, they're 90 cents, 99 cents or some shit. Just go down there, get one. Band-Aid gave a super sticker. I hope Band-Aid gave this membership to a hater. That would be hilarious. Or maybe someone who appreciates us. Band-Aid, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. And Real Rain 89, a round of applause. You all get a yeah. Yeah. And you all get a round of applause. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it so much. Gilgamesh has a question I'm going to answer, but first, I just need to shout out our tribal chiefs. I try to remember every live show, every PWT podcast, though. You for surely get shouted out if you're a tribal chief on either Patreon or Pro Wrestle Times or Pro Wrestle Clips. 2 channels. Nobody's grinding as much as your boy. Nobody's uploading every single day to both channels multiple fucking times. I really appreciate you all for just being involved in all of this. And yeah, man, we're just growing. We're blowing up. I appreciate it. I could blow the listeners to death, but we want to talk about pro wrestling. But first, let me just shout out the tribal chiefs. And I am watching UFC as well. Tim Means just got knocked the fuck out. And yeah, it's been a good card, pretty well so far. Just a sleeper fight night card on a Saturday. I don't care if it's the main event or not. As soon as Collision's on, I'm switching over to that. And of course, we got to talk about Dave. We got to talk about Tony Khan and his neck brace at the NFL draft. You guys, I blew the ending to Dynamite to death. And then Tony had to step on his own dick at the NFL draft, being a fucking idiot. And we're going to talk about all that, guys. We're going to talk about it all. 71 of you in here. Let's get those likes up to 60 or above 60. And let me just shout out the tribal chiefs really quick. Gilgamesh, Rouse, J1199, Sal Dosri, Kyle Mulkey, Joseph Morales, Derek Hance, Liam McBlain, Cruz Madrid, Sask Prophet, Ninja Boy, Savage Wrestling Podcast. You all are tribal chiefs. I acknowledge you. Acknowledge me. I need that on the soundboard. But yeah, you'll just get a... This is great. Because this is great. And it's going to be an awesome episode. And so Gilgamesh is a member for 1 month here. I'll answer his question. Remember Tony Khan's tweet about Jinder Mahal? How is Mercedes a #1 contender if she hasn't had one match and is not even cleared to wrestle yet? LOL. Exactly. It's... Dummy. Yeah. There's no rhyme or reason. There will never be a rhyme or reason to like 90% of the things that happen in AEW. And even when they build a little bit of momentum, which is the underlying theme, the through line, we talk about through lines and storytelling on this podcast all the time. And the through line would be of this show is that AEW steps on their own dick too much. Tony Khan doesn't know what's good for him. He doesn't know why he's doing what he's doing. And when he does have good momentum, like I feel like he had good momentum with this storyline coming off of Dynamite. Like I wasn't hating on it, even though a lot of my listeners were like, this is fucking garbage. I enjoyed it and I put it over. And then Tony Khan was wearing a neck brace. And I was like, thank you for at least trying to be kayfabe. We're going to get into all that. But then he just makes it about WWE again. And it will never end. It will never change. He will never learn that that's not the way to do things, especially when you have people talking about your product and your show. It's just silly. It's just become ridiculous. So thank you, Gilgamesh, for the question. And that your question, I appreciate you opening the show with that, because that's sort of like what the theme of the show is. You guys might also notice Hulk Hogan in the thumbnail. Why? Well, a gentleman named Beige Frequency, who's a YouTuber, who he drops videos like once in a blue moon, and they're always so good. And he dropped one, and he's a guy who talks about like a lot of the things I'm into: stand-up comedy, MMA, pro wrestling, a little bit of pro wrestling, right? He doesn't really dabble in it, but out of nowhere, this channel, Beige Frequency, who I love tremendously, I love his channel, he dropped this video about Hulk Hogan. And I was like, we got to watch it. We're going to watch it on the live show tonight. We're going to EFAP it together and just give our thoughts. And it's interesting if we get to it. That's like, we can get to it if there's time. Some people might pop in, Marv the Monster might pop in. We don't know. It might happen. You guys know how PWT is. You never know what's going to happen on PWT. We have members. Joseph Morales, thank you so much for joining. And Stinger Splash became a YouTube member. Thank you both so much. Yeah, appreciate you both. You get a round of applause. How's the chat doing, Kristen? The chat is good, or what? Hogan in the thumbnail, that doesn't work for me, brother. Yeah, dude. There's a guy saying it's poop. Well, sorry you're triggered, bud, but welcome to PWT. It's a good time if you just relax and ease into it. Now, members, I'm going to try and read member chats, but goddamn, it's hard to keep up. So you guys know what to do if you really need something that needs to get said or seen by everybody. So Tony gets another opportunity on NFL Network to promote AEW. Instead, he throws shots and embarrass pro wrestling as a whole. Even if you're an AEW fan, you have to be pretty embarrassed about this. I just sent you a video on Twitter of this guy who just got drafted to the Jags getting asked about Tony Khan. This is an NFL player trying not to laugh his ass off about dumb wrestling shit. Yeah, I saw that. I hope now Moose Knuckles, you said you put a shit emoji because you're mad, right? You're triggered. You think like I'm a bury AEW channel. I'm not. I blew the ending to Dynamite to death, Moose Knuckle. I blew it to death. So please stick around and chill. I hope AEW stays in business too. I think we need Tony Khan too. I've said it a million times, right? But I'm also going to say this is goofy. This is where he fucked up. Just like I'll say Vince is goofy. This is where he fucked up. Triple H, what? Fuck, I called it out on X, and we'll talk about it. They lost 800K viewers. Now, we'll talk about it. We're going to talk about it as the show goes on, but just don't just like be a hater for no fucking reason. Like, trust me, Phil Marks, take this journey with me. Nothing Burger became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all the YouTube members. And the tribal chiefs get shout out. So if you became a tribal chief this show, next show or next recorded podcast, PWT podcast, episode 60 just dropped like a few days ago with Evil Dose, where he breaks down the TV deal, and every day it seems like more and more he was fucking right with AEW's TV deal. Really crazy. We're not trying to break news, but it's just, hey, he wanted to talk about it. I think he's a cool dude. We talked about it, so go and check that out. But yeah, you get your another new member, George Captor, became a YouTube member. Guys, if we are here to shit on AEW, yeah, I mean we shit on AEW. Sometimes we don't. For the most part, we do as of late, because you know what I mean. It's hard not to. But again, I don't blow anything. So like I said it about Raw, the finish to that Becky won the title. I was like, yo, that battle royal finish was the shits. But who else do you put the belt on right now if you're trying to keep heat on the title and put prestige on the title and all? You can't give it to Liv fucking Morgan. She was just hurt forever, and she gets hurt a little bit here and there, so she just came back. you know, I just put over what I like, I bury what I don't like, and I try and be entertaining for you guys. And if you, like the video, guys, poop on bad wrestling, sure, whatever. We lost Hairline, guys. No, we didn't lose Hairline, guys. He's on tour right now, touring around with like Insane Clown Posse or Shaggy 2 Dope, one of the guys from Insane Clown Posse. So that's happening right now. Don't don't worry. The Coke real toasty. yeah, cocaine's hell of a drug. Jesus Christ. Crispin's gonna think you're talking about him. No, I'm just fucking with you. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm just getting DMs from the friends over Marv Movie Monster. You know, Toonie Talk Wrestling. We got the DMs. The invites are open. They might pop up a little later. Who knows? I'll be on the show Tuesday with Alfred Konua on Toonie Talk as well. So make sure you go check that out. And yeah, I'm just sending some DMs. So right now UFC's on. When Collision starts, I think it starts at 6:00. So I'll switch over to like my time, right? So I'll switch over to that and we'll watch Collision together. And but as of right now, we're watching UFC, and we'll go into Phil Mark's bookmarks right away, guys. Because I know that's what you guys want, and I have a shit ton over the last couple of days, man. There's lots of stuff going on. So the first thing I want to start with is or I guess we'll talk about this a little bit. The boys, so as you know, they reached out to PWT, Brandon and Brent, and they were like, yeah, this is kind of bullshit how we got fired. And Phil Weinstein, okay, come on, bro. Yo, hey, come on, B, chill in the chat, B. So shit. So anyway, so they were talking again, basically just saying, yo, we didn't say nothing until Tony Khan talked shit first, basically after the WWE thing. After he popped off about Harvey Weinstein, the Tate twins kind of reiterated on Twitter. They were like, yo, we didn't even talk shit or leak DMs until he just said we no-showed. He's like, that never happened. People have differing opinions on that. They're going to come on the show eventually, just when they deal with what they're dealing with. There's, Tony puts things in place to where people can't really talk about shit, and you guys know that. But the Tate twins will come eventually when hopefully they land on their feet or get their job back, so I don't want them to come on here that's perceived to be an AEW hater podcast and have them like lose a job. I'm not down with that. Like I hope they can work it out with Ring of Honor and then whatever, but they're like, we got you, just once shit's cleared up, no matter what. Like no matter what happens, we'll get them on the show to talk about stuff, and maybe they seem willing to pop off on Tony Khan publicly. So that might be a really cool episode if that comes together eventually, which it will. I'm not about to like push and press people either. You know what I mean? Especially wrestlers. I'm not going to bug them. They're busy as it fucking is. You know what I mean? So that was the first thing I sort of just wanted to, I guess, update you guys on. But I have tons of like other interesting stuff, and of course we're gonna get to the Tony Khan stuff. I'm gonna make you guys wait for it a little bit. The other show, though, we were hanging out with Marty McFlyer, 2-time Grammy winner. We were hanging out with DJ Paul Nolan, world touring DJ Paul Nolan, who's doing some really big shit that I know he can't wait to talk about with you guys. So Paul Nolan's gonna get his own. He's going to start doing a show for you guys on this channel as well, okay? Fuck, man, I'm just excited for everything. He's got a lot of cool shit going on. I can't really talk about it right now, and that's legit. Like, I don't want to blow up his spot, but fuck, man, Paul Nolan's got it going on right now. So I hope you guys enjoy those shows we do, and we start talking about music, right? And one of the things we're talking about is Def Rebel. We were talking about the AI music memes of them, and people saying they're trash and bring back Jim Johnston, etc., etc., etc. Well, here's the guy from so people are snitch tagging. Like, this is what I don't like, and I'm about to bury the E-drones right now. See, so people, oh, you're a fucking you're a hater. You're an AEW hater, Phil. No, I'm fucking not. Okay. Paul Nolan is the GOAT. Paul Nolan is the fucking GOAT, guys. What he has coming soon, my word, guys. Okay. I can't wait to talk about it. But anyways, so hey, Triple H. So this guy, Vic, I follow him. Shout out Vic 8122. Like a good follow, very pro WWE. But he snitch tags Triple H and goes, "Hey, Triple H, Def Rebel is out here misrepresenting the company. Jim Johnston would never do this." Like, what? Why bring them? What are you trying to get these guys fired? And then he goes, "I'm just saying." And then this is Hotspot. So we'll play this video. Douglas J. Davis, who I guess is like, so I guess Def Rebel's like a group of people. I don't even know how to explain it. It's two guys for sure. But then they have like other people who rotate in and out or whatever, I guess. And this guy like is like a coordinator or a producer, or he oversees or whatever. And so here's him. And I don't know. You guys Google it if you think that if I'm representing this guy wrong. Like he's like their producer of Def Rebel sort of shit. He like coordinates it type thing. He's not actually like in the group. But he's falsely accused an Uber driver of anti-Semitism because they couldn't all fit in the car. So he called like the wrong Uber, and this is rich people shit basically. But we're about
Douglas J. Davis falsely accused an Uber driver of anti-Semitism because his family was too big for the car.
I heard you say under your breath they look Jewish. What?
So luckily this guy was filming, because this guy out of nowhere goes, "I heard you say under your breath they look Jewish." Whoa.
4 times Grammy Award winner booked an Uber black car for 4 instead of an SUV for 5 without child seats. And when the driver refused to transport them for safety reasons, the man immediately started playing victim.
I'm being harassed.
Explain. You know what happened to CEO.
So whatever. I mean, you're racially profiling us, like all of this thing, and there's a lot of anti-Semitism, if you will. And this ain't a political pod. But just my thoughts on this. Don't snitch tag the guy. They'll find out, obviously, but like people really want him fired that bad. It's crazy. So here we have a $5. So my goodness, a $20. Pardon me, not $5. A $20 super chat from Derek Hance, a great supporter of PWT podcast. We'll play him some tunes for a quick second here. You earned them, Derek Hance. It's good to see you, bruv. I appreciate seeing you everywhere. You're always just chopping it up with me. And your support is greatly appreciated, man. We have to continue to fight the good fight. And, talk about Meltzer and talk about what the generic fucking bot answer podcasters won't talk about. We're going to talk about it here, and I appreciate your support. So what I've earned... What I've learned, I'm going to assume, what I learned the most after watching AEW since the beginning, it's not that Marks can't book or even that 100-pound guy beat 270-pound monsters. What I learned above all is Jags will never win the Super. Oh, my God. Derek Hance pays $20 to shit all over the Jags. Chat. Any Jaguar fans in the chat, or are these shots fired? Derek Hance, did you just start a PWT civil war? 127 of you guys watching. Please hit the like. Please hit the like button. We're at 32 likes. I want at least 100 likes. Okay. Derek Hance, man, you might have just pissed off a bunch of people. Oh, man. Yeah, the Jags, I don't think they ever will, like, not anytime soon, not with the cons in charge. But isn't that the same thing with their football team, their football team, right? Their soccer team, and then also AEW. It just seems like a lot of, like, hopes and promises and underwhelming delivery on all of that. Derek Hance, man, round of applause. Thank you so much for that, dude. And members, we're full up tonight. Members, you guys are going to get members only stream soon, I promise, because you guys are the fucking best, okay? And super chatters as well get read on screen. $2. We are going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow. Oh yeah. Connor Hassler. So I'm doing this gentleman's show tomorrow. Evil Dose was on it recently. I think it dropped already, and I'm doing that tomorrow. I don't know if it's live or pre-recorded, actually, Connor Hassler. But thanks for being here tonight, and I cannot wait to chat it up with you tomorrow. And absolutely, man, open book, and I can't wait for it. And thank you so much for the $2 super chat, man. I appreciate that more than you know. And Michael Dodd, yeah, the Jags have no hope of winning. Holy shit, PWT turned into let's just super chat Phil and shit on the Jags. Why don't we do that? Oh my goodness, guys. Chat is undefeated. Thank you, Michael Dodd, for the $2 super chat. Just to shit on the Jags. I'm like, shit, dude. I like the Falcons. So where are we at? Just dropped a bomb in chat there. We're just gonna shit all over the Jags. Anyways, we were talking about this Def Rebel thing. I don't know, man. I just think it's I just think this is like rich people shit. There's anti-Semitism in the world, whatever. I'm not going to get into all of that. Obviously, don't be a racist douche is what I'll just say. But that guy wasn't being that, so don't also be a rich asshole Karen, and the Uber would have helped you get another ride if you had have just been nice and patient. We see Kevin Nash is trending. Julia's trending. Mayu Iwatani is trending. So I don't know if that's just for me. Am I just a mark? A Joshi mark? I'm exposed. Phil Mark's exposed. So yeah, I wanted to talk about that. And then I wanted to talk about the ratings, right? We talked about I popped and I went crazy. George Captor, Jags suck. Oh my god, you guys, $2. Thank you so much for the $2. Oh my goodness. Yeah, super chat Phil. I'm just gonna retitle this super chat and trash the Jags. Here's my platform. You can trash the Jags if you super chat. That's fucking hilarious, guys. Anyways, I know Crispin's getting a kick out of that too. I don't give a fuck so this is what I tweeted out at Pro Wrestle Times on X. If you guys don't follow me, I put over the Dynamite thing. I blew it to death. I went on like a 10-minute fucking caffeine induced rant on it because I was just like, I was just hype. I was just excited about they're trying. You guys know I put an A for effort for creativity every time. And so people talk about the ratings and, NXT is going to catch Dynamite. Well, I tweeted out at Pro Wrestle Times on X or Twitter, whatever. I posted, I don't give a fuck what the averages were. NXT beat AEW this week. That's a W if I ever seen one, as far as keeping and building an audience and garnering interest in your main event. So let's just look at the ratings. Now, I'm not going to do Jim Cornette's whole bit here, but let's look at it. They start with 792, right? AEW we're talking about. And then by the end of it, where Tony Khan gets attacked. Now, we can't judge the Tony Khan attack. What's up, Avril fan? What's up, bestie? So we can't judge Tony Khan's attack. We can't judge that rating as like, oh, it's a flop. Like if this week they have if they get like 1 million, won't happen. 900,000. Ooh, if they get something because of what happened last week and what Tony Khan's been doing at the draft, that's a W. But we can't call it an L because they got 257,000, because you know what? Tony Khan didn't even play the overrun trick that he likes to play. He didn't even play that trick. Right. And I don't care what the averages are, like, oh, AEW averaged more. We're going to analyze these fucking ratings here, like, right? But we can't call this a flop in the main event scene because they didn't announce, like, Tony Khan's going to get a pile driver. You don't want to miss this. So that's not an L, right? So next week we'll go, okay, that was an L, right? It was like the Jack Perry thing. We're airing the footage. They aired it the next week, resulted in less viewers than average. That's an L, right? So but this angle, I put it over. I just appreciate the character work. Yeah, when you watch it back, like, it's so bad. Tony Khan's just awful at selling. Like, the players involved are fucking, I'm like 8 feet taller than everyone in the ring. I understand that, right? But but it's like, you can't judge on that. They didn't announce like we're going to beat Tony's ass, right? But then look at NXT. They end with a 657. They start with 792. So that's Big Bang Theory. We know that. Look at NXT. They start at 572. Immediately jump to 637. Okay. That's almost what this main event fucking did. They're already beating AEW. Now go, keep going. Look, 721. They beat AEW. Like they didn't get as high. So you look at the overrun, it went to 741 for NXT. Trick winning the fucking title, dude. Whoop that Trick. I just need his theme song on the fucking soundboard. I'm going to put it on. And I don't care if I get fucking pulled down because goddamn it, we need to whoop that Trick sometimes, guys. Okay? So Trick Williams wins the fucking belt and it's a 741, 50K off from the peak of AEW, but that's because of Big Bang. So the average is whatever. Look at how this shit just goes down, a little spike when people like me were marking out about Tony Khan getting beat up, right? Look at NXT. They built it up so that the main event, it was peaking. And then who's this right here? Pulling the... So like the Good Brothers got the 721. Okay, so like, you know, main roster shit got the big spike. Look at this, man. Trick Williams just buried 711, 741, dude. Buried AEW. Like that's a win for NXT. And NXT is going to start beating AEW in the fucking ratings every week. We're about to see that. And this is how AEW saves the whole company, okay? Or should I save this part for later? Chat, what do you guys want? Should I tell AEW how they're gonna try and save shit right now? Should I tell you? Should I spill the beans? Should I X-Files myself? John JID says NXT is schooling AEW and garnering interest, gradually investing in the right people. Roxanne, Saul Ruka, Trick, Ilya, Breaker, Jada Parker, Dempsey, and on, bro. Jada Parker. My. And she's got it. Whatever the fuck it is. And that's the thing with Trick. Remember Dave Meltzer's dumbass was fucking burying Trick? NXT champ, bro. More people watch that than fucking Swerve Strickland, who's their world champ, who they treat like shit, who gets the back burner so Tony Khan can live out his boyhood dream so that Moxley can get New Japan more over. You know, Swerve gets to go to the limit with Fletch. Go fuck yourself. And yeah, dummies, I call him Fletch because that's what AEW's own website botched and called him that. John JD, thank you for the fucking $5. And thank you for being an avid PWT supporter. I appreciate you very, very, very much. And great point. You know what I mean? Spill the beans. This is how AEW... Here, we'll X-Files it. This is how AEW... They got to go head-to-head, man. They got to tits up. They got to balls up. And they got to go, we're going back head-to-head with NXT. Or we're going fucking head-to-head with Monday Night Raw. Or we're going head-to-head with SmackDown. They'll probably get beat up and bruised and battered. But they gotta do something. They have to do something real aggro and not calling people Harvey Weinstein. That's just like pathetic. He could have used that. Well, we're going to break it down in a bit, guys. We're going to save my thoughts. Yeah, I'm keeping you around for the journey, folks. We're only 30 minutes in. It's called the sizzle to the steak, daddy. Oh, my goodness. Michael Dodd, $10 super chat. Round of applause. We'll play you some beat, my friend. Playing you some music. You earned it. Michael Dodd said, I got $10 and I want to ask a question or I want to say some shit. And I want to do it on PWT, yeah. If the Dynamite NXT ratings gap gets smaller, NXT could go for blood by moving main talent over. WWE props up NXT as a brand instead of as Raw and SmackDown's little sibling. Now, a lot of people call for that, Michael Dodd. I love that you brought this up because a lot of people call for that. And I'm actually a proponent of get NXT the fuck off TV or do what you're saying. They have to do one of the two. Like, I like it as it is, but it's like a lot. We can't be seeing... What story are they going to tell better on the main roster with Mello that they told with Trick and Mello? You know, like that shit should have been on like SmackDown, you know? So I get it. You know, you could make that argument in OVW and FCW. Well, what stories could they tell on the, but I agree with you though. They should elevate it but I also like the idea of like NXT's like you're prime time, but you're not quite main roster. I love that concept as well. So I think this is going to pop you guys. I think how they went for blood, how WWE went for blood was WWE speed. They give people 3-minute ultra flippy uber indie matches and they air them on Twitter for fucking marks with short attention spans. And it's on Wednesdays. That's the biggest that's the biggest shot at AEW WWE could have ever taken, in my opinion. Thank you so much, Michael Dodd, for the $10 super chat. And I appreciate you so much, man. You're a new name. I'm not entirely if you've been here before, if you're new, welcome, man. I just appreciate you so much. And then I see a member here. And then I see Nothing Burger as well until WWE goes there. Yeah. And then if I was Swerve, I dead ass would pull an Adam Page, come out on Wednesday and cut the most visceral promo on TK that anyone has ever done. Yeah, but then then he would just get buried and shit. You're a cancer. All the fucking marks would turn on him and shit, dude. It's like and subscribe though, please. Chris Benoit there in the chat. Please hit the like, guys. I'm going to tell you guys and I'm going to say like the damn video. So do it so you don't got to hear me saying it. There's 161 of us watching. Got to get to at least 100 likes, guys. Got to get to at least 100. So if you haven't liked the video, even if you're a hater, hit the like or hit the dislike. Do whatever you got to do. Get it out of your system. But hit that like, please, guys. It really helps so much. And it's the best thing you could ever, ever, ever do. So yeah, that was my quip there on the whole thing, man. Dude, Kevin Kelly's freaking out on Twitter at people burying AEW and stuff. We got so much to get to today. It's crazy. Look at Phil Mark's bookmarks and how full they are of shit. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get into Dave Meltzer and all of that. We covered Def Rebel. People are snitch tagging. That's crazy. So another piece of news here. The recent WWE roster cuts were Paul Levesque's decision, per Dave. Great. Thanks for sharing that, Dave. So we'll get into that in a bit. Guys, like the video, and we'll get into Kevin Kelly's drama. But first, Yuya Uemura, who's a great wrestler. You guys are all like, who? He's a great wrestler, but he shoots on AEW. And follow at CRN RH93. He's just like an uber New Japan mark, and I just appreciate following him because I like New Japan. Yuya Uemura has said that the IWGP isn't a toy to be used by AEW. And he said this to Tokyo Sports Co. And I just wanted to bring this up on the show because like this comment right here, I don't know if this is kayfabe, but it seems many New Japan wrestlers hate this move. And I hope they use it to build towards Forbidden Door. Exactly. So I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? Is this a move? Sorry, the chat's popping me. Is this a move by New Japan? Like, are they building up to Forbidden Door? Like, yeah, we have a real heat between, even though we have a working relationship. Because if that's what they're doing, I like it. You know, I do like it. But if this is just because New Japan guys have a lot more freedom to say what they want in promos and shit. And if this is all just them like legit shooting from the hip and being like, fuck AEW, then that's not good. Because there was some instances where it's like, where Sonata's like, I don't even know Jack Perry, you know? And then Jack Perry wrestled him at Forbidden Door, and he's like, I don't even know who that is. You know, I'm not even familiar with him. That's like real. That's not like a good way to get heat to compelling for the match. And you know, like you want to put your opponent over a little bit. Like, yeah, like this guy's tremendous. So that when I beat them, it means so much more, you know, after you beat the guy. So I don't know. I think it does have it does reek a little bit of like, yeah, we're just building towards the pay-per-view. Do you know what I mean? So kudos to AEW. Again, I'm always going to put over character work and attempting to tell a story. But what this guy's saying is true, but it's also cringe because like they give Moxley a homecoming with the New Japan Divas title. And I fucking, you know, God damn it. I harp on it too much and I repeat myself too much, I feel like sometimes. But we got to speak these things into the universe so they get fixed, folks. That's we're going full on woman delusion here. And and we're gonna fucking manifest, okay? Yes, girls. Okay. Yeah, we have a fight going on. It's just two guys banging, and in 15 minutes, we're switching over to Collision, guys. So we'll live react to that as well. Crispin, let me know if you need to get Collision thrown up on your screen. I'll hook you up with that in the private chat. Make sure everyone go and like the video. We're gonna get into Kevin Kelly's drama. He's been shitting all over AEW, burying people openly, the Bucks, everyone. We're gonna get into that. I caught a lot of heat on X for defending Kevin Kelly when he was fired. He said that Ian Riccaboni threw him under the fucking bus, and I don't know. We're gonna get into all. Apparently, the Bucks too, like, fucked him, and or he's agreeing with like how they fuck New Japan, and we're talking about New Japan right now. So we're gonna transition over to that. But I just want to give some backstory to this because it's going to court. Like, Kevin Kelly's about to sue somebody, but you know, when he got fired, he had tweeted out like right away. He was okay. We're getting super chats as well here. I don't want to miss these here. Daniel Flores, I hope Pepsi becomes a sponsor to WWE. Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. If they do. Mountain Dew, it's great. Yeah, okay, we have people. Sorry, there's people are going to come into the show as well as the show progresses. So make sure you're tuned in. This is going to be an awesome stream tonight, guys. That's why I started early. Daniel Flores, I hope Pepsi becomes a sponsor to WWE. Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. And it would be funny if Coke became the sponsor to AEW and not the kind you drink. You know what I mean? It already is. I'm just fucking joking. I don't even like making those jokes. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Denisha Lane, I just joined membership. Can't tell if I show up. You absolutely do. Thank you so goddamn much. And I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Denisha Lane. Denisha Lane, beautiful name regardless how you say it. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. You probably are in the chat. I tried to read all of the members' chats. It's impossible when we get into the hundreds of people watching and commenting. It's impossible. So don't worry though, you're a member. Members only shows are coming soon. Okay? Like once a week or once every couple weeks at the minimum, you guys are going to get a members only show. So just thank you so much. And just remember, like, you're going to get to vote on what we do on these members only shows as well. So if you don't have a membership, grab one, guys. And then, oh my goodness, Savage Wrestling Podcast, great friend of the show here. Great friend of the show. Oh my goodness. Hey, Phil. So you paid $10. Dude, you could have just DM'd me this. What the fuck? You didn't need to. Okay, so Savage Wrestling Podcast for $10. So no, this is good that it's on this platform. If anyone's getting DMs or any weird shit from Savage Wrestling Podcast, you know that it's not real. Okay, it's just some guy hacked him. So hey, Phil, my main account on Twitter got hacked and got locked. Now I got a new account. I guess I'll have to start over, but no hard feelings. Thanks for your support and thanks for believing me and my work. Yeah, dude, thank you for believing in me and my work. I mean, you've been supporting me for, you know, I'm just happy to DM you when I have time and when I get in there and answer DMs or interact with you on X or here on the show. I'm just appreciative of you supporting me. So no, you, you know, we'll just fucking like hump each other, bro. I don't know. I appreciate that so much. And again, next time you go live, I'm going to hop on Savage Wrestling Podcast at some point, you know, help people build followings and stuff. I've seen a little bit of what he does, and go and check out his channel. Okay. And thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That was a fantastic fight. David Onama just won, guys, by the way. That was fantastic. They were throwing down at the end of that. Collision's about to start, so make sure you stick around. Actually, AEW's RC Cola. Yeah, that we got a couple people saying that. I love Avril. Yeah, hit that like. Thank you, Gilgamesh. You guys are the fucking best. Somebody somebody's in here talking about like organ harvesting and human trafficking. Crispin, you got check on that dude. See if he's doing all right. Try refreshing. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Thanks so much. All the members. I try to get to the chats. There's so many of you in here. It's hard to get to all the members, but make sure you grab that membership because members only shows are coming. Anyways, though, we're talking about Kevin Kelly. So let me just give you the backstory. I kind of did it, but I want to clip this, so I'm going to make it easier for editing. Phil. So Kevin Kelly, right? He gets fired out of nowhere. Tony Khan's doing talent cuts. It's great. And so he gets fired. And I caught a lot of heat on X at Pro Wrestle Times. If you don't follow me here, I'm going to wet the whistle with a little beer. So he just comes out right away and he's like, Ian Riccaboni sabotaged me and whatever. And I got heat on X being like, yo, Kevin Kelly's the best commentator. And they're like, oh, he's old and he's fucking up names of people and stuff. And it's like, I would too if all of a sudden CMLL's just doing a tour through our fucking roster. You know, I would too. I would fucking fuck the names up. Like, come on, bro. He's a human goddamn being. He's worked, I don't know. Well-respected guy. I caught so much heat. What? I could name literally every Excalibur's better than Kevin Kelly. Fucking marks. Anyways, so he's like, fuck Riccaboni, fuck him, whatever. Whatever. So here's people like Kevin Kelly starts tweeting out like on X. He's like, yo, what's the word up? Pados. You guys know what I'm saying? I'm trying P3 dose, right? I'm trying to say this in a way that is YouTube friendly. Okay. So Pados, right? He's like calling them out and he's calling out AEW for not connecting the two in any way, but now people are just attacking him. And so this guy's saying, so good to see the washed up right-wing conspiracy theorist back on Twitter, simply because he's commenting on like that docuseries Quiet on Set, which if you guys haven't watched it, go watch that. I grew up watching all that and Amanda Show and all that. It's fucking crazy. That shit's horrible. And so Kevin Kelly's like, washed up, how dare you? And then Pro Wrestling Counselor, a friend of the show, says that's what the AEW, and I know you guys roast his voice and shit, but he's a friend, okay? He's a chill guy, you know, he's got his views and opinions and whatever, you know. That's what the AEW cult does. Once you leave, they turn on you. And Kevin Kelly responds and goes, that's what Ian Riccaboni did to me. Can't wait for it to all come out in court soon. Oh, shit. You guys, chat, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. It's going to court. Ian Riccaboni turned on him as soon as he left. He's confirming what the counselor's saying. Wow. And then Kevin Kelly goes on to say, when is that happening? This story has seriously intrigued me. Kevin Kelly responds and goes, as soon as my lawyer gets going, two of them actually, lawyers. I never had a lawyer before, let alone two, tagged Jim Cornette. And you all know what that means. Stephen P. New. Call Stephen P. New. If you need to sue. Sorry, guys, live show, you get to hear me sing an outlaw mud show or two. Speaking of musically inclined people, guys, joining us now on the show, Marty McFlyer Than You, two-time Grammy Award-winning songwriter.
It's a lo-fi. What's going on, man?
So Marty, man, hurricane blowing up everywhere. I've been playing that shit with old girl. We've been cruising around to that shit. No joke,
Hell
man.
Yeah.
People on the show were commenting and tweeting me, yo, I put on Hurricane and I love that shit. Da-da-da-da-da. So, man, round of applause for you for another fucking smashing.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Basil. Marty McFlyer, your thoughts. We're just going to get you right into the graps, bro.
I've been listening.
Oh, you've been all right. So, what are your thoughts on Kevin Kelly and him just calling out Riccaboni and the AEW fan base and going, yo, man, fuck you guys? And there's more here. There's more that he says about the Bucks and stuff. But what are your initial thoughts? Saying like, yeah, him saying like, yo, Riccaboni just turned his back on me when I left AEW as well, type shit. What do you think about that?
It's part of the course. I'm not shocked. Well, I am shocked. Let me take that back. I thought Riccaboni had more integrity than that. especially like in a way, kind of subtly being mentored by Kelly in a sense. So I thought he would kind of stand on 10 with that. But then again, I guess he wanted to keep his job in a promotion that's used as a filter system to get main roster stories over. But it is what it is on that. I'm just glad Kevin Kelly finally fucking spoke up because he's usually quiet.
Yeah, and we were talking about New Japan before, and he started popping off about New Japan, and Kevin Kelly goes, at real Kevin Kelly goes, I should back it up. So New Japan and Stardom owner Takaki Kidani expresses regret that Japanese promotions have become like American farms, and basically saying from a business standpoint, we're just basically farming talent to American television and stuff instead of like making wrestling bigger here. Kevin Kelly goes, stop hiring lame buffoons to run the wrestling business you own. You hired the Mark president. You're responsible for useless Japanese staffers who speak English, and you personally ran off the biggest star. Oh, shit. Holy shit.
Kevin Kelly got time today.
Bro, exactly, bro. And so he goes on to say, so somebody brings up like, oh, the Young Bucks were fucking New Japan too, right? Like someone goes, or he responds to this and he goes, oh, and the Mark president was Meji, like just names him. And then at Covent Tactician goes, never imposed internal creative control on being the elite, but threatened to fine Tama Tonga for cussing in English on a Japanese broadcast. Kevin Kelly goes, remember he was mad because one of the Bucks had put the tag belt on a garbage can during a BTE segment. Meiji also wanted to be an on-camera character on Being the Elite. He's just spilling tea, bro. He's just like,
Meiji and Rocky must have been like butt buddies or something. Because I'm surprised he hasn't said anything about that. Because in terms of farming or selling their ass to the forbidden door that they don't have a key to, because Rocky Romero, that's the silent finesser right there.
Right, and then Kevin Kelly goes on to the Coven Tactician said, and they follow PWT as well. Shout them out. It says, when Kenny kissing other members of the Elite multiple times, including Brandy, before his proper redemption reunion arc could play out with Kota Ibushi, didn't catch any backlash. I'm sure putting the tag belts on a garbage can seemed appropriate to those boys. And then Kevin Kelly responds and goes, neither New Japan or ROH made any effort to capitalize / partner with the Bucks for Being the Elite. So the Bucks were running amok and like putting their tag title on a fucking trash can on their YouTube show and shit.
And you wonder why Tama and everybody will be so pissed off about it.
No doubt, man. It's crazy. And then you wonder why like the factions in the Bullet Club actually happened, like for real. You know what I mean? Like we saw
forever grateful to Firing Squad. Forever grateful.
Yeah, dude. Oh, me too, bro.
That Cow Palace show?
Get Tongaloa and get Bad Luck Fale over in WWE Stat. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. So that was crazy. And then earlier we talked about, how Uemura was like, New Japan is not a fucking toy that AEW can just be playing with like that. And so that's where I'm like, they're either towing the line or whatever of a shoot work. So I applaud them if that's what they're doing. But if this is just real heat between the companies while Tony's trying to keep some fragmented partnership together, I think that's a fucking huge L. And yeah, so Stephen Pinew's getting involved as well. Jim Cornette. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? It's getting legal. They libeled him. They did some shit that Kevin Kelly thinks Stephen Pinew needs to get involved with. What are your thoughts on all that?
Well, my thoughts, let me see if I can press them down into one solitary thought. In general, as far as the whole bullshit with the BTE shit, fucking hated that show. It was cool for like a year and then they just destroyed it. Yeah. My whole issue with that is, okay, if Tama, well, real quick, do you remember how like Tama and like some of the other members of Bullet Club were like in it for like a second, and then the moment Adam Cole got there and then they kind of started edging Cody out, then you started to see less and less of them, like the Gorillas and like other people in them, and then we'll talk. I want to talk to you about this later for a side note. Noticing how everybody in the Forbidden Door had access except for God for the whole like duration of AEW. Makes sense now after you brought up that point.
Yeah. No, you're onto something with that.
It totally makes sense. But yes, I mean, as far as for you to piss Kevin Kelly off, you really gotta be on some bullshit.
Know he's such a nice guy. Like, what the fuck, man?
Like, only person I could think of that's as nice as him is probably like you'd have to go back, like Todd Pettengill. Like, those are the only two I can think of that I've never heard anybody or them say anything coarse about anybody. So if he's just pulling the guns out, it totally makes sense because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, and they kind of pressed him out because you notice they started ostracizing him like weekly, and he'd be on less stuff. And even when I would tune into ROH, which was a fucking chore, into ROH, you would just see that it just seemed like he wasn't leading most of the commentary like he always did, or even on the New Japan front, like you're used to hearing him like anchor the show. Yeah. So I thought it was weird, and then his exit made no sense to me. And then he was just silent for all this time. So now if he's involving Cornette and Stephen B. New, he's just spilling all the tea. I feel like it's going to get, I won't say worse, because for us it's going to get better. It's only going to get better, and it's just going to kind of point out the fact that this whole thing, it was like how I explained to you on the last live, like for the longest time, New Japan was they're like the loyal side chick to AEW. They just keep believing that he's going to leave his wife for me, and then I'm going to be the main. It's not. There's a Forbidden Door that they don't have a key to. Yeah. They're farming their people out. You took Ospreay while he was still under contract. You lost Okada, which means there had to have been a bunch of bullshit for him to actually make the leap, because he didn't go to WWE and he chose to go there. So they just threw a bag at him. And then now, like, if Yamura is, I kind of hope it's a shoot in a way, but even then, even in a work shoot, you can still say stuff you can still throw some truth in there, because that's probably how he feels. All that to say that you just gave away your fucking world championship to a guy on the show that already pimps you out. It makes no sense to me.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right about that. And 190 of you watching. Let's get those likes up, please, and thank you, to like at least 100, 150. We got to get up there. I see someone in the chat. Yeah, if you just go, you can. This same stream is streaming on Pro Wrestle Times as well. So if you're a member, just watch there, comment, and then it will come up as a members chat. Don't worry. It's all the same. You get all the same shit.
What is Cornette gonna get in on this? Because he's been a little bit quieter than I expected. Because the moment that Kelly brought him up, I can't wait for the tag team. Because I already know Cornette's got a surplus of ammo, just waiting to get off.
It's just hard to keep up with all the wrestling stuff, man. Like, I'm about to fucking hire people to start clipping for me and shit, because I can't keep up with it all. You know, it's like, because I put it all together and try and tell the world, you know, and that's what every pod tries to do. So it's just like, and then it comes to like editing the pod. I'm like, holy fuck, man. Like,
yeah, you need mods
in the chat. Hit me up in the Discord, prowrestletimes@gmail.com if you're fucking, you want to hang out and start working with PWT. Yeah. So 190
interns, yeah.
I need some likes here, guys, on the video. We need to get to at least 100 likes. There's almost 200 of you in here. You got to get it up to 100 likes. Otherwise, you're haters. We're going to get into this WWE news, too. So I have a bunch of, like, WWE headlines here. So, Marty, what have you been doing on this wonderful Saturday evening? What have you had going on this weekend so far?
The wife went to go get her sleeve finished, her tattoo sleeve finished. So it was mostly just dealing with sick kids, finishing up some music. I finally finished the My Rise on 2K24.
Let's go.
Hell yeah. I had it on like the hardest difficulty, so Roman Reigns whooped my ass about 5 times in a row. I felt like Cody, legit.
Are you a guy who likes to do like the community creations? Did you hear about what's the status and how he got banned from
that was such bullshit. But I actually shout out to Rebel Cause. He also makes dope shit on there. He actually went ahead and made me and my wife for 2K.
Hey, let's go.
So I've been, yeah. So and he was relatively quick about it too. So shout out to Rebel Cause. And I was talking to him briefly about the status thing because he was telling me he was kind of worried. Like, okay, if this is what they're doing, I mean, when you nobody reads the terms, nobody does. We just scroll down and then get on to playing. I just felt like they were being petty because he was outshining a lot of them. So when we heard that ban, it was like, fuck. I actually had some stuff downloaded that I lost access to.
Yeah, dude.
Like the alternate tires.
I need to break out 2K24 already. I need to start playing that shit. I need to draft against someone, brother. Okay, guys.
Oh man, we're gonna start a faction. Shit.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, dude. We'll start a faction and fucking run shit. We're at 70 likes, guys. I need 30 more likes.
Run them likes up.
There you go. Hey, now I'm seeing you. What's up? What is up? Now you're on script. Beautiful. Appreciate you so much.
Hell yeah. Run them likes up.
Okay, guys. So yeah, there's we're fluctuating. Run those likes up though. We're trying to get to 100 likes, and we're at like it's fluctuating 180 to like 200. Just all depends. But let's talk about some WWE news. Marty, are you excited to do that or what?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. So at Cultaholic says, and this is via Sadi Khan via a press release. He is the mayor of London, and he pledged in his campaign that if he gets reelected, he will try and bring WrestleMania to London. Oh, fuck, Collision's on. I got to switch over to that. But he will bring WrestleMania to London. And he says London is a world leader in major sports events and has been at the heart of some of the most memorable sporting moments of the last few decades. I believe that London has the potential to host the first international WrestleMania. And then Triple H quote tweeted this and said, "Let's talk." Oh shit, Papa H.
Oh shit, man, so that's the goat.
Sweating, but that's probably why he's talking shit about Harvey Weinstein and all that, because Tony's sweating because they're WWE will go and draw a 100K people there both times. So and that just shows like the mayor didn't come out and go, "We promise All In will be the greatest spectacle." He said, "Yo, we want to bring WrestleMania here, motherfucker." So that just shows you right now the levels to it. What are your thoughts on that? And do you hope to see a Mania in London, or do you just say, "Nah, keep them in America, highest bidder type shit"?
Hell no. Bring that. As long as I don't have to figure out getting on a plane and getting to Saudi Arabia, which I would love to go, but nah.
Woody Allen, you didn't miss anything crazy. Don't worry. All the Tony Khan coverage, it's coming in a bit. We're doing Dave and we're doing Tony in a little bit. So you came at the right time.
Did I miss the flute?
No, you didn't. We're just covering WWE news right now. So you came at the perfect time, Woody Allen. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, everybody in the chat. And make sure you hit that like if you hadn't. Run those likes up. I ain't getting to Tony until we get to 100 likes, folks.
Hell yeah.
Not Tony. I'll just shut the stream off, motherfuckers.
No, fuck that guy. But but getting it to London would be fucking dope. It would be amazing. Just the atmosphere, just the way that the UK does sports in general. It's one of those things you see it, you hear it. It's one of those things you got to experience. Like from personal experience, when I was young, I lived out in Manchester for about 5-6 years. But we did go to some stuff in London, and it's just the atmosphere. Like everybody's a fanatic. Just think of it when you go to a Mania and you walk around and you're going to see regular people and T-shirts just everywhere. It's just wrestling fans everywhere, and it just feels normal. It's almost like a community. That's how it feels in the UK when you just go to anything in general. They're so passionate about the damn clubs or just any sports there. And if we got a Mania there, shit. I renew my passport right now.
Yeah, dude, I would love to go wherever they go, because Canada ain't getting one, so I'm breaking out the passport anyways. I would love to. It's okay, man. Whatever. If it's in Vegas, like I'll see you there, Marty. You know what I mean? We'll be there.
If it's at Vegas, man. We got to find the giant Airbnb and run it up live stream.
Yeah, we got to, and we'll live stream that shit, and we'll bring our girls, and we'll get Paul Nolan out there with us, and fucking Hairline, and we'll get it'll be a fucking time, man. It'll be a ball. Guys, sorry, what's happening on Collision? I'm about to get it pulled up on the tube, and then we will. Oh no, it starts in.
Can we talk about that later?
It's saying 17 minutes, but I don't know, guys. Let me know in the chat. Let me know when Collision starts, please.
The 3-hour one, right?
Oh, it's after the basketball game. NBA game's not over. Okay, there you go. I have the UFC fights on. Just please chat. Let me know when Collision starts. I'll flip over. 193 of you in the chat. Let's run it up to 100 likes, guys. Let's get to that 100. We're at 77. Don't be stingy. Don't be stingy. Okay, so is it a taped Collision then? That's weird. Anyways, though, more WWE news. Jesse Ventura could be a great manager for someone in WWE. And Jesse Ventura, he's talking with WWE again now that Vince McMahon is out. Now that Vince McMahon, I can't do a good Jesse. Hold on. I used to have a good one years ago, and then I lost.
Bring it back.
Come on. It's like, yeah, I live in the Baja. You know, fuck no. Will Sasso does such a good one that you can't even do it. Like, it's humiliating to even try and do it, you know. But I used to have a good Jesse, but it's just like, yeah. Now that Vince is gone, we can finally investigate what happened
with the aliens,
with the $1 million man and Andre the Giant. We can get.
Oh, he's gonna want it in Minnesota. I hope not.
We could finally get to the truth of what happened. And what real attendance numbers were for WrestleMania. Did Hulk Hogan really pick up the Giant? Me and my crack team of investigators are gonna figure it out. That's why I miss
show.
Baja. Oh my God, Meltzer, drive that like button. Yeah, do it. Nothing burger. Jesus Christ, man. We might have to play that a Will Sasso fucking Jesse Ventura impression. But what are your thoughts, man? Now that Vince is gone, brutal knockout, a brutal knockout at UFC. My word, sorry. Jesse.
Who got knocked out?
It's this gentleman named Lane. Now he's a younger guy. These are like they're not like really well-known guys. You know what I mean? But these were two big boys, and yeah, man, dude just got laid out. So, what are your thoughts on Jesse Ventura may return to the WWE now that Vince is gone? Are you interested in that at all, or he could?
I feel like it'll start the trend. He needs to be. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
I don't think he is. No, I don't think he is.
I mean, I've studied the game. I've watched and seen a bunch of his shit in the ring, and granted, like, there's greatness there, but just him calling the shows with Monsoon in general, like, it's just going to be burned into my mind forever as a fan. Just off his commentary alone, he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. So I feel like if he comes back, that's something they'll negotiate, and that will definitely happen. With Vince being gone, I feel like a lot of the people that were on the outskirts or that are still alive. Because I feel like if Macho Man were still here, or a few others were still here, that just, it was beef for life with Vince. Mm-hmm. If they were still here and Vince was gone, I feel like the gates will open more to where they usually would have been sealed shut. So him coming back there's a lot of history there that just kind of gets rushed over, because if you're not in the good favor for the longest time, if you weren't in Vince's good favor, your legacy was kind of pushed back, kind of lowered. They don't care about you if you're not in good standing. So him coming back, it'll be funny. I'd love to just hear some, like, if they do a throwback Raw, have him on commentary. Put him there with Cole and have him shit on Cole for an hour with Graves. That'd be hilarious.
That would be.
I would love to see it. Just don't let him push for getting Mania in Minnesota, please.
So speaking of Vince, Vince, it's official. Vince ends with WWE ties by selling the last of his TKO shares. Shout out Julian Weeks. It's the end of an era via Sportico. So he sold every last one of his shares. He is absolutely no longer involved with WWE. What do you make of that? And then you and I talked in the DMs privately about Nick Khan, just a little bit, and you were asking my thoughts on that, and we'll talk about him in a second. But just Vince particularly, his stocks are all gone. He's totally gone. Your thoughts on that?
I mean, at the rate that he was selling all of his stock, it seems like he's stockpiling a bunch of his money. He has something planned. I'm assuming he thinks that we'll give it another year and a half to when this dies down, because unfortunately that's what happens. Everyone's memory when it comes to scandals or things like this. I feel like by 2026, Vince will pop out with something. I don't know, because bodybuilding isn't as big as it was, so I don't think he could do that again. Football thing, he's tried it twice, so and nobody will touch him, so I doubt that. But I'm imagine he has something popping, and I wouldn't be shocked if it was with the Saudis.
Well, yeah, Vince. See, maybe he starts like a pro wrestling league there or something. I don't know about all that, like a federation or something. I don't know about all that. What
Oh no, so it could be sports, anything. It could be cricket, whatever. Vince could figure out something.
He'll start promoting like those big boxing matches and shit like that. You know, he'll just be like in Saudi. So I agree with you on that. As far as Celtics W, fuck the Heat. As far as Nick,
whoa. That's what. Listen, what we not. I don't know who said that because I can't see the chat. But what we're not gonna do is have no goddamn Heat slander.
Will Smith. Right? So what we're not gonna do, men in black.
This is what we not gonna do. We're not gonna do. Yeah. Okay, and then let me cut my. See, he done got me riled up. Let me cut my little promo. Ain't nobody scared of the fucking Celtics. We done showed you the last 4-5 years that we have their number, and anytime everybody thinks they're supposed to shit on us, it goes 6, it goes 7, or we send them the fuck home.
Yeah. Right now, speaking of shitting on people, old dude shatting on young girls. Oh wait. Tony Khan's on screen, guys, talking right now before the show goes live. Listen if you can hear it. He's in a neck brace. Holy shit. Tony's on screen.
I'm so glad we were able to bring AEW back to Daly's place tonight, the home of AEW.
He's in a neck brace talking to the crowd.
Moments from now, we're going to go live on TNT. Bobby, how long do we go live? About 4 minutes.
4 minutes until they're live.
We're a few minutes away from going live, but I just wanted to come out here and thank you all personally for being here tonight.
He's thanking everyone for being there.
Before we get started.
Free Pepsi.
But I have to say, before we get started, I usually take a little bit of a survey, and I have to ask.
He's at Daly's place. It's live. He asked the crowd, how many of you have been to AEW before? It's most of the crowd, but didn't they get seat fillers? Like, and then a bunch of people cheer for them being there for the first time ever. What the fuck? I don't know if Shad's here, Jess. Hey, Jess. Hey, Jess is Kitty. I don't know if Shad's here. They're at Daly's place, so. Oh, a great show. They're ready to give you a great show. It'll be great, Tony McCon. They're also going to give an update on my status in the show, is what he just said. Well,
are we going to get a high-pitch yet?
You're out there on the mic right now. Why don't you just tell them your status, you fucking Melvin?
Yeah.
Hot. He says we're going to get things started hot, fast, and furious. Is that like Vin Diesel? What are you talking about?
Family.
Time Cop. It's the best movie ever. Oh my God. Oh my God. He just went, may I say Duval. Man. He loves Jackson. I don't know. He seemed he just keeps like walking around with a thumbs up. He's just walking, stopping, then pointing a thumbs up, and then walking, stopping, putting a thumbs up to the fans. Guys, I don't know. 2 minutes, Collision's about to be on the air, so make sure you tune into that or just listen to me give commentary to it as we go through.
Turn it on.
Bookmarks. Yeah, you got to turn it on, Marty. We do watch-alongs here. We EFAP stuff. We're just hanging out. This ain't like normal PWT. You know what I mean? This is like PWT is all like I have it all written out in sections and shit. This is just freestyle. I'm drinking. You know what I mean? We're smoking.
Oh, what you sipping on?
You know what? I got a red wine here. I got a nice Shiraz. You know,
okay.
Yeah, and then I have and then I just have some brews. And also, if you notice, our boy Chris Benoit is the new moderator here at PWT, and he moderates all my shit now. And so he's here. Crispin, how are you doing? I think he's in the chat. You guys have probably interacted with him. Round of applause for Crispin. He's doing the job of making sure you folk don't fuck around in the chat. Yeah, in Minecraft, White Russian and a vodka. Right. In Minecraft, we're smoking the Perry pack, and it's great. And here, I bet AEW literally throws Swerve a parade now after getting called out for what they did Wednesday. Yeah, maybe
can we talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's talk about that. But quickly, before we talk about that, WWE President Nick Khan also filed to sell what appears to be all of his holdings as well. And I just want to touch on this, and then we'll get into Swerve stuff.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So the Tony Khan thing, the Nick Khan thing. Oh, I'm getting my cons mixed up. Yeah, I got my cons. Get me Nick Khan on the phone. Oh, hello, Vince. Who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm Tony Khan. No, not you, the other Khan. Sorry. WWE President Nick Khan has filed to sell his shares. So just quickly, and then we'll talk about Swerve here. I think Nick Khan did this. People are like, oh, look, something big's going to happen. I just think he did this because now he's still the president. And he gets to, dude, you're right. They're just showing like a crazy Swerve highlight package to start this show to put Swerve over. So you're actually right. They're rolling the parade out for him. Anyways, though, this isn't anything sketchy. Nick Khan just can focus on WWE, being the WWE president. And then he's like a babillion times richer now. And he has less work to do in every day of his life. Nothing crazy is going to happen with him, or he would have also resigned as president as well, you know? So I think this is all chill. I think he would have resigned and then sold his fucking stocks, because if he resigned, the stocks might go up because of it, or maybe down. Maybe he sold them all now because he's going to leave and they go down. If he leaves as president, I'd be worried. But right now, I just think it's a baller ass. Like, this is what rich people do all the time, bro. You know, He literally has like a multi-million-dollar salary every year. And why does he need to hold stocks in the holdings group? Like, will it ever in his lifetime be worth more now than it is? Probably not. So that's all I see them doing. And they're opening the show with Swerve. And he's going to get to talk on the mic. Why didn't they do this on Dynamite, the show that everybody actually watches? Sorry, Marty, your thoughts on Nick Khan and your thoughts on Swerve?
100%. I think Brandon Thurston had already kind of listed the shit in like just incredible detail that his shit's been listed for a while now. It's just the public just got hold of it. Now everybody's trying to spin a narrative.
Yeah.
It's really not that serious. I read it. It took me like a minute to read all of it because he broke this shit down to a T.
Right.
But basically, like, this shit's been up and it's not far-fetched for somebody in his position to do it. And then I was hearing something about that they might want to go back to being private, which I don't know logistically how that would work.
They're gonna remain public, but like they're gonna take like aspects of it private, right? So Brandon Thurston, to what you said, he tweeted out, I don't at all see Nick Khan listing all his shares for sale as some kind of omen, despite flailing online about it. Excuse me. All of his shares, as well as all of Vince McMahon's shares, have been listed since September. So suddenly attention's being paid. Why? Because the fucking the AEW bots just fucking caught on to it. You know what I mean? And they just picked it up and went, oh my God, Nick Khan's selling. Did you go da-da-da? And they're trying to turn it into this big fucking thing because Vince, evil fed bad. But yeah, they've been listed since September, guys. So it's just
and he's been keeping his distance from Vince forever.
Everything that happened at Mania with Nick Khan and Cody, it's all like Cody went up, hugged him, Nick Khan tracked down and gifted him the fucking watch, all that shit like that. Don't worry, everything's smooth sailing right now on that front. Now Vince, fuck him. What does Jim Cornette say? Fuck him, feed him fish heads or whatever, right? Like for whatever if he's doing whatever he did, I'm not whatever. But Nick Khan, there ain't nothing coming out about Nick Khan. He's all good. I'm pretty confident about that. So,
I heard one thing because everybody has to fucking reach.
Yeah, let's go. Let's hear it.
I never baby arms
thing, so I'm interested. What's up?
Oh no, that they were saying like somebody was trying to say that there might have been a direct correlation between the Weinstein comments because the agency that he left before he went to WWE used to represent Weinstein, but then they also dropped him like a year later when all that shit happened.
Yeah.
So that I think they were just trying to think that
Well,
this was some deep cut reference, but I don't think Tony Khan's that fucking smart to do anything that deep cut or super niche. I feel like that's more of a Bucks thing in general, because they try to base their whole business off of it. And even in like that semantics, it's all fucking stupid. It's dumb as shit.
yeah.
They're on top. They own the world. They run the world right now. They own it. It's never been this definitive that this is top tier, and then there's everyone else. It's undeniable. It's definitive at this point. Business life is good. Business is good for them. Fuck, they're not going anywhere.
Well, the whole Harvey Weinstein narrative is destroyed just based off the fact that this shit has been posted since September. He posted his shares back in September. So Tony Khan saying Harvey Weinstein in April doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So fuck if any, but that's what the people are trying to say. They always do that. I want your thoughts quickly. Swerve's cutting a promo. I don't know. Do you have Collision on, Marty?
No, I'm watching it right now.
So
did you get a chance to check that video I sent you?
We know that Swerve can cut good promos. Why wasn't this segment on Dynamite? Can you talk to me a little bit about your feelings towards how AEW are treating? They have fucking Swerve get taken to the limit by Kyle Fletch. They roll out the red carpet and the blowjobs for John Moxley, and fucking and now Swerve gets Collision. There's 400. It's not even on the right time because basketball was on. So there's fucking 400,000 people probably watching this bullshit. And Swerve just gets chucked to the back like that. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on that?
Exactly what most of us thought it was probably going to be when they kind of forced this. Like when we talked about it prior, they should have went with it. If this was the case, they should have just had him take it from Max, or you could have did it or saved Joe by just having him beat Hangman in it like a triple threat and then doing it that way. Because like I said before, all they're doing is they're just setting him up to take a dive to fucking Ospreay at Wembley. So this is one of those things where they can say, oh, well, we did it. Remember when Scorpio Sky won the TNT championship and they were touting that for like a second?
Yeah.
The first black champion in AEW. It's like, okay, and then how did they use him afterwards? He broke out of SCU, had all this potential in the world, and then they just did it. This is one of those things where this is kind of like, it's a handout in a sense. Nana is the real reason why he's over, outside of the fact that he's a great worker, but the stuff he does outside of the ring is questionable. We already talked about that before and the issues that myself and a lot of other people have with it. But it was one of those things where we didn't get all that excited about it because we knew that this shit was going to happen. The first Dynamite, after he wins, he doesn't open the show. He gets in there with Kyle he gets in there with Kyle Fletcher, and literally, like, I guess they can say, well, he had that barn burner of a match and he wasn't 100% after facing Joe, but it was like, you didn't even let the dude get. This should have happened on Dynamite. So when all that did was just solidify how a lot of us feel, it was just he's a placeholder. You get the clicks for saying, oh, we did this, we did that. That This Is Nasty video I sent you.
Yep.
Did you get a chance to watch that one?
Absolutely,
he broke it down.
Shout out Alfred Konua. I'll be with, how do you say it? Sorry, Konua?
Kinua.
Okay. I'll be with him on Toonie Talk Wrestling this Tuesday, actually. So I'm looking very much forward to that. I'm a big fan of his. Sorry, we just have a $2 super chat here from Daniel Flores. Marty's just rolling here, spitting facts. Can you imagine TK and Iron Sheik doing Schneeblay together? Listen, I'm going to just take it off the screen, but thank you for the $2 super chat just because, I don't know if YouTube wants me showing that, but here's the whole thing, right? And thank you so much, Daniel Flores. I appreciate you so much for that, but I just got to take it off the screen. Yes, I can. I've thought about it before. That's what I mean. Like, I'll be completely transparent. I stopped doing that shit like years ago. I just stopped, but I have partied in my lifetime. I'm a grown adult man. I'm sure we've all done things or haven't done things. Okay. I've told you guys on the pod, I would be friends with Tony. Like if he's up all night partying, drinking White Claws, hey, that's my kind of guy. We're just talking shit about wrestling, watching wrestling be, you know what I mean? We're up
because he's a mark.
Hey man, I can get down with that. I'm all the way down with that. My whole thing is like, that doesn't mean though, like, You know what I mean? I don't know him in real life like that. So he's like a personality on a show. I talk shit about wrestling. So that's what it is. But I've always told y'all we would be friends, bro. I don't hate on him for partying. That's why I don't really make the Tony Khan Schnee Blade jokes. Cause I'm just like, I don't really care about that, to be honest. He's a grown adult man.
Yeah.
So, but ultimately though, yeah, like he's at least on Adderalls. We can all admit that.
Does he need it though? He looks like the
Allegedly,
type
in
that would
my
need it. He looks like the type of people that would need the Adderall because it should help. I mean, then again, the amount of money that his dad has, like he could probably afford them designer drugs. You know what I mean? That supreme like organic booger sugar. You know what I mean? He's probably getting it uncut and all that. Allegedly.
Yellow, flaky fish scale.
Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? He probably, I'm sure, he'd be cool to hang out. Do I want him to book wrestling shows and do stupid interviews and or try to be the person to represent people of color? Probably not. As this is shown, because wow, Blackpool Combat Club, another one of the favorites coming out. I mean, we got the Moxley thing. He can't even get a full promo. I'm trying to think who, or is this normal that anytime I freshly won championship, they open up the show, they get their promo.
Claudio, so what do you just think about? I'm watching it right now. Claudio just came out, interrupted Swerve and challenged him for the world title. Obviously Swerve's going to beat him. What do you think about that? That's Swerve's first challenger, and that's where he's.
Who do they have? Because usually, so kind of like what Alfred said, usually when somebody wins, you have like a treasure trove of heels for them to test their merit on and to build their whole reign around. Nobody expected this, but of course it's going to be somebody from the Blackpool Combat Club. I'm sure if it wasn't him, it would have been Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson, whatever the fuck variation of his name. Can't remember, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they would be able to figure that out. He'll beat Castagnoli, and I'm sure he'll be selling the whole match and then come out of it. It'll kind of be that fighting from uphill thing, and he doesn't look strong. Like when Mysterio won the World Heavyweight Championship after he won the Royal Rumble and then won it at Mania. That whole reign was just, okay, well, we gave it to you. You got it. Yay, minorities. Now we're going to make you look weak. And then, now we're going to make you look weak and then put you even though you're going to beat the people, they're going to make you look stupid.
Yeah, and they're playing a great package for Jack Perry and Tony Khan. Sorry, we have a $5 super chat. Woody Allen, AEW fans saying selling 15K tickets is bad. Must suck to sit in nosebleeds to not watch much wrestling. They're so mad WWE is selling tickets. So what Woody Allen's saying here, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. My word.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. So what Woody Allen's saying is like the AEW fans are now trying to roast WWE. Now you've probably seen this on X, right, Marty? So they're roasting WWE, being like, "Oh, imagine paying all that money to sit all the way up in the rafters and be that far away from the ring." Like now their cope for AEW having low houses and WWE selling out is like, "Oh, imagine you have to go to a WWE show and sit all the way up in the rafters." Like that's just the dumb. Yeah, exactly. It's like, bro, it's the dumbest shit of all time. I'd fucking, bro, to sit in the rafters for that for Cody versus Roman. Are you telling me that wouldn't be worth every penny? Like,
so what's the parallel?
The skybox. Have you ever sat in a fucking box? You fucking marks, man. Jesus Christ. This is what I mean, dude. And it's just pure cope. And yes, I've seen all of this. I won't even entertain and respond to people doing that. You have to sit all the way up. Dude, come on, man. That's fucking bullshit, bro. That's where like people.
You're gonna sit in a half-empty arena watching Collision, watching Dynamite when half of it's fucking covered up, or more than half of it's covered up.
The wrestlers are close though. The wrestlers, they're close. You can get close. You can touch them. It's just such goof shit, man. And it's just such a dumb way to try and
spend money to chant CM Punk's name at a show that you defend to death on the internet, but then when you get out there, you mark out like everybody else.
See, this is what's so dumb. So the Bullet Club Gold, the Bang Bang Gang, they just come out with 2 belts each. They have hot pink belts than the Ring of Honor belts, and they look like a brilliant team. They can't do their normal entrance at Daly's Place. But like, how the fuck, man? These guys need to get to WWE like yesterday, bro. Crazy.
Yeah.
We have another. So thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Couldn't agree with you more. For $10, John D. Lee, my word.
Shout out to
$10.
Gang.
John D. Lee says, God damn, I got something to ask PWT, and I'm going to do it right here, right now with my $10. John D. Lee says, total and utter nonsense. TK is how you fail to the top. I disagree with that a bit, but I'll explain why. Clown show. I knew what Swerve would get screwed over. Agree. Too much yayo. Tony Yayo Khan or what? Too much.
That's fucking hilarious.
So John D. Lee, thanks so much for the super chat. And listen, man, TK didn't really fail to the top. Like, it doesn't matter where he fails. He's at the top because he was born super fucking rich. But I get what you're trying to say, and all of the rest of your comment here, I couldn't agree with more. The clown show aspect, like I've called it a clown show, so I won't get triggered by that. But yeah, and then the yayo part, I mean, whatever. No judging over here. You know, if you if you handle your business, God damn it, I ain't mad at you. But I won't even go far and say that. But is it a stretch to say he takes Adderall? I don't think that's a stretch. So, anyways, but total and utter nonsense. Yeah, I don't know, man. Swerve he definitely got undermined. I feel like aesthetically though, shooting from Daly's place is nice. But I just
it's a good venue for like concerts.
He should have got the goddamn red carpet rolled out, or if they're gonna do that mock shit, they should have announced, like, we're gonna do, like, Swerve is not fully healed, like he has the week off from the pay-per-view. Here's mocks, and then the next week you like build it up, like our champion will be back next week, like that sort of thing. But they didn't do shit, and then all of a sudden tonight, Swerve's just gonna put the title on the line against fucking Claudio, no rhyme or reason, just because he interrupted his promo. Let me put this belt that I had to fight 1 million people, invade a home, hang a guy with a chain, drink blood, fight Samoa Joe, hit him with
pull up on his baby's crib.
Bro, just craziness, man. Like, and then where's Joe? I hope Joe's getting rest. I hope he's getting some family time. I hope he's having a drink. I hope he's making money. I hope he's fucking just living the goddamn dream like he deserves, man. The fucking king. And I can't wait till he's back in WWE one day, dude. Thank you, John D. Lee, for the $10. For real, not to knock A-Dub, but fucking Joe, like, at least if he's in WWE, he's gonna like help the NXT kids get way better and shit too. You know, he's not just gonna like he's gonna add so much, like, because he can do so much, and that's why I harp on AEW about, goddamn, you need to be like investing in pro wrestling, and that means like really training, like build a performance center. You have the resources, you have an NFL, like, okay, what do the Jaguars train in? What's their facilities like? Like, get one of those shits going for fucking AEW and cultivate the next generations of talent and start doing house shows so these guys can work on their craft. I love Top Flight. I love them. But guess what? They're just not TV. And I like them in the trios with Action Andretti, but they're just not TV dudes for me at this point. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're like,
they don't have the training though.
To be in NXT, like, work these guys out on house shows and then get them fucking, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, we could sit here and complain all day. A $2 super chat from John JID 999. Thank you so much. The card tonight is just so so average. Well, what is
mid?
It?
It's mid.
We have Claudio and Swerve. What else is there? I didn't even know any matches, you know? I had no idea. Thank you for the
Jungle Boy talking.
Is Jungle Boy going to talk on Collision?
I'm assuming he'll say they'll do, if this is the one that's 3 hours, right?
Oh yeah,
there's no Rampage.
Rampage is after. Oh guys, we're in for a long PWT podcast tonight. That's why I fucking started early. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. So what do you think about Top Flight? I like Top Flight. They just need more. They need to be refined more.
They need seasoning. Well, as we know, because I'm sure we've all harped on this a million times. Their farming system all comes from Japan, where they work a complete different style. They take all of these indie guys that aren't TV trained. They don't know camera cues. They don't understand how to like fill time. Everything is just balls to the wall, go, 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 go. And then on top of whatever indies that they can do, because that's the only other reps that they get, and let's hope that they don't get hurt. That's been the problem with Top Flight because they've been getting hurt because doing some of the crazier shit. What's the younger brother's name?
It's Darius and
Not Dante. Darius,
Dante.
right?
Yeah.
Like they tried it with him, kind of making him a single star, and there was potential there, but they didn't. I mean, they could have went with it and at least gave him a TNT title run or something, but they kind of like let that just kind of sap out. And then adding Action Andretti, it was cool. You know, it gave them all something to do, but there's a ceiling on these trios matches. There aren't that many teams, so unless you have like the 02, 03 like WWE rosters, I wouldn't see the need of having trios championships, especially 2 at that. It's just fucking ridiculous. But you can just kind of see it. They don't get much time, so every match they get, it's just them trying to get their shit in the 7 minutes that they get every other week, unless it's on Collision or Rampage or something that somebody's not watching. And then when they get on TV, they look out of it. They look out of shape, they look out of sync, and it's just not translating well. And then all it does is subconsciously train us as viewers to see a ceiling on them, which is in a way unfair, and it just kind of buries their potential. And it's just me hoping, okay, when your contract's up, get over to NXT, let them get you right. You can always go back to AEW after the fact.
Yeah, you can always go back and take money. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like, get them reps in, and this is the problem with a lot of teams because they're not getting the reps. So when they get on TV, it's just more get your shit in. Commercial break. Okay, the match is over. We don't remember it, and then they'll put them as contenders for whatever people they're trying to put over, and then tell us to pretend that we think that they're going to be credible enough to win, and then it's just more of the same shit. Like it's a formula. It's very formulaic, and then if you're not the BCC or in the Elite or sometimes Eddie Kingston, whoever else they want to push, you're not getting anything out of it. And then they get on TV and it looks like this. Everybody watching this right now is on their phones, they're cooking, they're doing something else. Nobody is giving 100% of their attention to this match, which is a disservice to the people that are in there, especially Bullet Club Gold, because if Sean could get his hands on the Gunn Brothers or Jay White imagine Jay White on SmackDown right now or on Raw, because that's what they really need it.
Smash that. Okay, yo, Crispin, you got to tie this Moose Knuckle guy in the chat's wild, dude. That profile picture's fucked up. Crispin, you got to fucking deal with this dude here. Like TK snorts. Okay, stop with like the snorting and the all that shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, sorry, I'm just fucking hitting that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that shit is fucked up, man. So we were talking about, you were just spitting straight facts though. The chat loves what you're spitting, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, so live gate. This dude's just saying wild shit in the chat, bro. You gotta fucking
Oh, he's one of those.
Crispin's on yet? Yeah, dude.
Oh, is it Tony? Are you on your burner?
There's a fucking his picture's wild too. Like that's fucked up, bro. To be honest.
What was the picture? I didn't see it. Tell me in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Just I'm streaming AEW on the pirate ship. Yeah, I mean,
is it SRS or Tony on a burner right now?
It's not either of them. It's just a dude. Like it's just a dude wilding, bro. It's not either of them. Absolutely not. And Dave wouldn't even pay me no mind, anyways. You know what I mean? But at SRS, man, some wild shit happened to him. I was going to talk about this too. So he had a tweet that was wow, you got that right. I'm watching you on the phone more than what. Yeah, that's a lot of people. A lot of people would rather hear me talk shit about AEW or just say what's happening than they want to watch it, which is hilarious.
Okay,
but anyway,
perfect analogy real quick. You know the difference? Perfect difference, right? Okay, you ever watch somebody new to Twitch, right? They're just completely new to streaming and they don't get the fact that it's an interaction. Just because no one's in the room with you, you have to interact with your audience, at least give some sort of commentary. Sometimes when you're watching a Collision or you're watching a Rampage or even fucking Dynamite for that matter, when you're watching it, it's like watching a stream where the person is just playing and you can just hear them breathing and there's no talking, versus like you watching it and you're giving a commentary as well as talking about other things. It's interactive, so it makes it easier to sit through this. If I wasn't on here, I wouldn't even be watching this shit right now. And if I was, like, I guarantee I'd be doing something else. I'd be making my kids food, or I'd be writing a song.
that's the thing. Like our mod Chris Benoit, he's not even a wrestling fan, and he's fucking watching wrestling and shit. Like he's like into it, you know. Now he's like, dude, I gotta watch AEW every week now, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you know. I was just kidding. No, I
Hey,
was
man,
like,
not
yeah.
all heroes wear capes. We appreciate you, Chris.
Keisha Lane can help mod have experience for $2 super chat. Thank you so much. And you know what? You can Gmail me. Just email me. Okay. Email me. It's in the description. And thank you so much for the super chat. And you know what? Yeah, guys, email is open. It's in the description. So prowrestletimes@gmail.com and email me and send a resume or a pitch or some shit. I don't know. I don't really know. I need help modding. So it's not like I'm hiring anybody here. Just whoever's going to be in here hanging out. I need some help from some motherfuckers and clippers. If anybody is a editor or knows how to Adobe Photoshop, any of that shit, hit me up. Almost at 100 likes. Yeah, guys, get us to 100 likes. There's been like 200 of you in here. It's been fluctuating up and down, but please, we're 7 likes away. Please get us to 100 likes. We should be at 150 with 170 of us watching. We should be at 150, but at 100, I'll let you guys slide for a bit. Yeah, the Bang Bang Gang going too long with Top Flight. I love Top Flight, but again, they should just be beating these guys really quickly. So let's talk about Brandon Thurston. Here's every live gate for WrestleMania ever. And you can go down them, but this was objectively 40 was the biggest WrestleMania, 38.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
He just broke it down. So
in $2024, by the way, too. So when he did the cross comparison, he broke it down.
Bro, which is crazy because like inflation and shit, you know, like this is $2024. Look at how wild's this? None. Because of the pandemic. That's fucking gross. But 38.5 million. Crazy, bro. So I guess people talking shit like, oh, WWE ain't killing it.
The last one was 17 million.
Why does everyone have to have a competitive match? I cannot agree with you more. Okay, so sorry, I'm watching this match. So in other WWE news, Cameron Grimes feels that being a quote hunter guy during the power struggle between Vince and Triple H. So there was a power struggle, guys. Stop trying to lump Triple H into Vince's bullshit.
Facts.
Anyways, what happened was as soon as I got brought up there was the struggle between the two. Hunter wasn't really in charge yet. Vince was still kind of in charge. There was still that battle going on between them. You were either a Hunter guy or a Vince guy at the time. Vince was still in charge. Being a Hunter guy didn't really help you that much during that period. So there you go. And then as Dave talked about, which we'll talk about in a bit, the decision to fire Cameron Grimes was Triple H's, in fact, but Dave's also a dumb fuck. But I don't know, man. Your thoughts on Grimes getting released and the recent releases, just all of them, like Jinder. Actually, yeah, we have, before you get into that, actually, so we have Jinder Mahal here. I just wanted to play this clip as well for you guys because Jinder Mahal gives his first statement since being released. And I'll play it for you guys. Now, I've been a Jinder fan forever because he's actually from Canada, and Canada stand up. So here's his statement, and he actually brings up Hook. He talks about Red Hook, Brooklyn, or New York, and talking about how, like he might show up in AEW. Now, if it's me, I have him come in and squash Hook in like a minute because Hook is leaving.
Jericho did it.
Like he's gonna go test free agency, so I just punish his ass. But I'm petty. I'm Tom Petty, bro. So,
wait, Hook's leaving?
What's that?
Hook's leaving?
Hook said he's going to test free agency. Like he just announced it like out and openly after they aired that Punk footage. So, but here he teases a potential match with Hook. Here's the modern day Maharaja.
It's been an eventful week to say the least, but it's all good. I want to first say thank you. Thank you to anyone who reached out, all the love, support, DMs, phone calls, texts, comments. I appreciate all of you guys. I also want to thank everyone in the locker room, all the guys and girls, everyone working backstage, behind the scenes. Thank you. 12 years, 2 runs. Got to see and do amazing things. So many dream matches. traveled the world, got to do things that I never thought I'd be able to accomplish, championships, being in a rock band. It's been an amazing journey. But what's next? What's next for the Maharaja? I've been here before. That time I was a kid, but now I'm a man. I will only present myself in a way that I want to. I will only do things that I want to. I will only go places that I want to. I still have many goals, many dream matches, many places I want to go. Where do I make an impact?
Where do I make an impact? So a TNA reference.
India,
No, but for real, India. He's got a lot of fans there.
Europe,
There's some wrestling. Okay. Japan. There's a lot going on there. Canada. Okay. We got lots of indies, dude.
Red Hook section of Brooklyn.
Boom. That's a reference to Taz and Hook right there. Right? So he's like, you know what I'm saying, dude?
Yeah, I caught that too. I was like, oh shit, let's go. Taz is smart.
Stay tuned. You got about 11 more weeks.
In 11 weeks, I would have him walk in, fucking squash Hook in like 2 seconds. How about you, Marty? What? Let me fucking X-Files you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me put on my tinfoil hat. I wholeheartedly agree with you in terms of putting him, like having him go over Hook. Here's the thing: Khan's petty. He's also a mark. It's not he doesn't even put over the New Japan guys that he obsessed over, and I mean, like literally when they come in some sort of way, they have to lose and kind of put over. Did it to Okada, doing it to Jay White, amongst many others. I hate what they're doing with Shibata right now. It's my favorite Japanese wrestler of all time. They're fucking ruining him, but I digress. Point is, I don't see him doing good business like that and putting Hook over. I see him coming over and then just burying him for Hook, just to be able to find some way to construct him being right later on in the end. And as his way of thinking, he can stick it to the evil company opposite of Pepsi, you know?
Yeah.
I don't see him doing that. Now, if I feel like Jinder should follow the Mustafa Ali route and kind of go about it that way and just kind of build it up. And if Hook's gonna leave and test free agency, then they should find like a neutral ground and just fucking do it there. And even if they don't do that in particular, I just see that I think he should follow not necessarily the Cardona mold and start doing death matches and crazy shit, because he's only going to be where he wants to be.
He should just show up in AEW and manage fucking Satnam Singh or something, just
oh my god.
I know
go away, Jeff Jarrett.
Just fucking like just break him off from Jarrett and all that. Have like Jinder, Sanjay, and fucking Satnam
Bring
Singh.
them all over there and have that representation, because they held India down as a whole fucking continent for you.
Yeah, just beat down fucking
country.
Jarrett and those guys. Beat up Jay Lethal. Beat up fucking Hook. All that shit. Whatever. Like it's AEW, so it's gonna be stupid anyways. Whatever they choose to do.
Agreed.
Yeah, but John D. Lee with $10. My word.
Hey, shout out to John, man. He's over here moving like he just got his tax return.
Yeah, bro. What the fuck? It's sad how TK can humiliate the Jaguars and the wrestling business at the same time. Listen, John D. Lee, got to be honest, bruv. There were people earlier in the show super chatting just to shit on the Jaguars. I don't think they need Tony Khan to humiliate them. I think they do enough of that. But at the end of the day, he's at the helm of it. So you're right. But the Jaguars and the wrestling business at the same time do a clown interview on NFL Network. Bruv, we're going to get to that. I'm saving it. I have it all bundled up. I got all the TK.
You think they'll have him back?
And all of the Dave Meltzer shit bundled up for the end, or later at least. I just want to clear up everything else in my bookmarks. We're slowly trudging our way there, and we definitely need 100 likes. So
if still ain't got that, run it up. Get them likes up. Come on.
We're above 100. So if we can get to 125, 150, I'll kiss all of you guys individually. With
consent.
But if we can't, then with consent and tongue, with consent as well. Ray Phoenix is back, guys. Round of applause for Ray Phoenix.
Oh shit!
I love Ray Finette. And thank you so much, John D. Lee, for the $10 super chat. And trust me, I'm going to talk about Tony Khan in a bit. I just wanted to clear out film marks, bookmarks, because there's so many of them. I need someone to make me, and thank you so much for the super chat. You're the fucking man, John D. Lee. Marty, I need someone to make me like, I need something in the studio. I need like some ladies singing like in harmony, like fucking fill marks, bookmarks, like that sort of thing. You know what I mean? You got to make that. You got to help me make that happen. You and Paul Nolan, we're gonna make that happen. But anyways,
I got you.
Yeah. You got to write it though. You know, you're much better writer than I am when it comes to music, definitely. So, yeah. So I mean, we almost got through all of the. I got some little side stuff. Sean Ross Sapp got in a fight with Disco Inferno
again.
Yeah, they did, and so I'm blocked. So
I missed that.
I had to get screen grabs and yada da da da.
Oh, put me on. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah, so but before I dive into all of that, I want to play you a guy who I don't know. I enjoy him. We played a couple of his videos. It triggered a bunch of indie marks and a bunch of like a lot of the AEW fans took personal fucking offense to this dude's video, the veteran Jack Vaughn. And he made a video with the thigh slap and the Eddie Kingston chops, and everyone was fucking mad at him and was like, oh man, like they took it personally. Like, and I'm just like, dude, if the shoe fits, wear it. You know, like if you guys are attributing this to Eddie Kingston specifically, then God damn it, that means he's doing that. And it should be addressed, you know, don't cope about it. Just laugh about it.
Get off the copium.
Yeah, like just learn to laugh about it, man. You have to learn to laugh about it. So we got a couple of his latest videos, and I just love this guy. And I want to everyone. He wrestles for OVW, Ohio Valley Wrestling. If you watch the documentary, The Wrestlers, he's not really featured. He is featured in it, but he's not featured in it a lot. But a lot of the people in his videos were big, prominent characters on there, and so yeah, we're gonna this is a new, I guess, segment of the show. I don't know. Whenever he drops a video, I'm gonna EFAP it. Shout out the veteran Jack Vaughn. Open door policy to come on PWT or PW live show any fucking time. But here's the indie wrestling scramble match checklist part 1. Let's see if it triggers people.
The indie wrestling scramble match checklist part 1.
Minimum 4 guys and 1 woman. Yeah. That's a powder, brother. Yeah, that's a powder. Great powdering. Guy obviously waiting for his spot.
Dude.
They all oh no, he's not ready. Let's all start fighting again. That's so good.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh no.
It's like watching Dynamite.
It's like watching Dynamite. Yeah, and then look, powering up. Post-time stream, yeah. That's what everyone does. This guy's upside.
Why have I never seen these?
Oh, dude, this guy wrestles for OVW. He's great. He's a former OVW champion, and he's training under Al Snow. Like, they're learning correctly. You know, they do some silly shit on OVW from time to time. Oh my goodness, they do some silly shit from time to time. But oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, at the perfect time, because we have the veteran Jack Vaughn on screen. Pardon me, everybody. A round of applause for Marvin the Movie Monster.
Oh, what the hell have I walked into?
You walked into the veteran Jack Vaughn himself. Marv, what's up with you, man? How are you doing this fine Saturday evening?
Well, not much. I'm trying to figure out how to make my microphone go out through my actual microphone. I'm sorry if I sound terrible.
No, you're good, man. You're actually coming through like pretty clear. You're coming out pretty clear, okay. And yeah, I think it's
you know what. Let me back out and then come back in because for some reason it's not picking up my actual.
Sounds good. Okay, so the Movie Monster will be back in here in just a moment, guys. So there you go. That was the sizzle to the steak. So if you haven't yet, make sure you tune in now. I'm gonna tweet this out. I'm gonna tweet out the link and but we'll do that as we finish this video. So here's the rest of Vet Jack Vaughn. I have one more Jack Vaughn video that Marv will be able to join up. We got Marty and Marv. Hopefully I don't mix the names up here today. I've been hitting the head a few times myself. Not gonna lie. Super kick. The super kick carousel. The obvious winner, yeah. So that's fucking hilarious, man. I love that. And he's got another one here that he actually did with here we are. Marvin.
Yes, hello. All right, we're looking at veteran Jack Vaughn stuff.
Yes, dude. So we just watched his every show now, we just kind of watch his stuff because he's just so brilliant and funny.
He's really great.
Yeah, and like I've been watching him for a while on OVW. So of course the Wrestlers documentary went down on Netflix, and then after I watched that, I reviewed it extensively on the show. I loved it. I blew it. I put it over. And he's not really featured in it, but you do see him. But they started having a YouTube presence after the Netflix doc came out. And so I started watching OVW like at least once a week. I throw it on, I watched through the holidays. They had like a Rumble. EC3's been on there. I don't know. They do some cheesy shit from time to time, but it's funny that this guy's whole gimmick is like, I'm going to make fun of some stuff that we actually even do in OVW. It's sort of his gimmick, but it's funny how it triggers people. And so we're just watching his shit. Here's the second one that actually has Cactus Jack himself. Mick Foley, the hardcore legend, is reading a negative cage match review of Jack Vaughn, a dramatic narration.
Oh, fantastic. Let's see.
And now we have a negative Jack Vaughn cage match review, dramatically read by Mick Foley.
Thank you. I'm Mick Foley, and I'll be your narrator for the evening. In regards to Jack Vaughn, a genuinely mortifyingly bland wrestler. All the poop he talks. The original word was not poop. Reader's choice here. He talks online. You'd think Vaughn would be a revelation to the U.S. Indies. But no, in an era full of Will Ospreay wannabes and god-awful comedy gimmicks, Jack Vaughn walks a tight line between the two, but still manages to be far less enthralling. There's nothing that makes him unique. Nothing that makes him must-see. Nothing that he does different than the next guy OVW manages to spit out. And worst of all, he really does think he's the Bullocks. And embarrassed.
He's the Bullocks.
He's the Bullocks?
The Sandra Bullocks.
Oh, my goodness. The Harvey Bullock.
Embarrassment to professional wrestler. And on a side note, a man I'm proud to call my hero, Jack Vaughn.
Okay, so he's cooking. He's doing his thing. And shout out Mick Foley. He's done work with OVW. What do you got to say about that, Marv?
I mean, look, you know what? Mick Foley might, have given Jack Vaughn his seal of approval here by, participating in his videos and shaking his hand and all that other stuff. But people on Cage Match apparently don't like Jack Vaughn. And as we know, the only way to truly gauge quality and success in wrestling is through what the 200 or so people on Cage Match have to say on any given day of the week.
It's,
The entire wrestling, it's like the Illuminati, but they're fat losers instead of rich Jews.
I love the Hornswoggle interview. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. Yeah. So guys, Marvin the Movie Monster interviewed Hornswoggle a while back, but it was posted today over on what is the actual show called? Sorry, that it was the
so we posted we posted it as a Facelock feature. It's over on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@ToonWrestling. Yeah, I interviewed him I think on the 24th, and we released it on Patreon the next day, and then so then today 2 days later, we released it fully on YouTube. So yeah, it was a good interview. He's a great guy. He's a fun guy to interview. Just a really nice, genuine guy. Like even after the camera stopped rolling, we just kind of kept talking Muppets and like a whole bunch of other stuff for a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, gotta love him, and he's got a podcast too, right?
Yeah. His one podcast is called Going Postal. So it's POSTL. It's his last name.
His last name. Yeah.
And the other one is called State of Affairs, and it can be found at Affairs Pod. And Going Postal is at Going Postal Pod, I believe. And his YouTube is youtube.com/@DylanPostal. He's a good guy. You know what? The thing I love about him is I was really worried that I was going to go into this and it was going to kind of be like the Honky Tonk Man, where like the guy Honky Tonk Man, did the gimmick that he did, and it was kind of like a jokey gimmick, but he takes himself very, very seriously. I think Dylan does not take himself seriously enough. Based on the conversation that we had. Like there were a couple times in the interview where I'm just kind of like, man, like come on, like you had a great career, admit it. But he's very, very humble and very realistic about like his place in wrestling history and the things he's proud of a lot of things that he's done. But yeah, just a very genuinely nice guy. And he shot on Peter Dinklage, which I was so happy about. He called him a dick.
Well, hey, I mean, come on. Are we I mean, if you guys don't know, Hornswoggle, well, go watch Marv's interview with him. How about that? And it was a great interview. And it was tremendous. Yeah, and man, you did a great job at that. And how about you got Alfred coming on? This is nasty.
Alfred.
I'm coming in for that one, bro.
Hell yeah! Shout out to Alfred.
You're gonna be there. So I'm very excited for that. We're gonna have a good
time
too,
bro. When I saw that little trailer, I went, "Oh shit, man! I've been waiting. Like, I love This Is Nasty. One of the best follows, and we get lots of love over here." So.
His last video was amazing, by the way. He put a button on what I explained to you. He put a button on it, like perfect.
Alfred did.
Yes, like beginning of Collision, it seemed. Or what we didn't see on Dynamite that we should have seen for them to do all this grandstanding. It's like, no, this is more of the same.
Man, this Ray Phoenix Black Taurus match has been going on for it feels like forever, and I'm happy Ray Phoenix is back, but like, damn, just give him a quick win, son. He just got off the injury reserve, he's doing springboard tornado DDTs and shit. We're watching.
Top Flight got 6 minutes.
Yeah. Marv, I don't know if you got Collision on, but yeah, we're all e-fapping, if you will, or watch along.
It is usually a pretty safe assumption to assume that I am not watching Collision.
Right, I know. I had my tongue in my
cheek. I'm not either.
Yeah.
So we were talking about New Japan. We've been talking about all over the place. One thing I was just going to talk about this quickly. Exclusive: why Mustafa Ali wasn't booked for New Japan Best of the Super Juniors. So basically, what this article is about is Mustafa Ali's on the Indies, and he's counting like this undefeated streak since he left WWE. And he told the New Japan, like, "Yeah, I'll do the tournament, but I can't lose at all. I have to go completely undefeated." And they were like, "Okay, well, our hands are
about
here."
that.
So what do you guys make of that? Like, it's part of his gimmick, but at the same time, I mean, it would be cool if he could spin it to a story and they trusted him, but he's all over the place. It's not like he's exclusive to New Japan. So what does that benefit them? You know what I mean? So your guys' thoughts on that.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you're doing that gimmick on the Indies, it's making you money here in the States. I support it, but then don't try to go to New Japan into one of the big tournaments. Like, obviously you're not the guy that put Nova. So, maybe just understand that maybe you have to wait till next year when your undefeated streak gimmick is over.
Or you got to be an AEW guy.
Right.
Yeah. What about you, Marty?
No, go ahead, Mark.
No, I was going to say, then you could just challenge for New Japan Pro Wrestling titles and without the ability to ever actually step foot on the shores of Japan.
Yeah. Well, that's what they do now. There's certain guys who they're just only on the American New Japan shows. And it's like, come on. Here we got a couple of super chats. $2 from Michael Dodd. Great to see Marvin the Movie Monster.
Great to see you too, Michael.
It's always absolutely a blast whenever we can link up with Marv here. Woody Allen, Marvin, back up from the camera. You're frightening. Yeah, the scariest monster in Monsterland for sure.
Oh, am I frightening you, Woody? Am I frightening you right now? I'm watching you, Woody. I'm watching you with your foster daughter.
And just know Oscar could never.
It is that Woody Allen, right?
Yeah. That's what we've confirmed thus far. Since he's been here with PWT, is that he is that Woody Allen. So, and then John G. D. Lee with $2. The Avengers of Wrestling. Love you guys. Yeah.
Hey, I would have taken Friday Night Tights, but or Justice League, but Avengers works too.
Exactly. And thank you for the $2 super chats, guys. You guys are the best. Round of applause for all of the excellent PWT listeners here. Yeah,
this
match is still going. What the fuck? Oh my goodness, my head's gonna explode. They done way too much in this match. You know, I love Rey Fenix too, but it just drives me nuts when, like, you know, who's Black Taurus? He's like on Impact, I thought, till last week. So what the fuck's going on?
Wait, Russo's still there?
Cody Rhodes. This is what I want to talk about. This spot happened.
Next gear.
Oh, I don't want to get my video flagged or anything, but we're gonna slow-mo go through this. Did you guys watch SmackDown and the draft? What did you guys make of the draft first and foremost?
I think I guess the more things change, the more they stay the same. I guess you know, went from it's time to shake things up a bit to it's, you know what, we're good where we're at. We could just keep everything where it is.
The money's flowing.
Literally, JBL and like Teddy Long were sent out there together to announce draft picks as well. Didn't they just do that in NXT or they just did it on the draft last year? I think those two same exact guys too, like as a pairing announcing draft picks together. So exactly, it's like weird. At least the robot wasn't dancing in the background. But Marty, what did you think about the draft just overall?
I mean, kind of piggybacking on what Marv was saying, a lot of it was the same. I feel like they're saving the majority of that for Raw, like you typically would always do. With the storylines or the things that they've kind of already set in place, you kind of can't really move too much around. So keeping the champions where they're at, I don't think that, like what we talked about, they're not going to do that awkward belt exchange type shit again. So thank God for that. And that, you know, the main stories they've been giving attention to, they're not going to fuck that up. Not necessarily just yet. I think there'll be more movement on Monday, like more NXT people coming up. You know, maybe two. I'm gonna call at least three will come up from NXT, and then we'll probably see some change on that. But as far as like this SmackDown, it was okay. You're piggybacking off of the NFL draft with this draft. It's a way to kind of see if we can bring some people over without making stupid comments and draw attention to it. But ultimately, it's just it's a after Mania SmackDown. I mean, we're going to mention Backlash because it's coming up, so we need to. Okay, Backlash is happening. Guess this match is happening. We're going to do our picks. It was just kind of trying to shuffle everything into there before they could probably make the fights to pairs. And I didn't see anything great.
And the Dudleys with Tiffany, which I enjoyed. I enjoyed that little.
You know, it was just you know, it's a shame to see that Devon can like barely walk.
Come on.
I felt bad for him. Like when he came hobbling out there, I was like, oh man. Like because when Bubba came out at Mania, I said to somebody like, oh hey, like why was it just Bubba? Like Devon was at the Hall of Fame, and somebody was like, oh no, Devon like can't walk, and if Devon can't get the tables and hit the 3D. Then you know, like
we can't do it.
Yeah, you can't like put him in the ring, and so I was like, oh wow, I hope he's okay. And then I saw him hobble out on SmackDown, and I was like, oh boy. But now my thing is like, you're going into Raw. We've already done what, like 4, 5, 6 rounds of this draft. Like in theory, by like draft conventional rules, like most of the big picks should have happened already.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree. It's weird how like Seth got picked lower than certain people. Like they're like Ricochet got picked before I think the Bloodline or something. I was just like, what the fuck? How there's no rhyme or reason to it's whatever. It's
our
kayfabe.
Stories are going to stay our stories. We're not trying. We already have some stories that we have to kind of finish through. I feel like if that was the case, then the draft was ill-timed because there wasn't really any allure to it. They're probably going to move a lot more mid-card guys and gals over, and there probably might be a little bit more emphasis on the tag or more NXT people coming up. Like I think there's 10 rounds, 10 or there was 6 for SmackDown. I know there's going to be more for Raw.
Yeah.
So
And
I mean,
like,
we'll see
they did some
something.
picks after as well too, like Isla Dawn and Alba Fire on Raw or whatever. There's some picks that happened after the show. But anyways, though, in the main event, Carmelo Hayes, Cody Rhodes, they throw down just because, whatever. At least the belt wasn't on the line. Like Swerve is about to fight fucking Claudio on Collision right at the main event just because. So it's fucking dumb. But
It
at
was a
least the title
showcase
was
for Carmelo.
no, and I'm cool with that. At least the title wasn't on the line. You know what I mean? They're like, what the? And
Yeah.
it wasn't like title eliminator. Like, no, just let them have a match. The champ can have an exhibition. You know, you want to call it shoot. Fedor Emelianenko and Pride FC did that shit back in the day. UFC MMA fighters have done it back in the day. You're allowed to do that. But anyways, this botch happens, and apparently Cody's actually injured. Now I want you guys' opinion on this.
No way. He's injured.
Yeah, well, he
Apparently
landed
he's
right on
really
his
injured.
shoulder.
I don't believe it. I think it's a work. I don't want to get pulled down, so we're just gonna like scrub through this. So first off, timed poorly. If this was a real spot, like what were they gonna do? Collide backs? I think what they were gonna do, like what was supposed to happen? Oh, a diving Cody cutter.
Oh, good lord!
But look how he lands, and then apparently Cody's actually shoot injured. And then at the end of the match, I wish I had the end, but again, I just can't show it or WWE pull the shit. But at the end of the match too, like the cover, they went to like an impromptu finish. It seemed like, and then Cody was, you know, when they do the pin and dude's like really talking to the guy in the ear, you know, you could see Cody like talking to him, like whatever, and then Cody goes into this really long like selling and like cheering with his belt and all this shit. So I think it could be a worked angle because they got to work something for Cody. Like he likes to work the old injury brother leading into the pay-per-view match with AJ Styles but then AJ Styles
Both could be true.
And they were awkwardly standing there and then they shook hands and I felt like it was all to kill time because this match got fucked up because of an injury. So if they're working us, it's brilliantly done. Because what the fuck was that spot? Like a diving, he would have caught him in the Cody cutter and then the finish.
Supposed to be like the Ricochet and Logan Paul thing. That's what I think they were going for. But based off of them both facing the opposite direction, like that, what were they just gonna be concussed, smashing their heads into each other? Because there's no way to kind of really like time that. Or was Melo supposed to move at last minute because he's the more agile of the two? I probably would have expected him to maybe turn and then catch a Cody cutter.
Yeah,
in a way, that's the only thing that makes sense. But the way Cody landed was,
spots like that are the dumbest thing that I've ever seen. Because, like, what is Melo going for? Cody is very clearly running into springboard off the ropes himself. So, like, what exactly is like the end game here? Like the motivation for the spot. I can't stand spots.
I forget the name of the move. The name of the move. I think it's I cannot remember the name of the move.
Well, if Cody is injured, holy hell, is that disastrous?
He'll just work through the injury, I think. We got a $20 super chat though from Michael Dodd. Want to shake up the draft story. Rock turns NXT into third brand and push Ava up as an evil Nepo GM story. NXT enters as a third branch of the draft and starts poaching talent that will pop up in NXT and make Dynamite panic. X-Files for that, because you just fantasy marked book. So thank you so much. Michael Dodd has $20 and says, I want a fantasy mark book on PWT podcast, and you're welcome to do so. I appreciate this super chat so much. And I don't think I like NXT as the below, like the AHL to the WWE's NHL, if you will, or whatever you want to call it, right? Like the G League to the NBA or whatever. Like I'm okay with it being that, but I would like it off TV almost, because sometimes they do their best shit in NXT, and it's like, God damn, how are you going to have a better storyline than Carmelo and Trick on the main roster? Unless you do Carmelo and Trick again on the main roster, you know. Mm-hmm. But this is a good idea. I'm not opposed to this, especially with the whole Rock final boss and then Ava being like a surrogate for him while he's not there. I'm all the way down with that. That's actually good.
I'm not.
I didn't even think of. You're not okay. Mark's got his issues with Ava, but
look. Taking away the fact that I think she is just the softest of the soft.
Oh, come on.
Come on, I have a right to say it.
Yeah, you do.
The worst thing that they could possibly give us right now is more of her. If anything, we're already getting a little too much.
And that's a fair assessment. But I just think if they were going to do Michael Dodd's idea here, it would have happened. Like, there's no way to do it now. They can't just do that now in the middle of the draft.
If you want to surrogate for The Rock, make Brian Gewirtz an on-air character for anyone but his talentless Spawn.
Oh, okay. Now we're being harsh. Now we're being harsh. She's not that bad. I mean, take her out the ring. What they got her doing is better than when she was out in the ring, and even then, that could take some seasoning. But that's a big ass shadow to cast.
I will be the first to admit I'm probably a little more harsh than need be. She did sick the woke mob on me.
Yeah, they beefed on Twitter, on X.
When I said that she had like she didn't have charisma. I said, like, oh, charisma doesn't run the family, because she didn't have charisma. I was saying that she needed to work on being more animated.
Yeah, you weren't vicious. It was a very mild critique. I feel like everyone says that about her.
No,
like,
that's a fair criticism. That's definitely a fair criticism.
They went after him, man. They went after Marv, dude.
Yeah, and you know what? Talentless Spawn was probably entirely too harsh. I'm sure she's got some talent. She's young. She can definitely get better. I it's just like a personal distaste that I have now.
Understandable. I get the context now, but
I do
as far
think
as how they're using
said,
it, right?
Yeah, I do think what Michael said is a good idea. Like, it's a good storyline. I just don't think they have the ability to execute it properly based on where everyone's at currently. And I like NXT just being a feeder system. Like,
I don't need it to be like a SmackDown. It doesn't need, it's not even NXT as well. That's like next up, like if you're gonna have a name, it's got to be like Collision or Dynamite or TNT or Nitro. Okay, yeah, I had to get to a couple super chats. A $5 super chat from Jamie Earhart. Thanks for all the great shows. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate thank you for the great super chat and being a member. You could have just said that, but you said no. I want to give $5 and say thank you, and so I'll say thank you back. I love and appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. John JID with $5 says, if it wasn't for how Cody rolled on his shoulder, then he was talking to Mello and it just ended. I wouldn't think anything's wrong. That landing's scary. Yeah, so guys, that's what I wanted to, just circling back to that. At the end, though, Cody's like talking in Mello's ear, and then AJ Styles came out and they did like an awkward handshake. Like, it seemed impromptu. It seemed like they're just fucking killing time. You know what I mean? In order to like kill it to the end of the show, right? Like, the match got cut short. Now, I wouldn't put it past WWE to work that, because they work like with Cody. You never know
what they did with Rollins and his knee or his back.
Well, with Cody, though, it's like he wrestled with the torn pec, but then he got his arm, quote unquote, broke by Lesnar, which was fake. But like, he tries to toe the line like that. And I think maybe he's falling back on that, because just like I said, the fickle marks online, they're like, oh, Cody's boring. Like, you're already seeing that shit online, So,
right. Yeah.
What do you guys think? Is this just like, if you could just give like a prediction, is this a work for the pay-per-view to give make AJ more of a threat, or is this real? Because you got to think about it. There, like, sorry. Okay, people have to be sitting there going, "Yo, there's no way they take the title off Cody yet, right?" So that's why if you do this angle, it's like, well, he might drop it to AJ because he's actually hurt, but he's not really hurt. Like, do you think they're operating on that level, or do you think he just fucked up and hurt himself doing this dumb move?
Probably both. Knowing them, they probably had a variation of doing something similar. Like, if the match had went its total minutes, AJ would have came out. They probably just fast tracked it early. I mean, damn, as far as Mello, he should have probably asked to go to Raw, because that stuff when he got hurt on SmackDown that first time, and I think that they got too ambitious trying to make him look good. I mean, it was an honest mistake, and I'm sure if they landed it, it probably would have looked as decent as they thought it was. But the way that Cody landed, I think he probably is hurt. I think he's going to say that it's not as bad as people think it is until it gets to its absolute worst, and then they'll probably try to push it the same way they did for Rollins, like with his back.
Right.
That's probably where they were going to go with it.
What say you, Marv?
Look, I think if they had hit the spot, it would have just looked like a coordinated stunt. Basically, I'm not a fan of what they were attempting to do. I think it's probably a little of both. I think he probably tweaked his shoulder. Hopefully that was it. And Cody's tough. He's worked through a lot worse. And but oh man, if he is hurt, That is horrific. If Rhea and Cody go, if we just went through 2 years to finish the story for him to get hurt within a month, which, you know what, though, it would be par for the course if you think about it. Because
that's how the universe works, bro. That's Murphy's Law right there.
But also, like with the every 10 WrestleManias, Brett's title reign after 10 was pretty abysmal and unmemorable. And then you had Benoit with like maybe I think the worst world title reign of like maybe of all this side of Jack. This side of Jack.
Rey Mysterio's.
Hold on. And then you got WrestleMania 30 with Danielson, where the same thing happened. He won the title, and then his body just broke.
You're dropping bombs right now, dude. Yeah. No, that's facts, bro. That's crazy how you laid it out like that too. It's like, God damn, you're absolutely right about that. That's like, insane.
I analyzed. I did a feature where I analyzed WrestleMania 1, 10, 20, and 30, and I started to see these like the workhorse underdog guy that the fans were behind wins the title at the 10th anniversary WrestleManias, but then all of them just kind of had lackluster kind of reigns.
Yeah. And Awful Wrestling, thank you so much for becoming a member. If you're around, come and join us out and talk and hop in the show, man. I'd love to have you. I'd love to have you here. Shout you out for becoming a member. Yeah, get in here, dude. Come talk. I sent you the link like a long ass time ago. So
you've been drafted. You've been drafted to PWT. Come in.
Yeah, you've been drafted to PWT, baby. We're getting it in. Yeah, I just checked. I just checked my DMs. I'm like, I sent a link, right? I'm
get Disciplinary in here too.
Yeah. I sent him a link as well. If he's free, everyone's welcome.
He told me, Disciplinary told me that you sent him a link. So
yes, Toonie Talk, come fucking invade PWT right now. So here, Marv, we got Nick Nemeth. Did he stay? Oh, sorry. Here, my X is being weird. Here we go.
Oh wait, hold on, Phil. While you're holding that out, I will be right back.
Okay.
Gotta take care of the kid.
Okay, round of applause for Marty McFly, everyone, in case we don't hear from him tonight.
Oh, no, I'll be back.
Okay, he'll be back. Good. And make sure you guys check out Hurricane. Go bump that shit. Not right now. You're going to stick here and listen, but after, you go listen to Hurricane. Marty, we'll catch you in a bit.
Like more. We need more likes. Run that shit up.
Yeah, run that shit up, man. So, okay, we got, I wanted you, I'm so glad you're here because I didn't get to this yet, and I wanted you to react to, here we go. Sharing screen once more. My Twitter was acting up there. I didn't want any DMs to pop up or anything. So Nick Nemeth says broken Matt Hardy has arrived in the Impact Zone.
Oh, God. Why?
So I watched TNA Rebellion alongside Awful Wrestling, and here we go. This is the follow-up show. And at first I was like, dude, is this an old like WWE hoodie? At first I thought it was like the old WWE logo. It's like a skull with some wings. But anyways, here we go.
I don't know what to do next. I feel broken inside. I don't know anything that I could possibly make happen.
No.
Yes. And apparently he's still a free agent, Marv. Do you he's like, no, I'm still open to work anywhere. Are you excited for Matt Hardy and TNA versus Nick Nemeth?
No, I am not. I think this is the stupidest thing they could have done. Why? I am not excited to see Matt Hardy anywhere but a WWE Hall of Fame ceremony.
Yeah,
or inducted and then going away.
Yeah, training tag teams with his brother in NXT. So what do you think about
working as an agent and participating in pull-aparts from young people between young people that can still wrestle?
Yeah,
and still have brain cells
with Hurricane and Jamie Noble. Do you so Jeff Hardy, according to Fightful, Jeff Hardy's contract is up sooner than everybody thought. Coincidence or Tony Khan? Oh yeah, I'll let you go early. It's okay. Go with your brother.
No, I don't think he's letting him go early.
Okay.
I think that I'm surprised personally that he's not extending him based on all the time, because I think that Jeff is probably I'm just talking out of my ass here, but I think that Jeff has probably missed about as much time as he's been active with the injuries and the arrests and the suspensions and all that fun stuff.
Yes. And guys, if you're watching Collision, Anna Jay is caked up, dude. What the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen, now joining the panel, joining the show, Awful Wrestling.
There he is.
Great.
Tooney Talk is invading PWT tonight. Awful. How are you doing this fine Saturday evening? How has your weekend been thus far? What's up?
How's everybody doing? Marv, Phil, what's going on, guys? What's happening?
Oh man, just happy that you're here now and just talking shit, you know? So are you watching Collision?
Indeed.
Are you watching Collision?
Hell no, I'm not watching Collision.
Come on, we watched Rebellion together, my friend. We got
better things to do.
Tony Storm and
damn
Anna Jay
right.
are fighting for the women's world title right now. You're not excited for that?
No.
So for $5, Woody Allen says now the freaks are shitting on Braun Breaker and squash matches, saying they're dumb. LMAO. Every match needs to be competitive. Support all wrestling. Wink, wink. So what do you guys think about it? And we'll finish this Matt Hardy, and it's apropos because Awful, you and I watched Rebellion together and Matt Hardy's return. Here's him and Nick Nemeth, I guess, aligning, or they're about to feud. But Woody Allen's asking, or he's just, I guess, wanted to comment on the fact that people are criticizing Braun Breaker, and you know the guys with the stopwatches on X who time all the matches and go, oh, squash match. Blah, blah, blah.
God.
How do you guys feel about that? Obviously, squash match is an important aspect of pro wrestling, no?
Squash matches have a place. They exist for a reason. When you need some, not everyone needs to be the star. Not everyone needs the spotlight. Not everyone needs to be put over. Sometimes you exist to, like, not everyone can be one of the Power Rangers. Sometimes you have to be one of the Putty Patrollers that exists to get kicked in the face. I'm sorry. Like that is the way it is. Guys like Brock, guys like Vader. Like these guys would never have made it to the heights that they made unless King Kong Bundy when he would do the squash matches in Mid-South. Like they came out like the point is not the guy that they're squashing. The point is the guy doing the squashing. At the end of the day, you put Swerve out there on Dynamite against John Q. Schlub, and they had a big competitive match for no reason. And I'm like, well, this didn't make the other guy look good. This made Swerve, and I honestly am saying the other guy not to be disrespectful, but just because I honestly cannot remember who he wrestled.
Yeah.
But the
Al Fletcher?
Yes, it was
Kyle Fletcher. And for instance, Anna Jay is currently, as you say this, Marv, is taking Tony Storm to the fucking limit right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Not everyone has to do that. Not everyone has to.
They're having a chop back and forth, a chop battle right now.
Oh, God.
Chop. Yeah. Tony.
Do you guys believe that the squash match can be brought back into modern professional wrestling at all?
It has been with Braun Breaker, dude. I popped
with
hard as shit.
Jade.
I was watching SmackDown, or
Right.
with Jade.
Jade's Goldberg in it right now. Like she's having like the 15-second squash matches.
No,
as
that's
she should
Mustafa
be.
Ali. Hold on now, brother. That's Mustafa Ali's gimmick, bro. Thank you for the $5 super chat, and then for $2, Fightful is a joke. Same with the Observer. You know what? Yeah, sure. And I won't disagree. Fightful, I'd say, sources their shit a little better, and don't put as much opinion into the mix. And yeah, I'm really done feuding with fucking Sat. Like, I honestly just feel bad at this point. It's not even. I just have no interest in it.
Look, I have said this before, and I will say it again. I think that I think PW Insider is probably the best, but I think that Fightful does a way better job than the Observer. Say what you will about Sapp and the way he conducts himself online personally.
Right, that's
the way
personal.
He interacts with people. I have a lot of professional respect for him because he sources his stuff. He does his homework. He does his research. He doesn't just like he doesn't get an email from somebody who was like, hey, some WWE fans were being racist, and then they run it as front page news the next day without any kind of
the Donald Trump thing, the Donald Trump thing on fucking NBC. He just was like not mentioned in this NBC article, but many say, and I think I was with Awful actually. We just laughed at that. I'm not sure what show that was, but we covered that, and that was just so mind-bogglingly fucking dumb. And at least Sapp doesn't do shit like that. So
Sapp doesn't do that. Meltzer does stuff like that. That's why Meltzer is a joke. That's why I feel like Meltzer is in bounds. Well, here's the thing too, is that Sapp, so Dose is our guy, and I love him. And he was like, he brought up some like tweet that Sapp had made, but it was actually a fake Photoshop, guys. So it was something where Sapp said like
Trick Williams, something about like Trick and Swerve, and it was like racially insensitive, I guess. But it was like a Photoshop or whatever, and actually Sap was dealing with like a sick relative. So I just completely like I have just no interest in even like fucking. I just don't even care to get
Can I say
involved in that
something?
drama or even comment on all that awful. You guys can go ahead if you have something to say about it, but I'm
I just
not,
have one thing to say.
yeah.
I love Sean Ross Sapp. That's it. I've got no problem with the man.
Okay, so John JID for $5 says Marvin mentioned Mike Sharp in the last pod about being a really tough guy that was there to teach somebody, but he could also beat your ass. Well, thank you for spending $5 to let us know that. Yeah, and well, I don't know. Yeah,
I don't think I've ever.
do.
Yeah, was that awful? Because I don't think I've ever referenced Iron Mike Sharp in any conversation ever.
It was probably on TV Talk, but
Yeah, might have been. Wasn't me though.
but yeah, I don't know, man. There's lots of guys who would stretch you back in the day, especially like old promoters, you know? Like there was
Jericho got stretched on the first day of wrestling school. Remember, because he like got a little like cocky or whatever with one of the Hart brothers, and like I don't remember if it was Bruce Hart or whoever it was, but they like stretched him so hard he like thought he was gonna break his teeth.
That's hilarious.
The lesser known Hart stretched Chris Jericho. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, so Jericho went to the Hart Brothers wrestling training camp. Jericho and Lance Storm went there,
right?
And the only time they saw a Hart brother was the first day when that guy came in the ring, took their money, and stretched Jericho.
That's classic. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. That's so good. Okay, we're gonna watch here. Let's watch the Matt Hardy thing. Just I don't know. It'll be funny. Trust me. Here's the only thing, though. I don't want to get pulled down. I don't know how stringent are they Don Stevensing people over in TNA. I don't know.
I think TNA is looking for any publicity it can get right now.
Shut up,
They
TNA,
better
man.
get it.
I'll work for you guys. That's a shoot, brother. Let's go.
Oh God.
What do you think about his hair, Marv? On a scale, as someone who deals with hair, an abundance of hair on a regular basis.
What is that? Like, how much teasing do you that hair has been teased more than the boy in a ballerina class in the 90s in school? Like,
what do you guys think about him just falling back on the broken Matt?
Look, at the end of the day, it's the only thing that's ever worked for him. And he's done it 3 times, right? In 3 different places. It's only worked once, and it was in TNA when it worked. It did not work in WWE. It certainly did not work in AEW. And now I guess they think it's going to try to work here. I don't think you can capture when he did it in TNA the first time. It
carried the company on his back.
Yeah.
We've talked about it before.
It was fresh. It was fresh. It was interesting. You've done too much now. People have seen broken Matt Hardy, changing in ice boxes and teleporting around the ring with Jericho. I just think the gimmick is dead. I think that, good for TNA for thinking they can. If it gets another pair of eyes on TNA, then fine, it's worth it. But I just don't see the point.
Look at this.
It's not a layered character. And that's the problem. Like, it only has one note to it. Like, okay, he's magical.
Hold on. There's broken, and then there's woken.
And I think that he was only. I think broken Matt Hardy was only interesting when he was at war with Jeff Hardy.
Right.
Yeah, and you can't forget outspoken Matt Hardy on his podcast.
Oh my God.
That's why. Let's see what he has to say here.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Oh no! Come on,
Jesus!
No pop whatsoever.
He's just like the absence of sound. He's talking like he's Santa Claus. He's the anti-pop. He's in the void.
Hello, everyone.
If Matt Hardy talks in the woods, does it make a sound?
Oh my God! It certainly doesn't make the sound of cheers of booze.
Yeah.
I had a prolific premonition.
What the
no
fuck?
reaction.
Nothing.
Nothing.
That after the main event of Rebellion, the lights would go out, and I would appear in the ring with the champion of the world. And I hoped you would have been the champion of the world, Nicholas. But
I get why people thought this shit was good on Pop TV, but you know what I mean? I don't really.
Oh my god! But like, he's not doing it the way he used to do it. Like, this is not the Brother Nero. Like, it's not that. Like that. That's not. This is not that Broken Man. He's doing AEW Broken Matt Hardy.
Fortunately,
oh man,
it was that mammoth known as Moose.
What the hell is this accent he's doing?
I watched the footage, and I think these people may have seen what I saw.
Now, right here, you can see the closing moments of the main event matchup.
It's like when it reminds me of like Mike Myers doing like his fifth character in a movie, and you're like,
I know.
okay,
It's
the
like,
first three were
like,
funny, and now you're
like, yeah, Eddie Murphy being like the sixth member of the Clump family.
yeah. It's like
whatever
all right,
he's got left.
Yeah.
Moose into the cover.
Moose got the dove. Here, I'll skip ahead. I don't want to get pulled or anything. Ugliest spear of all time. What the fuck happened, Zig?
In the end, Moose.
You guys see that? Hold on.
Broken bank account, Matt Hardy.
Oh my god.
What was that? What was that?
I thought you would see what I see since Sammy Guevara knocked me off the ladder when I see pink elephants everywhere I look. Do you see them, Nicholas? You don't? Oh no.
I'd like to get Marv's take on this. Me and you, Phil, had a conversation about changing up. Looks like Dolph Ziggler there, but yeah, Marv, what do you think? Like, doesn't something have to happen with like Nick Nemeth? Shouldn't he change up his character in some way? He looks like he's straight from the WWE, and like he's changed nothing about his character since he's got to TNA.
The outlaw. He's the outlaw.
I don't think he needs to change much. I think that he's where he needs to be. I don't think he ever needs to go anywhere but TNA. I think that in TNA, he's a main event guy. He's a top guy. He probably has made a lot of money. So, you know, as long as the people are still reacting to him, which it seems like they have been since he came back, I don't see the problem with him doing what he's doing.
Interesting.
So
I think he should do some. I think he should take some sort of risk, like do a hard reset, do something new. That's just my thought.
Oh, guys, we have breaking news right now. I just checked on it. Are you guys ready? Do you guys think flip a coin is a positive or negative? Real quick, prediction.
Negative.
Positive.
It's a positive. $2. The Rock announced Drew McIntyre re-signed with the WWE, and I have the video right here. Let me stop.
Wow, see, I thought that said resigned.
Oh, resign? No. Actually, I thought it did too, but I researched it while Awful was talking there, and I found out it was re-signed.
You got to add the hyphen in there, folks. That's the difference between re-signed and resigned.
Exactly.
Thank you. But why Alyssa?
And The Rock announced it. So, yeah, shout out Alyssa. This just happened right now as the the Acclaimed are about to fight the Grizzled Young Veterans, former WWE tag team, making their AEW debut tonight on Collision. And while that's happening, Drew McIntyre is enjoying sushi, and re-signing deals with The Rock, tweeted out via The Rock. And I don't know, is this supposed to make us feel good? I didn't watch this clip beforehand. He re-signed.
What is that? He's about to sign his contract
with his beautiful wife or fiance. They give him a fucking. There's his sword. A man of your word. I don't know, guys, but all I gotta say is a round of applause for Drew McIntyre, man. And
not bad. Where else was he gonna go?
I was just going to ask you, Awful, real quick, where did you think he would go other than stay? He's about to be in one of the hottest angles in pro wrestling against Punk, and there's no title even on the line. Doesn't need a belt. That's how over that shit is. What are your guys' thoughts on him sticking around? And
the guys on Wrestling Soup put it best, where I think it was Joey Numbers was saying to Mish, he was like, could you imagine if like this guy finally figured out how to get over in WWE, and he was like, all right, that's it, I'm done. You go walk away now. I've had enough. Like he finally found it. Like, because yes, Drew has been in the main event. He's been world champion before, but like Drew has found himself in this last year with this heel character, with the online trolling, with when he tweeted during his WrestleMania match with Seth Rollins. I mean, like he's finally found his place as a top guy. And could you imagine for him to just be like, I think I've had enough.
He needs to thank his lucky stars that CM Punk came back. Let's get real with it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, basically, since we're talking about AEW, you know, this last week they did an angle. This is probably what everybody tuned in tonight to listen to us talk about. Was this last Dynamite. I put it over when it happened. The Young Bucks and Jack Perry attacked Tony Khan. Now, I was live when it happened. I put it over. I gave an A for effort. Not as far as like, I just put it over as far as I gave it an A for effort of character work. And I just said, look, if this doesn't pop a rating, like at least Tony Khan didn't do the overrun, do an overrun trick. And I was like, if it pops a rating next week and they touch like 1 million or 900, okay, this shit, they didn't announce like, oh, Tony Khan's going to get pile drivered, so people aren't tuning in to see that. But I said, listen, at least they're trying to tell a fucking story. At least they're trying to, you know, like I give it like at least they're trying. At least they're trying. And then I was being like sort of what's the word? I don't want to say facetious. I was just being silly about I was like, Tony Khan, thank you for keeping kayfabe alive, right? Like I'm putting him over. I'm joking around, obviously. Like I couldn't be more tongue in cheek with the comment, but basically he's wearing the neck brace at the draft, and I'm like, okay, people are talking about AEW. This is a good thing. Whether you don't like it or you like it, people might tune in next week to see what happens. Now he's wearing the neck brace, blah, 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 blah. And then he makes the Pepsi and Weinstein comments, which we're going to get into all in a second. But I want your guys' reaction to, now I don't want to get Don Stevens here, but we're going to play this. And I put it over on the live stream. I went on like a 10-minute fucking caffeine-induced rant where I was like, I weighed out the pros and the cons, and I was like, look, you know, like it's not the greatest thing in the world. I get why people are like, it's knockoff NWO, but at the same time, I'm sitting here saying, at least they're trying to do character work and tell a story, etc., etc., etc. Now, I want to know your guys' thoughts on what went down here. I have a clip of here's the moment it all went down. I'm gonna turn the volume down.
The boop in the tummy.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it a bunch, guys. Don't get mad when in the clips, in the comments. I gotta pause it a bunch, otherwise I'm gonna get Don Stevens. Okay, so he gets booped, drops like fucking death, flat as shit,
just like he fell out of a window, like he splatted on the sidewalk.
Just brutal, and then reacts
like
late.
That's the way a person who just had a fatal brain aneurysm falls. Like just dead, lifeless, limp, just gone. The soul has left your body before you hit the ground. That is how he sold a boop to the tummy.
He didn't even double over or anything. Like he's just no practice, no rehearsal, I guess.
This is the funniest picture of all time. After a little boop to the belly.
I've always said that like he finds a way to make everything from drinking water to speaking awkward. He just made like everything he does is awkward.
Now, do you guys see this very culturally diverse group of seemingly like college students that probably all got paid $50 each to be in the crowd, and they're all very super shocked? Do you think these were seat fillers, or are these shoot AEW fans?
There is more than one. There's more than one female over there.
Right.
So yes, I believe that they are all seat fillers.
My word. So
there are 95 seats there, and 92 of them have been taken up by seat fillers.
So now he's rolling, and then he's like touching Jack Perry awkwardly shin to shin. Like, do you see that weird? What's going on there?
He's just so gang. I never realized how gangly he is.
Shout out our gay listeners, but come on, hey? Is that
I thought he was going to say that too.
No, for real though, for real.
No, I wasn't saying that.
No, it don't matter. It's like you're saying it what it is. Hey, gay listeners.
If he was gay,
no, he didn't say that. He said gangly.
If he was gay, he'd dress better and groom himself.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my goodness, but this is weird. It's all like octopusy. He's like slithering around the I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say here. It's just weird. Then he starts getting up and he's so skinny is what dawned on me during this. But I went, holy shit, he actually attacked him. So now the story's like, I don't know, guys. I'm a fucking mark, but I'm like, okay, maybe they can. Why did Jack Perry? Now I'm asking questions. Well, why did he do this? You know
why?
I know. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, this is so easy to see coming down the pike. Like,
there's no why. They've explained it in great detail.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just saying, like, but like the Bucks last week, they were standing with. I know. I'm trying to make sense of I'm playing devil's advocate here, folks.
Keep going, keep going. I want to hear this.
Last week, the Bucks were standing with Tony Khan, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. I think I was with Awful, and we reacted to that, but he was going
right.
Yeah,
and then the ratings came out, Phil. The ratings came out, and they did a complete 180 on everything.
Right, and then they attack him this week. So let's say you're a diehard, let's say you're WWE Real One or you're AIR Gold. You're like, oh man, they were with him, and now they're against him, and now there's like a story. Why week to week did this happen? I get it. It's elementary at best. I get that, but what I'm trying to say is, they're trying, at first I was like, okay, maybe I don't know, like obviously the new elite, all that stuff, but now we're gonna hear from Kenny, and does Kenny condone what they do, or is he like, no, fuck you guys, because he's been talking on his game stream like, no, I say let people fight and da. Are they at least trying to like do the like internet work?
Now let me tell you something. If they wanted somebody to boop in the tummy that was going to make an impact to get people talk, you boop the guy with diverticulitis in the tummy.
Right.
And then Kenny selling it like that would have made sense.
Oh, come on,
and then
Shad Khan came out.
Yeah, he came out to finish him off.
Oh my god, I just love
Hey guys, after 5 years, we're still trying. That's just what AEW needs.
And this shit got memed where like Tony's on his knees in front of Okada. I'm sure you guys saw it, but yeah, it's just ridiculous. So they get him up.
Look at the way he wraps his legs around his head.
That's a triangle choke. That's some jujitsu shit, but like, goddamn, you don't do that in wrestling. You might hurt his neck, but also like.
That's not a triangle choke would involve one of the legs underneath his throat, wouldn't it? Unless he's trying to choke him with his ball bag.
Right. You need this arm. You need this arm to also, or this arm, but you need it to be trapped also under the leg as well. But
you can tell how terrified.
Look at Perry's face.
He's holding on for dear life. You can tell.
So then, he's holding on. Don't Hulk Hogan stiff me, brother. And then here we go.
Every time I see this,
the Tony Khan driver, the TK driver, they actually renamed it. It's not the Meltzer driver anymore. Boom, lets him go. And then he just lays flat dead, and then his dad runs out and shit. So you guys just absolutely, it was just a wet fart in church. Like it wasn't anything. Like you, like not even an A for at least trying.
I see what they're trying to accomplish here. It just was poorly executed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, yes, Austin stunnering Vince and Vince selling it like the way, awfully did, the way he did was cringy. But at the time, no one had ever hit Vince before. Like, no one had ever hit an official before at that point. Like, that's why that was so. Like, people have been hitting officials in wrestling for 30 years now. This is not new anymore. Like, you have to give me more than just Tony Khan got booped in the tummy. And then took a move from the killers of ratings, on his show, the guys who you see every week with the quarter hours are just killing the numbers every single week.
Right, and NXT basically beat them this week. Like, if we're being real about
They
it,
were within 20,000 people of the average.
well, but that's like an average, dude. If you look at the main event of of Dynamite was
blew it out of the water,
whatever, and then the main event of Trick winning the title was like 620 or 640 or whatever. That's like
I thought it was in the sevens actually.
Maybe it's
I think it was 741.
Earlier in
yeah,
740. Dude, it was in the sevens. That's what I mean, dude. 741 for Dynamite. They had 791 was their peak, but it was Big Bang Theory or whatever was leading into. It was their lead-in.
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
What you
count.
saw
I don't even
with
count that average. Like
the Dynamite quarter hours started high with the Big Bang, and then of course goes down on a downward slope every week. The NXT ratings actually started pretty low and went up as the show went on.
Right.
Shout out Triple H's thoughts, by the way. I didn't shout him out before. Shout out Triple H's thoughts. So while this goes on, after that happens, AEW loses its TV deal in Latin America. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, how many people were actually watching in Latin America? That's what I want to
know. Okay, so
the fact that nobody brought it up or made mention of it, I had to find out through, other sources other than Fightful or Wrestling Observer or anything like that. So, I mean, I think that's big news. The fact that they didn't say anything about it says a lot, actually.
By the way, I do want to point out, I give him props for wearing the neck brace, but if you're gonna wear the neck brace and do the neck brace gimmick, he's sitting there going,
and
like an owl, like a startled owl, turning his head 360 degrees.
And we got
either one of you guys
chat from Silver Tower. When Jack hit Tony, I was expecting white powder to fly off his.
Oh my God!
Jesus,
something to fall out of his pocket.
No, imagine it just like exploded out of his face, like it just came out of his nose.
God, dude. $5 to just ultimately roast Tony, man. That is absolutely hilarious. Thank you so much for the super chat, dude. That is fucking hilarious. That is so mean, but also, I mean, yeah, come on. We don't.
I have a question. Was Tony Khan ever mentioned, or has he ever participated in any of the previous NFL drafts? Or is this his first time?
Last year. Last year.
It's like the one time of year that his father is like seen with him.
Come on, son,
gotcha.
come sit with me. And so speaking of father son, so Tony Khan and the NFL draft, Tony Khan shows up wearing the neck brace, and he discusses his father Shad Khan's reaction to his assault at the hands of Jack Perry and the Young Bucks. He was very angry at the people who assaulted me. My dad loves AEW. I should do it in his voice. He's very angry at the people who assaulted me. My dad loves AEW, and he's a big fan of what we do Wednesdays on TBS. And could you get me a soda water? And Saturdays, just like tomorrow night in Jacksonville on TNT. He watches every show, and he never expected something like that. It's never happened before. So good on him for putting it over. What are your thoughts on? So a lot of people are saying, "Ooh, the shocking moment is Shad Khan popped up on TV." Awful. What's your thoughts on Shad Khan showing up? And then Marv, I want your thoughts on it. Like, did that give you any ooh, or to you were just like, this is cheesy? Like, how did you?
See, that's the whole thing. Had Tony Khan doubled over in pain, like he'd actually gotten punched in the stomach and fell to his knees, and this whole thing would have taken place, and Shad Khan would have ran out of there, it would have worked to a T. But it's almost like it compounded the cringiness of the entire segment.
Yeah, no, I'm with him on that. And I mean, Shad Khan is not like falling at his son's side and like checking on him. He just kind of stood there awkwardly in the ring. I'm going to tell you right now, if my father watched me get dropped on my head, there would have been a much larger reaction probably.
Yeah, for sure.
He looked like he was there because like somebody was like, Shad, go make sure he's not dead.
Yeah, but I don't know. He sold better than Tony. Look at these facials, bro.
He had the reaction that my father had. Like when I was like, hey, look at me, and tried to do like a trick on my bike and fell over the handlebars, where he's just kind of like, how stupid are you? How are you part of me?
Right.
And so
how did I get involved in this?
Yeah, exactly. But like, here's what I got to say about it. I think I brought it up before, maybe a different pod, or I was just talking in a DM with someone. But either way, Shad Khan got his fucking 33 million back. That's what I think Thurston confirmed, was that like Shad was the only investor or whatever that got paid back entirely. So I think he's cool with whatever Tony does because he got his money back that he chipped in at the beginning. So I think he's just cool with like, let my son do whatever, I think that's how his approach to it. So
he worked it as a zero sum. He did not get an ROI from the $33 million. Put in 33 million and then he got 33 million and pulled out.
Right. Well, sure. Yeah. But like if it's your son, like apparently Tony only because people are saying WBD invested, other people invested. Right. But his dad is the only one who got paid back in full so far. Everyone else is still waiting for a return. And his dad just wanted to get paid back. That's it. It's his kid. Right. So apparently that's like, where people get I don't know. To me, that's like a positive. People try and tout, if you will. The IWC loves that word now. They tout like, oh, but he paid his dad back type shit. And now his dad's showing up on screen and they're on-screen characters. And I think his dad is just like, let him do whatever. I got paid back,
Right. So it wasn't inheritance.
As we've all been saying since the beginning of this, the end game for him is to be an on-air character. It's gonna happen.
Yep.
Tony McCon.
That Tony would eventually become an.
It's already getting over. Yeah.
Shad coming out there surprised me. I thought that he would never get involved in this ridiculousness. It was probably just like, Dad, will you come out and do this? If I do, you have to leave me alone for 3 weeks. Okay.
Yeah. He's like, okay, but I let you do the draft and then you go home. You get the fuck. I'm leaving. So we have a new member, Jimmy B, member for 1 month. Or I don't know. No, you're a member for 1 month. It's your 1 month anniversary, I guess. I didn't know that was a thing. Awesome. Thank you so much. And then we have Jess says Shad Khan is kind of fine for $2.99. Jess is always here. Avid
gold digger.
Yeah. Do you know what she said last show? I think it was Jess last show. She goes, we're talking about Dom Mysterio. And she goes, I want Dom to 619 me without the one. Dude, it killed me. I went, yo, come on.
Oh, that's a great line.
Yo, it was like, dude, that is crazy, And the girls started thirsting. All the girl listeners started all thirsting in the chat last week, so that might start up again if it happens. Apologies to the fellas, or maybe some of the fellas are into that sort of thing. But anyways, I guess Shad Khan's sort of fine. He's got great facials, as I said. But then Tony Khan went off the deep end, much like I am right now. And he starts talking about the Pepsi of pro wrestling and what you all have basically been watching all night. If you've been with us all night, you want to hear what myself and I'm sure Marv and Awful all have to say about this moment in time, a historic moment in the history of pro wrestling, to say the least. As far as, I guess, like the AEW is the number 2, like we can't argue that. But so he says this great stuff about, I guess, like my dad's angry at the people who pile drive me, and it's like, yes, just focus on AEW and wear the neck brace and drive home your storylines and take the time to put your shit over. And then he makes it about WWE again and steps on his big billionaire dick.
You had one of the greatest opportunities to get your product out there, to get people were talking about it. You were on one of the most watched sports weeks of the year, and you have an opportunity to talk about your product, your show, your thing. And what do you do? What do you do, Tony? You start talking about WWE.
It's
and
just
you say the stupidest thing ever, and the host cannot get you off the air fast enough. I mean, you'll see.
And yeah, awful. Anything before we play this infamous clip that has gone viral.
Ugh. Roll this footage. It's awesome.
Okay, so let's fucking go right here. He's on the NFL Network. He just drafted, and I think I got the clip bookmarked. He drafted some dude, and they're like, "What do you think about Tony Khan?" And he's like, sweet." Like he's like, "Who the fuck is Tony Khan?"
So much comedy gold in this thing, just so much.
So here's Tony. Yeah, here's Tony Khan on the NFL Network. Could have just put his own shit over.
For 5 years, we are the most successful sports startup since the AFL. Pre-merger, there has not.
Look at his face, the guy in the pink tie. He's like, dude, cut. When he says we're the biggest since the AFL, he's like, don't say that.
We are the most successful sports startup since the AFL. Pre-merger, there has not been a challenger brand.
This guy's like, not really. I can't Google that right now, but anyway.
That has gained as much market share as AEW. in many, many, many years. We are like the Pepsi of pro wrestling.
Yeah.
And we're up against a really evil juggernaut. WWE.
An
Here's where it all goes to
evil
shit.
juggernaut.
Juggernaut. Oh my.
He is our competitor. That's who we're facing. AEW.
Stop.
And look at their faces.
They're not your competitor. You don't have to compete with them. You stupid, stupid man. You do not have to compete with them. Just do your own thing. Forget about them. Ignore them. Move on with your life.
And everyone's like, oh, ECW did that, WCW did that, and they were
dead. On at the same night at the same time.
Yes, and they're all dead too. They all died and got bought by WWE. So what the fuck are you like? No, don't do that.
You know who didn't? You know who didn't try to do that? ECW, and it's more fondly remembered.
Right. Well, they were, and
the only reason ECW stopped is not because the WWE killed it. It's because it ran out of money.
Yeah, and they were being funded by the WWE and Vince,
right?
Regardless, so the whole thing though is look at this guy's face, and now Marv. I don't want to stray too far away, but so we're gonna continue with that video because it's not done. But I have a tweet I bookmarked from yourself, Movie Marvin on X. I gotta find it here. I'm right here. So I'm sure the NFL is thrilled with Tony right now, comparing their major merchandising partner to Harvey Weinstein, which is about to happen. We didn't get to the Weinstein part, but exactly. Look at these NFL titles. When they ask the player, "Oh, hey, Tony Khan," like he's probably sitting there going, "What? Do I get one of those WWE belts? Like what the fuck?" On SmackDown, they were showing, like Kofi's handing out the WWE belt to the New England Patriots latest draft pick and all these things. And not only, as at Movie Marvin pointed out, like, yes, it's a major merchandising partner. It's one of their top merchandising partners. Like it's one of it's like their top one or whatever. Like these belts go for like $500 or $600 a piece or whatever. They're fucking, and they're big business. So, and you can see they're uncomfortable with this. Tony's saying evil juggernaut, and they're like, dude, we're only giving you a chance to talk about AEW because your dad owns the Jaguars, so we have to. And it's like makes for good clicks, and they know marks like myself are going to comment on it and do a little wrestling. Maybe they don't know that, but it's like a little viral moment, whatever you want to call it. But ultimately at the end of the fucking day, you can't. It's just what Marv said. They're partners with the fucking WWE, man. Sorry, go ahead.
Phil, at the end of the day, he's there to talk about the Jaguars. He's there to talk about the NFL draft. He's there to talk about football. Them giving him an opportunity to plug AEW is done in the same vein as you or I with a guest on our respective shows, telling them, tell us where we can find you, like plug your thing. It should have been 10 seconds tops. Like, yeah, we're doing really great. We got this big show coming up. We got all these guys that you might know of. Here are the names. Huge show coming up. All this, that, and the other thing. Oh, I was attacked on the show. We'll see what happens. There you go. You're done. And so, but he can never just make a small comment and move on. He has to sit there and bloviate and stammer and just pull things out of thin air. And I'm convinced that the only reason he takes the hard left turn that he makes is because he didn't want to say the word Coke.
I think you might be onto something with that. Awful. Do you have anything to add to what either myself or Marvin said before we continue with this complete travesty of a video?
I would love to know the body language, like analysts tell us about what's going on with these NFL reporters as they're watching this guy with his fake neck brace. Like the one guy literally looked like he was about to bowl over the chair when he was talking about, the comment that we're about to examine.
That face right there. I don't know if you can see my cursor. It's ridiculous. $10 super chat from Jimmy B. Oh my goodness. And an applause. Oh, an applause for you there, Jimmy B. I think if the Bucks did something more serious, like hitting him with a chair, the Meltzer driver was just too hokey for me. It is a little weird, like Tony's upside down and not like wriggling his feet or trying to squirm out or whatever. But I don't know. Do you hit Tony with a chair? Is he?
I think you could have done something like the one-man concerto to Tony. Because it doesn't, you could fake it, but it looks,
but then incredibly he just lays there. Like his whole thing is like he can't sell. This is first time ever. He's got to do it. Live.
You get your head crunched between two steel chairs. You just have to lay there.
God damn. Yeah, but I mean, overall, it's I don't know. I think the tombstone being treated serious is a good thing because it's essentially just a tombstone where a guy touches your butt. But if but in AEW, none of the moves get treated seriously, so nothing serious, bro. So even if they hit him with a chair, it's all hokey. Like ultimately, if it's Tony Khan and the Bucks and Jack Perry and Shad Khan running out, people say like Jack Perry's whole gimmick now is just, oh, I got smacked by CM Punk. So like that's just hokey on just a base level automatically. So thank you so much for the $10 super chat. But here we go. So Tony Khan continues, and he just like says more awful shit about WWE, and these guys just aren't having it. The two NFL draft guys are not having it
Like
whatsoever.
the Pepsi of pro wrestling, WWE's like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling.
So let me just back that up. The Pepsi and
WWE's like the Harvey
Jesus.
Weinstein of pro wrestling. And
I'm so sorry. One more time, Tony. What did you say?
That's who we're facing. AEW, like the Pepsi of pro wrestling. WWE's like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And I really
Look at this fucking guy.
Okay.
Oh
You see,
my.
they're just like, okay, that's enough. Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness, he is the worst. There's not enough bad descriptors to describe Tony Khan.
The only way that he could have made that worse is if he said something about WWE being like the Jews or something like that. Like, like if he had made
we already went down the anti. Did you guys hear about Def Rebel? We talked about the anti-Semitic shit earlier in the show. I don't
that's the only way this could have been worse, and they would have gotten him out of
there
faster.
It's just insane because they're just like, dude, because these two guys already know, like, you're a fucking joke, bro. We're friends with Pat McAfee. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? They're like, dude.
I do not think there is one person in the world who does not look at him as a freaking joke. Like every person that associates with him solely based on the fact of who his father is, or he's paying them in some way. Every single person that deals with him is under the impression, okay, this guy is an absolute joke.
Awful.
He wants to push the WWE into the sea.
It's so silly, man. $10
A
super
world
chat.
without WWE.
Well, that would suck, though. Like, that's the other thing, too. What, you want WWE to go out of fucking business? That shit would suck. Total breakdown. The fuckery equals the fuckery of TK is remarkable in a bad way. The Jaguars are doomed. AEW is dead on arrival. Sad. Before you guys showed up, man, people were super chatting me just to shit on the Jacksonville Jaguars. On the show, dude, to 200 people is fucking hilarious, man. And but yeah, I mean, John D. Lee, thank you so much for the super chat. And it is a breakdown, but listen, it's not like he's melting down. Like, look at the cocky little fucking smirk on his face as he says this shit. Like, he knows what he's doing. He knows it's gonna drum up the hate.
That's true.
And then
You
he's
know
gonna
what?
cry wolf and cry victim and go, oh, to be AEW is to be constantly under attack. Meanwhile, he's just constantly not letting shit go. And then everybody goes, oh, it's okay when Triple H does it. He didn't do it on the NFL Network on draft night. He did it on Pat McAfee's fucking podcast. Like, dude, you guys are fucking...
And he didn't compare AEW to a convicted rapist.
Right, dude. Like, it's just another level of abs. And then people start going, oh, well, his dad supported Trump and this guy this. And it's like, none of that shit fucking matters.
That doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah, what matters is we're having a little Jack Vaughn in the Battle Royal there, the veteran Jack Vaughn, where they're all like pity-patty slapping each other. Little pity-petty slap fights. That's like what's going on. And Tony Khan is just basically doing that. Like,
well you see, Pat, the WWE, we're like the Burger King of pro wrestling. And, AEW, they're like the Jeffrey Dahmer of pro wrestling. Like, that's not what happened.
That's who we're facing. AEW, like the Pepsi of pro wrestling. WWE's like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And
He looks so proud when he says that. He is so proud to say it.
That's a good point, Awful, because you know what? I really only watched this clip one time because I can only hear his voice so many times. And
it's great. My voice is awesome.
The ease in which he says it and the smirk on his face as he says it shows me that's a pre-planned.
And that's what Brian Alvarez does. That's what Meltzer does. They have that little fucking smirk on their little lips, and they fucking say these things where you just go, you know, you're just it's like you're being a schmarmy prick about everything, and I just schmarmy. That's the word I use.
I'm really proud of what we do down here.
All right.
I think, and
all right, Tony, we're gonna hold on.
Look, even Tony has to laugh at the absurdity of it all.
Well, no, he's shocked that they're stopping him. He's shocked that they are stopping him right now because he's trying to go on with, I'm really proud of what we're doing here. And he's trying to continue promoting. And they're like, no, you're done. You are done after saying that. Okay, Tony. They're like, okay, like, Tony.
Yeah, like, so what did they say? Oh, Tony Khan is drafting here on behalf of the Jacksonville Jaguars because he's the son of the owner, Shad Khan. Like, is that what they say? What the fuck do they say when this guy's on? Like, I don't get, how did he get this interview? Oh, yeah, I did like a tombstone on fucking my show, and it's great, and I need a soda water. Do you have a soda water? You ever watch the Ariel Helwani interview, too, when he's, like, choking and coughing? At the start of the interview, Ariel's like, yeah, let's start. Tony Khan's like, oh, give me a second. He's, like, gagging on a soda water bottle. You guys ever see that shit? It's ridiculous.
Well, you know, to be honest, I think you're going to have to tune in to AEW to find out what they have to say.
To find out about Harvey Weinstein and WWE, come tune into AEW to find out about Harvey Weinstein and WWE and Pepsi.
I love how the reporters are just like completely flabbergasted with his whole visage. Like, we should have known. We should have known you were going to continue to spout and promote and do this nonsense.
They are beyond done. Like, these guys are just like, nope, get him out of here.
They represent every American that's watching this particular video, that segment.
I wonder what Shad Khan thinks of his, because like they were like, well, the NFL's not going to care because the NFL, you know, Goodell works for the owners of the teams and blah. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure Shad Khan is not thrilled, and I'm sure the other owners of all the teams are not thrilled with Shad and his son right now.
That's why I'm thinking he's like worst case scenario, I sell the fucking company, and then like the dude invented like the modern muffler or whatever, or I mean the modern bumper, pardon me, for like the like modern vehicles, the bumper, like however it's whatever, he patented like the modern version of that shit. The dude's got infinite forever money. Just so it's just like I don't know. I just think he's like, I got paid back. What's the worst case scenario? He ends up selling the Jaguars one day, like, or he just gives it to his son who's sitting here. Look at this guy on 2 hours of sleep, had his wet dream come true in a neck brace, calling people Harvey Weinstein.
people try to say that Tony is like the co-owner of the Jaguars. I don't know how true that is.
No, that's not true. He's the
co-owner. No, he's not the co-owner. No.
So Michael Dodd for $5 says AEW is Pepsi. No, with NXT catching up to Dynamite's ratings, we covered that earlier. AEW is more lukewarm. RC Cola bought on bulk discount at a Dollar Tree. Well, shit, you cooked them right there. And here's the thing. We covered it earlier. So, and we talked about it a little bit, but NXT, man, their main event. So what you're trying to do with a TV show, you're trying to garner interest and then peak at the main event, especially with a wrestling show. So if you look at the graphs or whatever, the ratings are going up for NXT. It's a slow climb to the peak. For AEW, it's always like a ski slope, all the puns intended, all the way down to the end of every AEW show. So yeah, and I mean AEW being Pepsi, but okay, let me ask you guys, is AEW Pepsi to WWE's Coca-Cola? Let me ask you guys. No, so then what's Pepsi to WWE's Coca-Cola if there were one? If you had to name one, what would it be?
I don't think there is one.
It's no. You got to pick one though. It's got to be AEW, right? Like if I put a gun to your head and said you got to pick one, it's got to be AEW,
it's
right?
UFC.
No. Okay, like, but it's not shoot aside, just pro wrestling. It's gotta be.
He doesn't like your answer, Marv.
No. I'm fine with any answer because I'm the first guy to go, yeah, UFC is the number one. Like they're doing pro wrestling better. Like, you know.
So but before AEW existed, Phil, was ROH the Pepsi to WWE's Coke?
I would see on a personal level. I would say, yeah, in New Japan.
It's not on the same. Pepsi and Coke are at least somewhat on the same
level.
level.
You could at least, they're comparable to a degree. Yeah.
They're peers. Like AEW and WWE are not peers.
I guess that's the argument I'm looking for, right? Like they're not eye to eye on, and they're not even eye to nose. They're not even eye to lips. They're eye to fucking nips. You know what I mean?
The only thing that's comparable is the amount of money. Yeah. The only thing that is comparable is the amount of money that is being spent.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Awful. What about what do you got to say about that? Sorry.
There is no competition with WWE. Listen, AEW's biggest competitor are the Vanderpump Rules, the Housewives of Atlanta,
big little brawlers.
Big little brawlers. Like that's their real competition at this point. They need to stop getting.
I gotta say it.
Your Big Little Brawlers is on Max at least.
Yeah, and I checked it out, man, and I was sports entertained to say the least. Not even gonna lie. I was gonna talk about it on the pod, but hey, I also want to say though, Swerve and Claudio are just like going. This match feels like it's been like 30 minutes, and Claudio's hit Swerve with Swerve's move with like a double stomp, and then like Swerve's just like no selling it, and I'm like, isn't that your move though? So I don't know, man. This is very confusing, and they've gone so long just for Claudio to take an L to Swerve on Collision here. But thank you for the $5 super chat, and yeah, the RC Cola I think is probably a more fair comparison. But Headingite for $2 says TK is on the spectrum. Nash said so on his. Okay, well Nash is not a doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Nash.
Yeah,
Nash is as much.
Nash has one of the worst fucking he was great in shoot interviews with Sean Oliver. But he should have never started a fucking podcast with Sean Oliver.
Kevin Nash is as much of a psychiatrist as Dr. Phil.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, me? Oh, I'm a doctor now. It's great.
Not you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. But yeah, TK being on the spectrum. I mean, everyone's on the spectrum in 2024, bro. Come on. The GMOs, it's what they put in our food. The black helicopters, they're spraying shit in the. You know what I mean?
Turn
though?
the freaking frogs gay.
Yeah, dude.
Gay bomb, baby.
On, bro. We're all a little redacted, as I call it.
I like how these reporters asked Tony Khan about like what his next draft pick was going to be, and then Tony Khan gives both of them the Ariel Helwani treatment. Like, I can't comment, gentlemen. I mean, what are we doing here? Like,
right.
what?
And so,
what are you doing there?
Let's look at Tony Khan's title here. Tony Khan, Jaguars Chief Football Strategy Officer and AEW owner / CEO. Jeepers creepers, man! You couldn't be more of a Marcus.
Like that's oh my god.
Really me. You find out on TNT and TBS what my prognosis is and what's going to happen to me.
I'll tell you what.
Your prognosis while you're sitting there smiling with a little neck brace on. Shut up.
And so I'm on the app here. So the Collision, before it actually went live on the air, before the Celtics Heat game was done, Tony Khan came out and addressed the crowd, and he's like, yeah, later tonight we'll figure out we'll get an update on my health. And he's out there with a fucking neck brace giving a 15-minute promo to the crowd. And he's like, we'll find out what my diagnosis is and a major update on me tonight. Literally, that's what he's doing tonight. I'm sitting there like, why don't you just tell the crowd you're out there with a mic right now? Like, why? Just like let one of the fucking hot girls go out there and talk to the crowd for a minute. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What are you doing?
The one thing that I was hoping after he took the driver and got carted out of the ring, I was like, please tell me he came back out between the shows to do the please stay for ROH I Love Time Cop promo.
Yeah. Time Cop.
Why didn't he do a stretcher job? I'll never understand it.
You know what? I understand that because they had another show to get to, and it wasn't on TV. If it was on TV and he didn't do a stretcher job, I get it. But yeah, it was off the air,
bro.
It was off the air
to the internet marks, though. You gotta go full blast. You gotta go. I'm going full force. That old
gotcha.
Here we go. Here, let's finish up Tony here because he's.
Well, guys, this is the NFL Network. There's a lot of people watching. I can't give out that kind of sensitive.
Yeah, there's a lot of people watching. So let me call people a grapist. Let me call all of WWE grapist.
And also, a lot of things have to play out in the second and third round.
These guys are like the audacity of this man. They are literally sitting there throwing their hands in the air.
Yeah, like why? Like literally throwing their hands in the air. Like you're talking to us because you're a guy's kid.
Again, this great group. We're going to make good decisions and keep trying to make the team better. I think a lot of great things happening in Jacksonville this week.
Yeah.
And you really think that these guys don't know anything about Tony Khan? That's what I'm saying. Like, they know, they're from the sports world. They know about Tony Khan's reputation in the sports world. They don't have to know anything about AEW to know that this guy's a complete goofball. You know, we've heard quotes from football players, who worked under the Jaguars. They know about Tony Khan. It's not a secret.
We've had listeners of sorry to interrupt you, but PWT listeners have gotten in my chat and super chatted and gone, no, fuck, like I live in Jacksonville, fuck Tony Khan. So and the Khan family, but I'm like, what? I don't live there. I'm not saying fuck the Khan family, but that's what super chatters have fucking said. And listeners of PWT, sorry, Awful, go ahead.
No, that's exactly the point. You know, this guy's reputation precedes him way past the AEW phase. Like, this guy was not seen as a serious, competitive person. Obviously, with the teams that he owns, they're not doing too hot. I can only imagine being a newly recruited Jaguars player, having to sit there and watch this guy.
Like the guy in the draft, he got drafted, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Tony Khan, AEW, he got pile drivered. What do you have to say?" And the kid's like, he's like, "Yeah, it's real good. Cool, I love AEW." You know, like it was just like, yeah, it's really good. Like he didn't know what the fuck. He didn't know who the fuck. And speaking of which, per WrestleNomics, the lowest total viewership since January 6th. Pause. Just kidding. I'm sorry. Jan 6, 2021. Jericho. Where we? I'm just kidding. Excluding preemption. At least bro warned us because Tony Khan infamously wore the glasses. 2024 AEW is the next 2021. He predicted it himself. Wore the glasses, and then they got their lowest total viewership since Jan 6, 2021. So I don't know.
Hey guys,
Tony...
I don't want to be a potty pooper, but I gotta head out.
Okay, Marv, everyone, round of applause for Marv, the movie monster. Thank you
guys for having me.
One of the goats.
We'll see you guys Tuesday night.
Yes, indeed.
Tuesday. Absolutely, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
All right.
Great time hanging out with Marv. Awful, you're sticking with me here.
Oh, yeah, for a few more minutes. Yes, indeed.
Let's do it. We're going to talk to the people here for a few more minutes. So we're watching Collision here. I don't know. Claudio's taking Swerve to the absolute limit. No respect as a champion. But then Eric Bischoff responds to this, and he goes, all while this creepy little fuck and his spirit clown Dave Meltzer whine like about tribalism. So like Eric Bischoff snapped. He had like 100 tweets in response to all of this. My response to this was Tony's such a fucking idiot. Why go on here and bring up WWE at all? Dude will never get it. And I got a million people in here like, dude, I don't know. You can go through it at Pro Wrestle Times on X. People were just either agreeing with me or coming at me tremendously hard for bringing this whole thing up, or just at least like saying, because underneath I said like, look, I'm going to cook Tony. I was like, I'm going to cook him on PWT for being a fucking idiot. And I even said I put the last 2 days putting TK in the ending to Dynamite over, and now all the freakazoids are melting down because my opinion on this specific instance. These AEW stands are slowly killing the company and driving so many people away, and they won't learn either. Just like Tony Khan, he won't fucking learn because he just had to make this about WWE. So yeah, I mean, Awful. What are your, like, I guess, just overarching thoughts? How does this help AEW in any way? Like, if you had to get in Tony's brain, how does he think this would help? What is the point of all this? And do you just, I mean, this is great shit for your book, no?
It's wonderful. I mean, the chapters are writing themselves, but this doesn't help Tony Khan at all. While he may have gotten people to become aware of AEW, it's not ultimate. Like, he's got to hold on to this buzz not only through Saturday, but he's got to hold on to this type of this type of promotion all the way up through Wednesday and into Thursday. And I don't think he's going to make it that far. I don't think what he's done on television and what he's done on the NFL Network is going to help things at all. The average person that was watching this knows nothing about wrestling. I don't think it's going to seduce them to watch anything that he's got to offer come Wednesday night.
Yeah, man. And so Swerve ultimately beat Claudio, and they're going to have like a handshake moment. So here was on the Pat McAfee show, and this is per Julian Weeks. So they started cooking Tony Khan on the Pat McAfee show. And the NFL, and again, people are like, but it's okay when Pat McAfee does it. And I don't know, man. He just does like a podcast about like football and wrestling and shit. He's not like he's not on a wrestling promotion. He's not taking shots at AEW when he does commentary every week. Has he? If somebody can point out where he has, do so, and I'll stand corrected. But I don't think he's taken any shots at any AEW people while on commentary or on the job. But people could say, oh, well, this is the job, but it's his fucking job. It's the Pat McAfee show. It's not the WWE Pat McAfee, the bump. You know, it's fucking his show. So anyways, though, this is what they had to say about Tony Khan.
Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just going to say, I understand, keeping up with the gimmick. Someone should tell Tony Khan, hey, if you have a neck brace on, don't fucking move around like nothing's wrong. You stick with the gimmick and look straight ahead like your neck's broken, okay?
Thank
What
you.
are we doing here?
Thank you. What are we doing here, Brendan Chubb?
Okay, well,
about time.
Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just going to
So there you go. I don't know. It's what I think you brought that up earlier, or maybe Marv did, but how fucking funny is that? They're just cooking him because it's like he was moving around. He's doing a lot of neck jerking and all of that, like posturing at the WWE, calling them all sorts of names. And yeah, I don't know, man. What do you think, Awful, about like, is it comparable, like saying, Triple H just saying, oh, this young guy doesn't embrace the grind on Pat McAfee show? Is that the same thing as like going on Dynamite or the NFL Network and wasting your fucking time talking about WWE and what they're doing when you have an angle you're trying to work where,
Yeah, you don't do anything. You don't make the comparisons between Pepsi and Harvey Weinstein first and foremost. And if you know that you're going to be on the NFL Network, to be quite honest with you, I believe that he should have never even wore the neck brace. It wouldn't have taken anything away from, the angle that's going on AEW. The fact that he wore a neck brace was drawing attention first and foremost, not to the company, but to himself. And I don't think that's what you need to be. He needs to be doing that at all. He needs to focus in on his company and stop making it about himself. He kind of overshadowed his entire company this weekend.
No doubt. And especially for a guy, pardon me, who didn't want to be an on-screen character, no less. And then we check
as Tony Khan becomes the first.
So this is what we're referring to, and we're like, hey, like, don't move your neck. Like, he's looking completely to the left.
Right.
Like he does a gorilla when wrestlers are walking through, and he's like, oh.
And is that Doug Peterson to the left?
Yes.
First ever NFL executive
to our
draft room, shaking off the effects of a pile driver he received on national television in a wrestling ring the night before.
Why is he smiling, bro? Like, sell it.
Because he knows he's on camera.
He
sees himself on the monitor.
I did a video called Tony Khan, 10 minutes of Tony Khan. And what I did is I watched that whole reality show, AEW All Access, fucking like 2 or 3 times. And I clipped every moment that he was mentioned or appeared on screen. And I uploaded it to YouTube at Pro Wrestle Clips. You can check that video out. And I want to make one for the Young Bucks because they are like this, man. They watch their own matches, and it was revealed in that reality show. And they're like marking out for themselves, dude. And Nash and Hall famously did like a shoot interview where they're like, oh yeah, we just love the business. We'd get together, we'd watch our matches back, and we'd talk about how we could make things better. And in this reality show, you see that the Bucks, Matthew and Nicholas, they don't fucking care about that. They're like putting over shit that when you think back, you're like, dude, the crowd was not hot. There was nobody there. Like the episode, like when you watch the episode and you think back, like, oh yeah, them versus the Lucha Bros. I remember that they were like booing the Bucks who were trying to be babyface and shit. Like it was not, it didn't work on TV, and they're just marking out for it. And it's like, dude, I don't know. It's just I'm gonna make that one next, like 10 minutes of the Young Bucks on All Access or whatever. But anyways, yeah, he's just such a mark for himself. Now, not like I'm not gonna sit here and like, it's his company. Booker T said it best: your company, you can do what the fuck you want. But ultimately, man, this was like one of the worst moments.
That's the only piece of advice that I think he ever hears and caters to. Like, it's your company, you can do whatever you want. Anything after that, he doesn't want to listen to.
No, and it's just it's sad. I feel honestly kind of bad for him sometimes, even though, like, how do you feel bad for a billionaire who could do whatever he wants?
Easy, you don't.
Yeah. And that's what
It's
makes
as
me
simple
go,
as that.
no, I'm going to make fun of him on the show, because it's just like, I can't, like, it's just like, you didn't need to bring up, like, you didn't need to do the whole Harvey Weinstein thing and all that. And like, people will bring up, so what do you make of people will bring up and respond to comments of that being like, well, WWE's literally named and being sued as the, like in that Janelle Grant lawsuit or whatever. Like, how would you respond to that? Awful.
On the part of the Harvey Weinstein thing, I have several cousins, several family members who watched the draft all weekend. Not one of them made mention to the Harvey Weinstein comment. And I think I put that in a tweet, like, even online, if you check the socials, Facebook, Instagram, not many people outside of the IWC even gave a damn about what he said about Harvey Weinstein. It was almost like a passing comment that nobody even put two and two together. But meanwhile, the IWC went so crazy on the idea that he had mentioned Harvey Weinstein, and it was just like quite a contrast between people who don't watch wrestling on this Tony Khan segment and people who do watch wrestling. And the IWC was extremely emotional over that Harvey Weinstein comment. I get it, of course, but the average person that doesn't watch wrestling or doesn't give a shit about AEW, they didn't care. They mocked it or didn't make mention of it at all.
Man, you say it so eloquently. That's why I love having you on the show, my friend. So,
thanks,
guys, ultimately here, I mean, I have a Kenny Omega clip. I'm going to save it for the next show. I have Sean Ross Sapp got in a fight with Disco Inferno. I'm going to save it for the next show. I have some news on.
I love Sean Ross Sapp, by the way.
So, like, yeah, okay. So, Sammy Guevara is still suspended from AEW over the miscommunication during the match with Jeff Hardy, where he hit a GTH on an injured Hardy. Or maybe, if you guys want me to stick around, we'll fucking talk about Disco and Sapp and all that. We'll do it. Like, I'm hanging out. Like, we still got however long left of this AEW. They're having a street fight. Chuck and Trent are just bleeding everywhere. If you guys are watching AEW, I think this is Rampage, like an extended hour after Collision or something. But Sammy Guevara is still suspended. Whatever. So it's so funny how you're like, hostage, I love Sapp. It's like, exactly, that's how he has everybody. It's like you're at fucking gunpoint with this fool.
I'm not at gunpoint. I am just here to tell you that I am a big fan of Sean Ross Sapp.
This is great.
So, guys, it's time for everybody's absolute favorite segment. And you guys already know what it's called. You already know what's about to happen. You tuned in at the right time. You liked the video at the right time. You hit subscribe, and it's time for everybody's favorite moment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So, man, we got a shitload of stuff. We're just gonna rapid fire and go through all of these different things Dave has said and the cope and everything he said, or how his reactions, and also, Fightful does get a little bit brought into this, as we were talking about AEW before. The Dynamite viewership dipped below 700,000 against NHL on TNT, so already that excuse is built in. And they deleted. I'm pretty sure, like, they just now deleted it because it was so egregious. Like, they're already making the excuse. And so here's Dave Meltzer talking about the ratings for Dynamite, and here's what he has. This is per Meltzer. What the greatest follow on X. Dave's so pissed he had to go to that pesky wedding last night and couldn't live tweet all these reasons for the Dynamite number being down. And Dave Meltzer is coping about the Dynamite number being down, even though they did such a great angle. AEW's did 683K last night. West Coast Live hurt. So West Coast Live hurt 8%. What the fuck does that mean? Awful. What does that mean?
Who knows? He won't go into details.
Right. Well, I don't know what that means. And obviously the sports competition is going to hurt everything. Okay. Cue ignorant excuses, folk, even though this was well known in advance. Okay.
Is that why it took so long for them to even reveal the ratings to us?
Yeah, and why? So then here's the thing: like, if this affects AEW, then it also affects WWE, but even more so because there's more WWE viewers. But yet, everyone just wants to go, "Oh, WWE lost 800K," and they don't want to be real about like what I don't know. Dave won't bring it up here. Let's hear this. Oh, he's just playing like Cope emo music. Oh, that's so funny, man. That's so funny. And so Dave, though, he's just coping more and more. So he's talking about Dave Meltzer's review of Chris Jericho versus Hook. And there's Wrestling Observer's been catching heat, speaking of ratings, because apparently Jericho results in dips in the ratings here and there. And so, like, during the match, Jericho was he got dropped on his fucking head through a table. And then people were chanting, "Please retire," and stuff at him, like Big Show. Like, he became Big Show. And so Dave goes on to say a lot of people hated it, but the match had all kinds of heat. There were negative chants at Jericho, including "Please retire." Some tried to say the heat was not a positive. In the same sense, bro, if people are chanting "Please retire" at you, it's not a positive, Dave. What are you talking? Jesus Christ. Some tried to say the heat was not a positive. In the sense, there was a very vocal part of the audience. They were WWE fans. Trust me, I was there. Actually, someone was there who sent me a photo and told me that it was WWE fans that didn't want Jericho around. And some explained that the heat shouldn't count because it was a positive but a negative. Bro, listen to this. Oh, that heat shouldn't count. No, that heat shouldn't count because it wasn't fell, because they just didn't like Jericho. Like, what the fuck are you saying, Dave? Jesus Christ.
Right.
It's hard to say because at the end the reactions were no, Dave, it's not hard to say. It's easy to say because we heard it on TV and we heard it on the people who were in the fucking building, dude. Hook kicked out.
It's as I've said before about Dave Meltzer and his writing. He's not writing for today's audience. He is writing for the next generation to look back at his stuff and be like, well, damn, this AEW seemed like it was really on a roll. And he's never going to give the real account. This is where I come in, but he's never going to give the real account of what's going on what's happening today. He's writing for 5, 6, 7 years from now when this company's dead and gone, hopefully, and people look back on it and it's given these rose-colored glasses, as a look to see, like, yeah, AEW, it was this hot new thing, and for whatever reason, some reason or other, it went under. But Dave will never tell you why it went under. He's not going to write that kind of stuff now.
You're spot on. If the program was to continue and that happens, that appears to be the plan, Jericho did have to cheat and win here. Okay, thanks for explaining what is supposed to be conveyed through the match. The turn felt way rushed. Right. Like we started at A, and instead of going to B next, we're already at M. Well, at least he's honest about that. And then at Z. But the crowd also seemed to force a rush of the turn. It's just like, leave this sentence out, and then you don't sound so stupid. Obviously, the key is in the company's ability to turn that "please retire" into a strong heel act. And then now, basically, blah, blah, blah. Jericho's now the learning tree, and the FTW title is the For the World Championship. What do you think of all of that gimmick change and Dave's cope about Jericho here?
For the course, Jericho doesn't really know what he's doing as far as character development anymore. I think he's out to just, they should just call him check cash in Chris Jericho, because that's all he's there for. The learning tree, that makes no sense. And then you had Big Bill come out there and with his terrible acting skills and terrible promo, and even Jericho looked bored at the whole thing. Like, let's just try to burn through this 10-minute segment and get to the back so we can go home. It's amazing how these guys only work one day a week. Like, it shows it in every performance that these guys do. It shows that they have no rehearsals, no sort of like dress rehearsal or anything like that. They just go out there and they wing it.
And so Dave Meltzer reports, or Wrestling Observer newsletter reports, that Dax Harwood suffered a concussion during the ladder match versus the Young Bucks. I don't want to be mean or anything, but you know, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, I guess, on Dax Harwood getting concussed in that ladder match?
Maybe if he plays a little safer, spend less time on Twitter and more time practicing your move sets with the
Shit!
Bucks.
Oh shit!
And then you'd probably be little bit better off. I mean, listen, I wish him a speedy recovery, but maybe not be so hard headed. No pun intended. Don't be so hard headed in trying to attack people who rightfully criticize your product, thinking that you're going to take we're trying to take food out of your kids' mouths.
I
Give me a
hate that
break with
shit.
that.
That's gaslighting, dude. Yeah,
Work a
that's
little safer. Stay off Twitter.
So Julian Weeks, shout him out. Nah, he can't be serious with this. Dave Meltzer says the reason AEW announced Strickland in the first segment for Saturday is because they expect their biggest quarter of the year. There is no. What do you mean the NBA game fucking interrupted the first quarter of the fucking show, you idiot? We're watching it live on PWT. Fuck you. There's no inside the NBA on TNT. They go right from the Celtics Heat game to wrestling, but it was late. Their biggest lead-in a long time at 8:30 p.m. or slightly later. Makes more sense to do something big there than on Dynamite for all the reasons we've talked about and written. So let me ask you, Awful. Let me ask you. So they think that they're gonna, instead of giving like Swerve the homecoming on the show that supposedly around 1 million are supposed to be watching, even though it's like 600,000, and they give Moxley the big homecoming, even though it's the New Japan and the Divas fucking looking title, and instead of giving Swerve the big moment, they're like, nah, we'll put him on there at Collision where like 400,000 people are gonna watch because it's a big lead-in from NBA. And what are they hoping? Like people who watch the NBA are going to see Swerve and like Swerve. You give me your thoughts on this. You're more qualified to speak on this than I am as well. So give me your thoughts on it.
I don't see how I'm more qualified, but I will say this. I do know this. That's what I'm saying. Like we have to bring in real life to all this. The second the buzzer hits on an NBA basketball game is the second that people who are either for or against that particular team, they tune out. It's over. They do not wait for any post-game show or even any sort of post-game analysis after the show. They're clicking it off and going on to something else. To put Swerve Strickland on there right after first off, I mean, yeah.
He announced the pressure once. He has the sneakers, right? And then so what I've seen on Twitter is people saying, oh, they're going to put Swerve there because they hope the black audience from fucking NBA sticks around to watch Swerve. So that's why I said I want your thought. Like, is that a move? Is that a play? Or do you just think that, like, what? I don't know. I don't know. Is that a play? I'm asking you.
I mean, the only thing that would make it worse is if that Swerve showed up in one of the NBA team's jerseys right as he came out there with a basketball in his hand, and there was like a basket right in the middle of the ring, and he did a dunk. Like that's.
Because if John Cena came out after an NBA game, people would be like, "Oh shit, it's John Cena, right? He's a star."
Right.
So it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Starting off on the wrong foot with Swerve. Swerve should see this kind of thing
real
coming.
Ugly.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm getting at, bro. It's real bad. I feel like it's one of the.
So you're using my skin tone. I see. I see.
No,
you know what I mean?
It's just I gotta ask.
No.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what Swerve is thinking. Like, okay, so I'm the token black guy that's going to show up at the right after the basketball game, and I'm going to speak about what. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't make too much sense.
But basically, that's what Dave is just saying, though. Like the Celtics, like no explanation of why. Just like, oh, they're going to parade him because he's going to have the biggest quarter hour of the year. For what? For Collision? Yeah. Like no one's really watching that shit. So makes more sense to do something big there than on Dynamite. But no, because the most people watch Dynamite. So it's just really like a bunch of cope right there, 100%. Like you can't defend how they've been booking Swerve or anything. And then here's shout out AEW Neckbeards. He's of course just like making people look silly. I couldn't agree more with Dave Meltzer's assessment. Beep boop, and he's exposing bots. Look at all these Meltzer bots. I couldn't agree more with Dave Meltzer's assessment. The Bryan Danielson versus Ospreay match at AEW Dynasty was indeed a masterpiece. The energy and technique displayed in both. Here's another guy. I couldn't agree more with Dave Meltzer's assessment. The Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay match at AEW Dynasty was a true masterpiece. Look at the next one, guys. He's got more. It's not just them. After watching Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay go out at AEW Dynasty, it's clear that we're dealing with a match. I couldn't agree more with Dave Meltzer's assessment that Bryan Danielson versus, it's all the same shit, dude. It's just a bunch of fucking bots. That's hilarious.
None of this screams of desperation. Let me ask the chat: do any of the moves that Tony Khan are doing, do they not reek of desperation,
bro?
I mean, come on,
big time. Absolute big time. And so, speaking of which, desperation, Dave Meltzer, as we're in this segment, Dave Meltzer, dumb moment of the week. Dave Meltzer on Tony Khan saying WWE is, quote, like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. So he's going to defend this shit that we went over with yourself and Marv. So Dave says, quote, I know Khan believes this engagement is good, but I don't think that's the case. Oh, he doesn't defend it. Based Meltzer. He could get away with calling Vince Weinstein, but calling no, Dave, fuck you he could get away with calling Vince Weinstein, but calling the full company that is an issue that will cause a ton of blowback.
Well,
so he's
remember,
sort of
today is the last day that Vince McMahon is in charge of anything. So I'm sure on Monday, all the people that hated Vince McMahon, they'll just stop talking about Vince McMahon in conjunction with the WWE, correct?
I mean, we covered it earlier in the show. Nick Khan sold all of his shares too, but he's going to remain as president. So I don't think so. I think everyone's going to try and connect Nick Khan to Vince McMahon. However, on PWT, we're the top fucking pod, and we investigated it, and Brandon Thurston revealed that Nick Khan's shares have all been on sale since September, same as Vince's. So it doesn't matter. Like, this is just a boss move for Nick Khan, but I don't know. I think all those people crying about Vince will remain forever personally, but he's sort of trying to soften the blow by saying, well, he could have called Vince Harvey, but he can't call all of WWE Harvey. So that's just fucking straight dummy shit, man. I just really don't.
Dummy, yeah.
Dave Meltzer, how does he ever get away with it? How does he get away with it?
And it was so bad for Tony to do that. You have to just condemn it. Like, it was so stupid to do that shit. And so also Dave Meltzer on Wrestling Observer newsletter reports that Dominic Mysterio is undergoing elbow surgery, but is planned to remain on TV while recovering. Dave says Dominic Mysterio also had an elbow injury. It apparently happened in a 4:15 match with Andrade and was described to us as a freak accident. He will be undergoing Tommy John surgery on his elbow, which for a baseball pitcher means at least 9 months out, since he doesn't have to throw pitches, blah, 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 blah. Dominic Mysterio responded to this, and I think I have it bookmarked, but he was just like, nope, no surgery for me. Here, I think Marv's got it. Yeah, so Marv, shout out at Movie Marvin. He screen grabbed it. No surgery for this guy. I'm not fucking leaving. And so basically, he just buried the fucking dirt because Sports Illustrated shills for AEW. We all know. WWE wrestler Dominic Mysterio is scheduled to undergo Tommy John surgery to repair. No, he just buried the dirt sheets. No surgery. Go fuck yourself, dummies. Again, just Dave making shit up. Sports Illustrated running with whatever bullshit makes WWE look bad. You know what I mean?
What do you think, Bill? Do you think that Brian Alvarez is slowly trying to distance himself from Dave Meltzer?
I don't think so. No, I think he's going to take over that empire, and he's just showing a bit of pushback because this is why. I think Brian isn't as accepted in some of the circles as Dave, to where he assumes he is accepted in these, when he goes to the AEW press conference, right? He's at the one, he asks the question, and Christian Cage just buries him. And then he hasn't been at another one since, even though he's like, dude, for real. And he's like, I've been at the events. Like, he calls people geeks because they're like, you cover wrestling, you weren't there, whatever. And he's like, no, I was there, da 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 da. So it's like, but he hasn't been asking no more questions. So it's like, I think he has a fragile little ego too, but I think he handles it because he doesn't block people and shit. But I think I think what he's doing is just because okay, Dave will say shit that sometimes you're like, no, he's right about that, and then Brian doesn't push back on it or anything. I just don't feel any like, even though he has this schmarmy, cocky prick little fucking attitude, I feel like he doesn't. He's just waiting for Dave to go, and then he will be the new Dave Meltzer. I truly believe that. So his pushback, I don't know if it's for show, but I just think it's him also, because you can't lie to yourself all the time. No human can lie all the time to yourself all the time without going insane. You have to push back at some point. So I
think he's pushing back.
Well, what happens? He breaks off and Figure 4 becomes its own thing. There's no way. It's too much money in that. It's just, there's no way that's ever going to happen. Like, they're never going to split off. He's always going to sit there. And I'm okay if he's pushing back. I'm down. But then just look at Brian's Twitter feed. He'll also like call people geeks and get mad. I don't care about that at all. But I'm just saying, like, he will he'll shoot on, let's just say, people who say shit like that, or like you're pushing back because Dave or whatever. Like, if you question him, he still has that like Dave mentality towards you,
right?
Like that,
right?
So that's where I'm like, I don't know. I just think maybe like he's pushing back because he's just comfortable with Dave, maybe more than it's like he's being honest about the objective reality. Because
the devil you know versus the devil you don't know.
Right. And maybe I'm psychoanalyzing it too much, but either fucking way, Dom buries all that shit, and then Dave is just coping more at Pro Wrestling. WWF counselor, shout him out. Quote, non-sports, but I thought AEW was real wrestling. And Dave Meltzer says it beat everything but the playoffs. Highest non-sports show was 0.16. And so Dave again just coping, like, yeah, beat everything but NHL playoffs. And then I'm not going to bury Dave for this, but it's him. It's just him. Like, here's the thing. The reason Dave has ever been labeled as credible is because his ability to sniff out and garner and report valid pay-per-view and ticket sale and Nielsen rating numbers and shit like that. So his whole defenses are just like, it's like, bro, if this was any other wrestling show, you would say it was shit compared to WWE, whatever, but he just can't do it. He has such a vested interest. And then here's Dave and Brian Alvarez, and shout out at Triple H, Paul L. It's Triple H's thoughts. Shout him out. I think he was a guest on Toonie Talk Wrestling, and just a great yeah. So here's Dave and Brian just spouting out more excuses. I
presume that I can confirm we had video games,
and this is about so they're basically the reason I covered all the excuses prior to preface this, because now they're gonna talk about Raw's decrease in ratings. And if you just levy it, like, you have all these excuses for Dynamite and AEW and why their ratings aren't the complete bomb, and then when Raw's drop 800K, which isn't good, but you could just say that the sports affect Raw more because more people watch sports and more people watch WWE. So that's just the simplest explanation, right? You conspiracy motherfuckers. And so here's Dave, though, like, this is what they have to say as soon as WWE has objectively less viewers, where you got to go, okay, what the fuck's going on here? But here's them, just, they can't wait to jump all over it.
I presume that I can confirm we had video games last year. I presume that Netflix and Hulu existed a year ago, and that people had computers and watched things on YouTube 1 year ago. I'm not sure of any of this, of course. And I can presume,
even though, what a schmarmy fucking prick, even though what? AEW's YouTube has declined since Punk left the company. It's fallen off a cliff. What a schmarmy cunt.
There may have been NFL football a year ago too.
Maybe. Oh, may there have been, fucking Dave. What a cunt.
I was told that there was NFL this week starting for the first time. There was an NFL game against them for the first time.
See, do you see Brian? Like, oh, I heard there was NFL for the first time ever. Like, do you hear Brian? Like,
oh yeah, they're
like, that's
really
what I mean. I don't think he's
smart
really
ass.
fighting. Yeah, I don't think he's really like fighting back. He's just sometimes you got to just keep it real if you're dealing with Dave every day.
Time this Monday. Yes, I know. And it was a good game too. That has never happened. There's never been a good NFL game going up against Raw. I mean, that, I mean, like, I guess, I mean, it's like,
dude, they're like clowning. They're like doing what me and you and Marv would do about,
Right.
they're like trying to like riff and be cute. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, where's this same energy when AEW ratings are doing bad? You fucking idiots, man. It's so stupid.
Look, I mean, there's always lists of excuses.
Low.
And there were, boy, did we hear them, after this one. But I presume.
And then they're just like, oh boy, do we hear these excuses. Bro, I didn't see anyone. For the most part, I've seen people going like, yo, WWE dipped 800K. There is other sports, but like, damn, Triple H, what's up? So awful. Man, Dave coping, shitting on WWE.
Meanwhile, when WWE does it, it's apparently an excuse. But God forbid you should give any sort of, reason as to why AEW is doing so bad. And, that they don't consider it an excuse. It's just the fact of life that the NBA is going to beat them. But here I got a question. Because I do a little bit of research.
Yep.
Jesse Waters, which is a show on Fox. I don't know if too many people know about it.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
They never seem to lose viewers when these big NBA games go on or anything like that. It's only the AEW on Wednesday nights that lose viewers. Why is it that these other shows don't lose that many viewers? Jesse Waters averages 2.2 million viewers each and every week. Now, I don't know too much about their particular 18 to 49 demo, but they don't lose viewers. They don't lose a chunk of viewers.
Yeah.
Like, how is that even possible? That's why I say,
how does NXT, sorry to interrupt you, but the night before, how does NXT keep all of those viewers?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And like increase their viewership. Sorry, Awful. What were you gonna say though?
No, you're exactly right. Like, nobody seems to lose viewership when there's NBA games on Wednesday, except for AEW, which is strange to me.
Yeah, it is strange. And so Powerhouse Hobbs, per Dave Meltzer, suffered a legitimate knee injury on Dynamite when he went for a high cross and smashed into the turnbuckles. Why is this guy doing high crosses and smashing into turnbuckles? The match was reportedly set to go on longer than it did, as they plan to do more. It is currently unknown how bad the injury is. So it was going to go longer than it did? What the
right.
Fuck, man.
Right.
Dummy. Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a dude in your chat named Headingite, and he says Jesse Waters is a right wing nut job, and all the Trump cultists watch Fox religiously.
Okay,
How are they any different than AEW fans?
I mean, yeah, dude. If you want to get into that, yeah, whoever's saying that in the chat, Tony Khan's dad donated to Trump. Jericho's wife was at the fucking protests or whatever, where everyone's getting arrested. The J6. We're not getting political here, and I'm not going shame on them. I don't give a fuck. I live in Canada. I don't care about none of that bullshit. But what I'm telling
he's saying that he's saying that Jesse Waters has a certain loyal fan base.
Oh, okay.
And AEW should have that same sort of fan base. Why do their rings not grow?
Yeah, well, there you go. Even to what I just said. Yeah. So, and I'm not hating on like vote whoever the fuck I don't care. Like I truly, if someone's like I vote for Trump, I don't give a fuck. I don't, and I live in Canada, so I don't care. But what I'm trying to say is this. Okay, look at both WWE and AEW. There's a bunch of people who support Trump and shit. Do you know why? Because people support Trump. So sorry, I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. People tune out. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? So Wrestling Observer also reports on the recent WWE roster cuts were a Paul Levesque decision. Awful. I want your thoughts. Mahal, Cameron Grimes, all of these different superstars get cut into sheer. I want your thoughts on all of these cuts overall, just like whoever comes to mind that you think was just recently cut. Indu Sheer, Jinder Mahal, Cameron Grimes, he left an emotional video. And these decisions, according to Dave Meltzer, were all, at the end of the day, decided by Paul Levesque. And Cameron Grimes went on Busted Open Radio and said, he was like, yo, I was a Triple H guy, and it was hard for me to get through when Vince was there. There was like a power struggle going on, but these cuts were Triple H's decision. Now I'm going to take a piss, and I want you to give me your thoughts on these cuts and them being just at the end of the day, it was Triple H's call. And even though that's the case, Triple H guys got cut. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't know if they were doing anything with Indushir. They weren't doing anything with Jinder Mahal, nor were they doing anything with Cameron Grimes. And I remember saying this a long time ago. If you're one of these types that feel like you might be getting pushed out the door, you have to push back. You have to start going to people and telling them, listen, man, what have you got for me this week? And start coming up with your very own ideas on how to present yourself on television. Jinder Mahal, I mean, I'm not really sure what he was doing this entire time, but he should have been fighting like hell.
Sorry, did you see his promo where he's like, I can make an impact anywhere? Red
Yeah,
Hook District of. Did we watch that together? I don't remember, but either way,
No. We didn't watch it together, but
do you think he goes to AEW, fights Hook, or what?
He's just trying to keep his options open. He did mention Impact, and he also mentioned the Red Hook section of Brooklyn, which is, obviously a reference
India,
to Hook
Japan, Canada.
Yeah. I mean, so he's just weighing his options right now. I don't think he's got any sort of hard decision that he's made to be like, yeah, I'm going here afterwards. He's going to shop around. But it's as I said before, like if Jinder Mahal really wanted to up his game and up his standards, he should have did something right after that program he had with The Rock. You've got to turn chicken shit into chicken salad. And Indushir, Cameron Grimes, and Jinder Mahal, as well as a few others, they may not know how to do that right now. Maybe this is their opportunity to learn how to make chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Yeah, man. And so do you think like Triple H at the end of, like, Cameron Grimes got cut? He's like, I was a Triple H guy. What the fuck? Triple H had to cut him. It's part of the business, right? It's
Right.
another Tuesday. I think you said on the other pod, you're like, yo, it's another Tuesday, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's another day
It's
at the
another
office.
Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with that. And so Meltzer said what? So this one is a little, how do I explain it? So it's just Meltzer basically contradicting himself on how this has to do with, so Colt Cabana. So someone leaked to Dave a bunch of stuff. Sorry, guys, I'm a little jambled for words because I'm trying to like collect my thoughts here. Also, Big Bill just squashed a motherfucker. Bravo. A round of applause, AEW. Here, I'll give them a round of applause. But then next we have the Dick Wiggler, Daniel Garcia, teaming up with Katsuyori Shibata. Now, what it appears to me is that Tony Khan's just teaming all of his favorite wrestlers with Katsuyori Shibata because that's his other favorite wrestler from Japan. Anyways, so what happened was Dave and Wrestling Observer Newsletter got a bunch of information, and like an anonymous source who works in AEW or worked in AEW told us all about the Punk firing and how he did demand that Colt Cabana get fired and blah, 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 blah. And obviously it was fucking Colt Cabana who told them this shit. Like, obviously it was. And it's just like, do you think Punk demanded Colt get fired? I fucking highly doubt that. But if he did, so what? Like,
he's still with the company, isn't he?
Yes.
I mean,
Like that's
so much to do about nothing.
And so my whole thing is like, okay, let's say he did lobby to get Colt fired. I'm not saying lobby to get people fired. That's fucked. So what does that mean? That everything Punk said isn't true? Or like, man, they have some personal weird shit. It's just, there's so much nuance. Everyone lacks nuance in 2024. That's how I feel walking around the world. But either way, basically this is Dave talking about, and Meltzer Said What compiled this. Shout out at Meltzer Said What, one of the best fucking follows you could ever follow. And he says, just Dave talking about how an anonymous source told them that it definitely CM Punk asked for Colt to get fired. Definitely that's something that happened. And so Dave is saying, yeah, it definitely did happen. You can see how likely it is to have happened by looking as his behavior in effectively banning people from Collision. Glad we got an anonymous source from 2 years ago to confirm it definitely did happen by seeing how likely it is to have happened. And it's 2 years ago, so it's got to be Colt. Like, who else was around 2 years ago when Punk was snapping? And so just basically the newsletter is one person who we haven't really heard from since early 22. So this is 2 years ago, the anonymous source, right? Right? Like, it just lines up like the observers just stooping themselves of who this is. Like, they're so fucking stupid. What would happen, because most believed and many said they knew it was CM Punk who caused Colt Cabana to not be renewed. But he was renewed, and then although he did get a new deal, but he was never brought to tapings. Even is what no editor, get an editor for your fucking digital magazine, even though he was a producer primarily, not a wrestler. So they're trying to, like, listen, Punk got him fired caused him to not be renewed. Although he was renewed, but he wasn't really brought to tapings, but he was, even though he was just a producer, not a wrestler. Like, awful. Come on, man. Am I crazy for like getting like, this is the shit I love to cut. It's just like, how fucking dumb could you be? People give me $12.99. Give Awful $12.99. What the fuck you giving this guy $12.99 for?
Yeah, you don't even have to give me $12.99. Give me a couple bucks. You know what I mean?
$2.99. I'll fucking
$2.99. I'll be happy.
Like, this is just crazy. This is insane.
At least you'll be entertained.
And this is important because this is what he just did to Trick Williams. He just said about Trick Williams. Well, Trick Williams, he's not good in main events, even though he was good in the main event with Ilya Dragunov.
Right.
But
right.
Trick, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? So he was just good in a main event, Dave. Like, and then his shit with Mello happened a week later, and Dave just had to swallow his shoelaces on that one. Anyways, though, the entire time Punk was there, this led to the Adam Page incident, since he was friends with Cabana, and then it all blew up. So Page was like the real friend with Cabana, like the close one. Fuck. The person wrote before the footage aired, but right after Punk appeared with Ariel Helwani. I know there will be a lot of continued discussion about the whole situation with Punk, AEW this week, blah, 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 blah. And then he bullshitted on Ariel. We already know. And then over here, it definitely did happen. So he's now so it's all speculation up until this point, and then Dave is going to conclusively say it definitely did happen. You can see how likely it is to have happened by looking at his behavior. In effect, so Dave's a psychologist now. He's a behavioral therapist who can, you know what I mean? Like, who can fucking
No,
look.
Dave is a soothsayer. He's able to weave and bob these. He's able to, just like do this word salad. And at the very end, while you're pounded down with information, that's when he's going to give you his opinion. It's a very slick move. He pounds you down with information, and then he gives you
meaningless shit. It's like those math problems you learn where they're like, yo, remember, kids, like extract the bad information. Like, in every math problem that's a word problem, there's always like extra shit in it that like doesn't need to be there, that you can, to simplify the equation, and he just overloads you with all that extra shit.
Yeah, he knows his audience.
And then
he knows his audience.
Yeah, and then he just speculates, and you go, oh look, it definitely did happen. You can see how likely it was that Punk got him fired by looking at his behavior. And effectively banning people from Collision. Who? Perry, who is trying to vandalize a fucking rental car? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Dave relies on people not double checking his work. He's been doing it for so long. He's the, what do they call him? The journalist of record for wrestling. And he relies on people not knowing as much as he does, and relies on people not doing any sort of double checking, because he is the final word. He's the final boss when it comes to the IWC journalistic practices.
Joining us back again on the show, two-time Grammy Award winner Marty McFlyer than you.
What's going on?
Awesome. Thank you, Marty.
What's good?
Marty, it's got to be brought up every time because you're the shit, dude. And everybody go check out Hurricane. We got the chat buzz, and the chat was like, dude, I'm bumping Hurricane right now. It's where it's at. And we have Woody Allen, hopefully not the filmmaker. If unless you are, then you're cool. For $5 says, if AEW fans are so rich, why aren't they buying tickets? And I bet that was Hangman talking to Dave again. Yeah, it's because that's some made up bullshit by Dave Meltzer. I mean, who is at WrestleMania? Who's at all these live event sellouts? Oh, it's just poor idiot people who don't go to college. That's fucking stupid. And then if and I bet that was Hangman. It was Hangman or Colt, 100%. Marty, what do you make of like a Colt basically stooging to Meltzer, and then Meltzer's just saying
what he Meltzer and things?
Yeah, saying it's definitively this because of Punk, CM. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat. But Dave saying it's definitively this because of his because of his actions. I'm a psychologist. I'm Professor X now.
Oh, it's Hangman. See that I've heard that, but I wasn't. I mean, I guess it definitely sounds like it could be something that Colt would do, because he's going to be grasping for straws at however he can try to shit on Punk, because he won't do it publicly because I don't think he could afford the lawyers for it. We're just being completely honest about it. But it's frustrating as shit because there's nothing else to add to this story or to make up. We heard what happened, we saw what happened, and now we're trying to do all this character assassination shit on Punk. They did majority of that while he was there and when he first left. They won't let this shit die.
Man, and then like your thoughts on like well, here, hold on. Awful Wrestling, he's got to get out of here. So Awful, thank you so much for joining tonight. I appreciate you so much. Toonie Talk Wrestling this Tuesday. Alfred's gonna be on This Is Nasty. I'm gonna be on that panel. Hopefully you're on there.
Awesome.
If not, Awful, you have an open door anytime you need to come on and say what you need to say. Just hit me up. You have an open door. And
unforbidden door.
Yes,
unforbidden door. Awesome.
Unforbidden door. And what do you have going on? Plug to the people. Just let them know what you got going on and shit. Thank you so much for being
here. Catch me on X, Twitter, Awful Wrestling, at Awful Wrestling. The death of WCW. The death of AEW is my handle. And peace to the chat, peace to the panel. It was a pleasure being on, gentlemen.
Dude,
yeah, Awful. Good. I'm big fan, man. Your tweets
awesome.
are fucking great.
Thank you. Awesome.
And I love when
you're
here, dude. You're just great to chat with, and thank you so much, Awful, for taking time to be here. I appreciate it so much. Everyone, round of applause for Awful Wrestling. We will see him again soon. My friend. We will see him again soon. Make sure you go follow him. So yeah, Marty. I mean, you were cooking right there, man. I mean, you always do. So. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the most epic ever Dave Meltzer moment of the week.
Yes.
So I think we covered all the stuff. Over here, so we have Kenny Omega, and he's keeping it real, and the PWT listeners know, like, hey, we keep it real about Kenny. We like Kenny. You know, he might come. Cole Cabana really. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. I'm watching this. Sorry, Marty, are you watching this Rampage Collision before we get into Kenny Omega?
Oh shit!
It's an extra. I went to go do it. Shane Taylor Promotions is who I like as a faction, but they're fighting fucking Daniel Garcia, the Dick Wiggler, and fucking Shibata, and the Dick Wiggler's wearing Shibata cosplay. He's cosplaying Shibata in this. So your thoughts on like Shane Taylor Promotions with Lee Moriarty and Shane Taylor, and then your thoughts on like Garcia and Shibata taking them to the limit and them thinking this is good for TV.
I despise the fact that
I love Shane Taylor Promotions. Dude.
I fuck with STP. They're actually some of the homies. Shout out to Reverend Ron Hunt.
I love Shibata, dude. I love Shibata, but Daniel Garcia, it ain't it for me, man.
Man,
are you
okay?
Are you?
I'm frustrated.
I'm
frustrated. I'm super frustrated because to see STP just original ROH or pre acquisition, they were represented well, they were put over well, the matches were great, and it just seems like Shane is just there to give people matches that are more competitive, or he's selling way more than he should for a big guy. They've just completely depleted it. I feel like I always forget that Lee Moriarty is still there, which is a shame because he's an amazing talent. They won't give my dog Ron a shot.
Yeah, they got to change. Sorry to interrupt, but they need to change Lee Moriarty. His gimmick every time that they try to refresh him is just like dye his hair and then say that, which is so old school, but just say that like he's like a real good fighter, like a real good wrestler.
He's a technical genius.
Right, but it's like that can't just be your shit. There's so much of that already. That was my problem with Ospreay and Danielson, is they're both like, I'm the best, we're the best, we're all the best. It's like, okay, what is Lee Moriarty besides this great wrestler that I can see with his physical actions? You don't need to tell me he's a great wrestler because I'll visually see that in the ring. Tell me about who he is as a person, where did he come from, his character, blah 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 blah. You know, that's
he's hilarious. In real life, he's hilarious. I've
so you know him in real life. Okay, so
we have mutuals. We have mutuals. I've been around him a few times, and dude is cool as hell.
Shane Taylor, like I've always been a huge Keith Lee mark, like even back on the indie scene. Shane Taylor, I love Shane Taylor. They just stuck these guys together though, and I'm like, okay, this is cool, but like, what's Lee Moriarty's approach now? Because before he was like dyeing his hair like Dennis Rodman and shit, and he's just like a great wrestler. And then he's with STP, and he's like, I'm just a great wrestler. And then they just stick like any of fucking Tony Khan's favorite wrestlers, they just stick them with Shibata. So now it's just like Daniel Garcia's with Shibata, but I thought Shibata was teaming with Cassidy. So even if I'm trying to enjoy this shit, I fucking can't because there's no.
Oh no, that best friends shit is so fucking annoying.
Yeah, there's no character development, but yeah, you have something with Shane Taylor. He's like a good brawler, like the way he heals on people. Right now, he's in someone's face, just fucking like, what's up? Like he's great. He's great. Keith Lee as well, and like God, I don't know what's up with this hell.
Oh, their tag team was amazing.
Bro, Lee Moriarty too. He's great, but like he can't just be like, oh, I'm a great wrestler. You know, like Taylor has a gimmick. Taylor has a gimmick. Moriarty doesn't.
Free Shibata, because he is my favorite, my all-time favorite Japanese wrestler of all time.
Wow,
and to see how they are destroy. Oh my! It's like, let's take everything that made him great, let's just belittle it and just put him with the complete antithesis of what's opposite of him. And I know opposites attract, but it's just corny shit. He doesn't speak. It's hard to get into the matches because they're going to put their characters over him instead of just letting him have great fucking matches. I wish ROH never sold, because STP, Lee Moriarty, Shibata would be used so much better than this. I almost wish he'd just go back to Japan.
Do you think though that, okay, he's a guy who, remember when Dave was like, yeah, he got his brain taken out of his head and put back in his head or whatever. Do you think, like Shibata, do you think that Shibata though, like he's just getting paid a shitload of money to just team with guys?
I mean, yeah, he got his second.
Okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah, and like I'm not gonna hate on that, but I just feel like I don't know, man. I just feel like this.
Give him a title.
Promotion. There's something here. And they just stuff them on like, oh, they're just gonna come and job. Like you always know they're just gonna job, dude. It's just same with like Top Flight. We were talking about it earlier. Yeah, they're awesome, but like there's no development. It's just they're gonna lose this fucking match. We already know that they're gonna lose before it happens.
Over the same
they're gonna do
people.
no shit, and they're just gonna lose. And then Swerve is here fighting Cesaro to the limit, and then Cesaro gets a world title match just for like walking out and challenging Swerve. And then Dave is sitting there. Oh, we talked about it before. So Dave is saying that he thought the lead-in, he was coping about it and saying, you know, the lead-in from the Celtics Heat game is going to, and then we're going to start with Swerve, and it's going to be bigger than if they put him on Dynamite to start the show.
What did they think the crossover was going to be?
That's exactly it. Please bring it up, because I asked Awful, and he was like, and he gave his opinion. I have my opinion. I want your opinion. Like, so
Did you refresh me on
Dave and Tony think, you know, right after the Heat Celtics game, we're gonna put Swerve out there. What's up? You know, like this is the world champion. It's gonna be bigger on Collision than on Wednesday, the show that people watch the most.
Because POCs love basketball, so of course they're going to tune in to watch Swerve.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Of course, that makes all the
I
sense in
know,
the world. What kind of fuck shit is that? Listen here.
It's just so goofy. It's just such like a ass backwards way to think. You gotta just
Tell me to not care about his reign by like not putting him on your main show literally the next day and then pushing him over to Wednesday and coming up with some bullshit rhetoric that there's going to be crossover.
And Swerve's trying so hard, bro. And like I gave him kudos. He came out. I'm like, the venue looks great. He's cutting a good promo. And then Claudio just challenges him. And then it's and
did he even finish his promo?
No, because Claudio just came out and then was like, we're gonna fight tonight. And then they fought, and it wasn't even the main event of like the 3-hour Collision rampage.
Okay. Do you know what this is? Do you know what the comparison to this is?
What?
It's almost like, okay, Moose is champion. He's not like the first of black champion at TNA, but in general, he's champion and he doesn't want to be. Anybody that's like privy to it knows he doesn't want to be celebrated. He just wants to be looked at as anyone else. And he doesn't understand why these conversations and why representation is so important. And it's like, okay, he's champion. We don't care. And then you're telling me that, okay, you know what it kind of is? Not in the same way, but kind of like in the comparison of where we're not going to give it as much shine. It's important, but it's not. It's kind of like how Seth had his belt during that whole lead up with like, the bloodline and everything. And he was completely playing like a side character. This man is the heavyweight champion of Raw.
Yeah, dude,
and it's a complete side character of the world. And it just doesn't matter. This is what's going to happen with Swerve. He's not going to be main eventing any Dynamites. If so, over under, I'm going to say it's under 5. The whole reign. I'm calling it now. And he's going to, we're going to get him doing 3-minute promos every, like once a week. And then he may have a match that'll have some cheap finish.
Bro,
that's what's going to happen.
This is big feud. Like they're not going to bring MJF back and let Swerve beat
You're going to bring Hangman back quickly? And if that's the case,
they might let Swerve beat him.
Well, what do you do after that though? Because other than Hangman, who do you have?
Here's the problem with Tony too, is that he thinks like a defense against Claudio on Collision adds to the legacy. Oh, but the legacy of Swerve's title reign, 9 defenses when he loses to Osprey, but they're all will just be meaningless. Dude,
it's not going to be a Moxley. It's not going to be a Danielson.
And like fighting Fletch in a title eliminator. That's so dumb. The day after he scratched and clawed and invaded homes and did all this shit to get the belt.
But who do you think
he hung a man with a chain?
Who else do you know? Oh no, we don't talk about that. Ugh, that was cringe. And there was like sharing blood and
yes,
shit.
They
that
spit
was
blood. They share blood. All of a sudden,
hepatitis. Oh, that's horrible.
All of a sudden, Swerve's just gonna fight Fletch in a title eliminator.
Name 5 opponents. Name 5 opponents that you could think of that they would put against him. Because we did Claudio. Do you think he's gonna get a Moxley? No, they gave him the belt so they could keep him away.
No, yeah, exactly.
Do you think they're gonna get a Danielson? No, because he's hurt. They're gonna keep him away. They're gonna keep Osprey away from him for a little bit. There's no Cole. MJF isn't back yet. I'm running the Bucks.
If they do a Joe rematch and then job Joe again, what do you think?
I don't think they dare. They wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare. Not right off bat.
So what's up with Joe? Like, do you think he's just chilling, Marty? Like, do you think he's just like chilling out for a while, or do you think he'll be back right away? Like, if you had to guess.
He's probably chilling.
Yeah.
At home, getting ready to, get his gym started or, running his gym and playing video games. I have it on good authority that he was just at C2E2, getting his shine and then notice
E2. Let's go.
And they weren't even talking about it. There was no promo. There was no nothing that, they did that Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League game mentioned for about 2 weeks. And then it was nothing. I'm trying to think who was, because all right, we had like a whole year and a half damn near of MJF defending against any and everybody and then doing his side stuff. Joe got Swerve, had to jump between Swerve and Hangman. I'm trying to think who who else did he really get? Like, you can tell who they really care about by how many opponents they serve, like credible opponents they give them afterwards.
Yeah. So speaking of opponents, possible opponents for Swerve Strickland, Kenny Omega, he's making his return next week. Next week on Dynamite, as I'm watching right now live, we'll learn who will challenge Swerve Strickland at Double or Nothing live this Wednesday on Dynamite. So, do you like that or what? Do you like that?
Oh no, I like it,
Also,
but my thing is they're not going to put him over.
Will face Chris Jericho, the Learning Tree, in an FTW Championship match.
Oh my God.
Mariah May will face Serena Deeb live Wednesday night at 8/7 Central on TBS. Also, Adam Copeland, the TNT champion, in a Cope Open, will take on one of the members of the House of Black. Which one? I don't fucking know, but tune in this week because it's the Cope Open against one of three guys that we just can't tell you tonight.
Which one of the House of Black will be going to WWE with the quickness when their contracts are up, since there are no competes? I'm going to say 2 of 3, maybe even 3. I think Brody King will stay, but I'm pretty sure the other 2 are going to leave the moment they get a chance.
So, talking about Samoa Brethren, talking about fucking, you know what I mean? Bloodlines of other bloodlines, you know what I mean? And then just talking about like, talking about like, opponents for Swerve. Kenny Omega returns, and he talks about Roman Reigns, man. And he puts Roman Reigns over here. Let's listen to it.
No. Well, I'm not going to accept any Roman Reigns slander in this chat. I really think he's incredible. I don't think he's boring either. I think I actually would say that I'm pretty jealous because Roman Reigns is presented the exact same way that I would love to be presented. He's presented as
oh, y'all hear that? You guys hear that?
a man who's the champion to have big matches at the pay-per-views where
did you guys hear that? Kenny Omega listens to PWT confirm. So I don't know. All I'm saying, he understands the game.
They better be careful before he ends up following Cody.
We've been putting it over more and more every single episode of PWT podcast, PWT live shows. But yeah, man, we will not tolerate tribal chief slander around.
Hell the fuck no. We will not.
He's presented as the man.
Hell no.
And who's the champion to have big matches at the pay-per-views where you're either really cheering for him or you're cheering for someone else. That's professional wrestling. So he's getting to do what I did in New Japan. So I can't be a hater on that. I'm a fan.
Man, I swear to God, I made this point before.
Yeah.
I made this point before. I said straight up that the Elite as a whole, with the exception of Hangman, because in the beginning they were trying to tout him as being the first AEW champion, and they realized it just wasn't it. And as we saw in his title reign, it just wasn't it. That's why they pivoted to Jericho and helped start the domino effect of us having to deal with him now. That being said, I had told you this before. The Elite as a whole have not had, I wouldn't say not half, but like they've had a quarter of the matches that they had when they were in New Japan. Same with Kenny. Kenny's best matches were in New Japan. 1000%. He hasn't even, I don't even think he's sniffed anything relatively close with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 occasions. And he just kind of borderline confirmed that. He wants to be pushed. How are you the EVP of a company that you helped start, and yet you're going to say things like that? And then people smoking their copium, they're going to say, well, no, he's being facetious. He's just being sarcastic. He doesn't mean any of it. He's really just poking fun at them. I'm like, even if that's the case, there's some truth in there. It's like you want him to hate Roman, you want him to hate the other people, but it's just like, no, if he went to WWE when he had the chance, I even think Vince, out of spite, would have probably pushed him heavy, kind of like what they did with AJ the first 2 years that he was there. But even
apparently
now,
Vince was like, "Yeah, squash that guy. Let him know he's a little worm. Beat him."
I mean, they treated AJ well the first 2 years.
Apparently, that's what Vince said though. Like, I want you to make him look small. He told Roman, like, make him look like a Yeah, beat the piss out of. You know, like that's what Vince was saying, like apparently to Roman and shit. Like
He got a WWE title reign out of it. I mean,
heard.
it's not all that bad, but it's like, okay, if Kenny Omega went out just to see, I would love just to be able to peer into like an alternate future to see if Kenny Omega followed Cody and went to WWE, just the amount of meltdown that would be on the fucking timeline to watch how easily they would turn, because they worship Kenny Omega like a god, and he's amazing. He's great. He's one of the greats. Even though his matches have been, even though his matches, and I don't think that's a fault of him, himself, but I think he misses that old thing, like how it used to be in New Japan. In AEW, it's kind of not the same, and then the injury bug, it's like Father Time is catching up, and there's only but so much you can do. I mean, medicine has improved. That's how we've gotten a lot of these superstars back from injuries that should have kept them out for the rest of their lives. But I think depending on how they treat him when he comes back, I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee like it is with the Bucks. I feel like the Bucks, it's a group, it's a collective, but the Bucks and TK are more tight knit, or they have a closer grip on him than a Kenny or Hangman or Cody did. I see it very possible that if the bag is right and they can get him that WrestleMania moment, I don't think Papa H wouldn't give him a WrestleMania main event.
So, like, speaking of Papa H main eventers, potential main eventers, and also people that Dave Meltzer, like people say that Kenny Omega is just saying this shit because Dave Meltzer found his new little pet project, right? And so, Will Ospreay, Kevin Nash has thoughts on Will Ospreay. I don't know if that's a good
except for the Rock comments. His Rock comments, I don't know what kind of gas he was smoking to say that.
Who are you referring to? Sorry,
what Kevin Nash said about the Rock.
Right. So I said earlier in the show. Now I want you to refresh my memory on that. I said earlier in the show. I said, Kevin Nash, when he used to do shoot interviews with Sean Oliver, they were the best ever. Now that he has a podcast with Sean Oliver, it's the shits. You know what I mean? Shit has been trash. But anyways, what were you alluding to though? Like, sorry, explain what you were.
I believe I'm paraphrasing,
because what did he say?
Yeah, it was basically saying the only reason the Rock's career is as big as it was because I think it was some along the lines of him getting hurt or him leaving. Basically saying that if this didn't happen, the Rock wouldn't have had his meteoric rise. I'm paraphrasing, but that was along the gist of it from what I saw. And I thought that was
he said
something hilarious.
like it was like if Austin didn't get injured, then Rock wouldn't have.
Oh, okay. So everybody was saying, because that's where I seen two things. I seen that people were saying that it was Austin, and then half the timeline was going ham because they were basically saying, did he say if he didn't leave or get hurt? I was like, wait, they left in '96. I mean, that was the time. The times didn't correlate.
So we have some people in chat talking about the Samoan werewolf. So Marty, you were on the show like a while ago, and you were like, yeah, man, Jacob, he might pop up, and then all of a sudden PW Insider and a lot of these other news sources were like, Jacob's gonna pop up, and then he didn't quite pop up, but he's gonna pop up probably. So I don't know, man. It got us it got a lot of attention for PWT's way, and I appreciate you letting everyone know in the chat. They're asking about the Samoan werewolf, and I'm anticipating his debut as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't wait till it happens, and it's gonna be, when you talk about game changer, Tama Tonga already I X'd out. I was like, yo, I should have bookmarked it, but Tama Tonga and Kevin Owens is pro wrestling. They have like a real blood feud, like where they're throwing fists, man, over like some
It's
blood.
bringing the steen out of him.
Ooh, it's just very territory. Exactly. It's just very territory, like brawl all over the arena. I love it. I love it. So Jacob, though, definitely is he's on deck, man. Like, he's been signed, And hopefully he shows up sooner than later. So I agree with you. I'll take Jacob Fatu. Personally, me, if I owned a territory, if I owned a pro
100%. If I'm sorry, yeah, MLW did it the right way. They just didn't have the bag.
Right. So Kevin Nash believes that Will Ospreay should win the AEW world title at Wembley. No shit. But
so does Meltzer.
But then he needs to get in better shape.
Well, Ospreay shape.
Wait, what?
Ospreay shape like 3 years ago. I think that was his peak. Like before he got like hurt. What was it? 20? No, I think like 2019.
Was that
2020?
See, I'm not gonna fucking. I'm cool with. To me, I'm just like, where did that come from? That's like a way. But
well, he's not a cruiserweight anymore. He's like he put on bulk on purpose to be taken seriously as a heavyweight.
Yeah, you know, and that's what like I try and tell people about Swerve. You know, like Swerve got criticized for that. Like, oh, he's not big enough, so then he bulked up, and then like I truly believe if you give him the ball and the right opportunities, he can make the most of them. I truly believe that about Swerve. They don't give him an AEW, bro. They're fucking up bad with Swerve already. Anyways,
Swerve's issue was, I think, was timing. Was also timing in the sense because he said it plenty of times in interviews that like Sean would give him the knowledge and would listen to him and would give him that coaching, and I think that's what helped them kind of set up the whole Hit Row thing. Or they brought him into it because that was my dog AJ. Shout out to AJ Francis, that's the homie.
Fucking Top Dollar, yeah. And he'll like my tweets and like my Instagram or whatever, and it's like shout out Top Dollar or AJ Francis, you know, Dollar. I just call him Dollar. Listen, the man, him and Joe Hendry is like what I watch TNA for. Won't even lie.
Oh my
like,
god, Joe Hendry. Yeah, I remember. What was that? He used to be on.
And then you get a banger match, but you get a story, and you get like this shit.
AJ Francis, best
I don't
choke
know.
slam in the business.
It relates to me, and I appreciate what they do over there. And like we were just making fun of the Dolph Ziggler, Matt Hardy shit. I was putting it over. Marv was making fun of it. But if you look at TNA for anything, like Joe Hendry's been money. If you guys listen to PWT podcast before he was feuding with AJ Francis, I've been putting fucking Joe Hendry over. And then Top Dollar comes into the mix, and he's doing his thing. And then you have Rich Homie Swan. Right, Rich Swan, that shit is so good. That whole everything that's going on.
Oh yeah, he brought Swan out of the trenches. I appreciate him for that.
Right, he was in a tag with like Sammy Callahan, and I was just like, I was kind of talking shit about it on the show. I was like, whatever. When they got Rich Homie Swan going, that's awesome. Now they got I don't know. TNA is still going really good, and I don't care. Whatever. Like I'm willing to give the Nick Nemeth Broken Matt Moose shit a chance. I know
TNA is awesome.
Yeah, I love TNA. But anyways, though, to bring it back to fucking Ospreay, to bring it back, and shout out AJ Francis though. We gotta shout him out, man. I love that motherfucker.
And also fuck Moose.
And fuck Moose. So he just said fuck Moose, and also why fuck Moose? Let me just ask that again for the 100,000th time. Why fuck Moose? I don't get it.
Because he goes incredibly out of his way to just
not tapped in like that, dude.
And he just goes as a POC, he goes out of his way to be incredibly anti. He goes to be anti like the culture. Like we can't. There are times where we were trying to give him his props and like shine a light on him. Then it's like what Swerve's been doing, what the issue we've been having with Swerve, like Moose takes pride in it. He's, you know what he is? He's the kind of person that'll see something racist, being black, and then be like, well, I don't think it was about race. He's one of those people. He's one of those.
Okay.
It's like, bro, come on. So it's those things where it's just, if it's anything culture or anytime somebody tries to give him like, because I think he's burnt all his bridges in terms of like good faith. But anytime somebody tries to give him any kind of props,
talk, it's like Terry Crews almost like in mainstream talk. Where
yes,
had a
he
good one.
Crews.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
he is Terry Crews.
Right. Okay, I caught you because I'm just like I'm just trying to make sure I got it right. Okay, I understand what you're.
I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it
I didn't know
everybody could understand
matches, and I was just putting them. I'm like, dude, this motherfucker
Oh, he can work.
He tried to get his craft down and shit. And I just appreciate that. He's representing as a world champion.
Oh no, his work. Nobody has a problem with
But
his
I
work.
see people hating on him, and I'm like, I don't get it. I need that perspective on the show. That's what PWT's all about. We bring
It's almost like he resents being black.
There you go. Okay. There you go. So you heard it from you heard it from Marty. And so Kevin Nash, though, he believes that fucking Will Ospreay needs to bulk up. And so again, though, like if you want to compare it to Swerve, like he's the world champion, he's the standard bearer, if you will, of the company. He should be, but nah, they want to treat it like it's Mox. But either way, though, Swerve fucking he bulked up like the 20-30 pounds, and then they're trying to play it like it's Mox, bro. They gave him the whole
Mox. It is Mox. He's the only thing that kept him above water for the longest time. They wouldn't even let him.
But
they wouldn't even let him take vacation. The dude got out of rehab and had to go straight to work.
At least you can say that Swerve, though, was in NXT and not like main roster. Like Moxley's a multiple-time WWE champion, or at least one or two, right? Am I wrong in saying multiple? He was like two.
Yeah, he's multiple.
One or two. There you go.
Two.
So two. So that's what I mean. Swerve was just like NXT, even NXT title. Not that I don't count that, but I like to kayfabe in my brain. Like I don't even count.
It was the North American title.
Okay, but that's still a prestigious title, no? I would say.
It's. I think it's getting there. It's only like what, 3 years old?
Only that long? I thought it was like more like 5 or 6. But
no, 2019.
Bro, I drink and smoke. You know what I'm saying?
I think it was 2019 when they brought it.
There you go. Yeah, so you're probably more accurate. So about 5 years actually. Yeah. So, anyways, though, but Kevin Nash is saying, though, at the same time, I watched a little bit of SmackDown and I watched AJ, and it's like Ospreay needs to get in better shape. Exactly, because AJ. Here's the other thing. Ospreay does all of AJ's moves. Is anyone gonna address this shit? Am I the only one who he just does all of AJ's shit? And then he's not as bulked up. You look at AJ right now. AJ is
42, 43, and you did like left, got hurt, came back, yoked.
Yo, man, he looks phenomenal, dude. And it ain't
unintended.
Yes, dude. And we had Dan Wilson on the show, the gentleman who coined the name and called him the Phenomenal One for the first ever time. We interviewed him on PWT, actually. If you guys look back in the archives. But anyways, Kevin Nash is saying Ospreay just turned 30. Come on, man. Like, get in better shape. What do you make of all that? What do you make of all that? Tough criticism.
I think that he comes back from, Nash is from an older era. You know what I mean? He's still in that 80 shit. And it's easier to talk when you're 7 feet tall, 300-pound plus. You know what I mean? So it's going to make sense in a way why he's still going to kind of have those old ideals. It's the same way that Undertaker doesn't like that there's people in the locker room that, play video games and do things and don't get super lit and are productive with their time and have other things going on. It's just weird to them that the business isn't what it was for them. So to him, he thinks everybody should be big. When he gave AJ a compliment, even though he worked with him in TNA and seen up close, was when he bulked up. And that's when he needs to get bigger. Ospreay's already gotten bigger. If he gained any more size, I don't think he'd be able to do what it is that he can do. And even Ospreay has said he's trying to tailor his style to be a little bit more ground-based and balanced, like a heavyweight. He can do all of the flippy-dippy shit. Of course, he's one of the greatest to ever do that type of shit. But at the same time, he also wants to have some longevity because he's had plenty of injuries. That's what cost him his New Japan World Heavyweight Championship, was getting fucking hurt.
Yeah. So, fuck, I don't know, man. And then he retired that move after it seemingly hurt Danielson, where they did like a work shoot injury angle. Also, Cody and Carmelo did like a work shoot injury angle. What are your thoughts on all that? Like, what do you think about the Cody one? Is that a work shoot with Carmelo? And then what do you think about the Danielson one? Is that a work shoot with Ospreay?
The Danielson one, when he was doing that flop, like that's his thing. He goes out of his way. That's how he scares people into thinking that it's real. It's taking something very serious, and it's easier to believe like, oh, okay, did something happen? I think that's a work. As far as, I think it was a legitimate accident. They probably had something planned and it went wrong.
Yeah. So let me ask you now, Marty, do you want to get into this Sean Ross Sapp drama?
Oh,
Disco
fill
Inferno?
me in. Fill me in because I
I
missed
don't
this
know.
one.
I don't know. Do you want to know the honest truth? I didn't look
Yes.
at any of. So I had to reach out. So the Crossman, shout out the Crossman 25, follows me and I follow them. There you go. And so I think he has a YouTube channel, right? And so he commented under my shit because I tweeted out. I was like, "Can anybody get me screenshots of the Sapp Disco Inferno fight?" Because I could only see. Oh, look, I can see it. What the fuck? You guys are watching this live on the show. I could just view someone that has me blocked and that I have blocked, and I could just view it. That's crazy. That's fucked up. Anyways, so unless this guy doesn't have me blocked. Yeah, see, I'm unable to view when I actually click on it. But did you guys just see that? It let me view his tweet, so I can view it. That's cool.
Wait.
Anyways, but then over
Yeah.
here it's blocked, so you guys can see. Yeah, because I was like, what the fuck? Like,
Give
I'll
me the
unblock
gist of it from what you could gather.
I want Sapp to come on the show and just he can just call me all the names in the world. It's all good. Like I'm not worried.
You'd have
about
to
that.
pay him, or just tell him you
No, I'm
subscribe
not
to
gonna
Fightful
pay
for
him.
2
Just
years.
like come talk. He fucking like has been in my comments, like talking to people. It's like talking shit to people. It's like, bro, just come talk to me. Like we can just talk on the show. I'm not worried about anything.
Sean, if you're here on a burner,
And I'm not gonna
or
like
if you're
call
whatever,
you
just
silly shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna like be
Just
like,
come talk to
oh,
him.
what? You touched the thigh? Like, well, it might come up. Like, I just brought it up now, but it's like I'm not gonna just use that as like a gotcha. I'm not like a disingenuous cunt. Like I'm not. Or
Yeah.
sorry, I shouldn't even say that. Sorry. Yo, let me chill. Let me just bring it back. Listen.
Yeah.
It's all good. We're just gonna talk, bro. Like I talked to fucking. It's no big deal, bro. Like it's just. Like I don't care. You know. It's like we can just. It would be the funniest shit of all time. He'd
Simple
probably
discourse.
pass out on me, and then that's all good. No,
Yeah,
but
simple discourse.
He'd probably just call me a billion words, and then I try to get him to be chill, and then he'd probably just dip out. That's my honest opinion of how it would go down. But I don't know until I'm there, and I'm down to go there. Like I'm not like afraid to just like talk to anybody. You know, it's like we're all good. You know, we can just
Mania
talk.
in Vegas if we see him.
Exactly.
Mania in Vegas
But,
if we
but,
see him.
but if he gets crazy, bro, I'm not Billy Body. I'm not for real. It's
No,
not
he's
even
not going to do that though. In public,
good because it's
public
like
image.
because it ain't even like that. It's like I'm not Billy Body, bro. Like it's not about. It would be like some. It would be like
Whatever
some,
happened to him?
bro. Who cares? You know, no, just kidding.
I'm just curious.
I don't want to shit him. Sometimes I listen to it. I'll throw his show on because he'll report on good shit. But he has made some tweets recently where I was like, dude. Fuck, man, you know, like he's made some jokes,
Yeah.
like no, just like 9/11 jokes and all these type of shits that are just like, and I'm not one of these fucking guys. You guys know we joke about whatever, but my whole thing is like, dude, I can't get down and like fully, I can't be, I don't know, it just turned me
We're not
off.
getting racial. That's crazy.
No, it's not even that. I don't even think he did that. He just makes jokes about like he's brought up Zelina Vega's dad and shit who died in 9/11. R.I.P.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, so that shit just turns me off as like a person who's like, I wouldn't joke about that. Are you a comedian? I don't think he's a stand-up. So why are you making crazy ass jokes? I understand when stand-ups like go for a joke and they might like overstep, and it's like, okay, you're doing stand-up and you're trying jokes. Like that's your job is to like push the bound, right? But it's like if you're just news, if you're doing wrestling news, bro, chill. Like what do you know what I mean? Like that's just so fucking unnecessary and shit. Like it's so just like extra to where that's why we don't do that. I'm not trying to sit here and break news. I just crack the fucking jokes and I don't care. You know what I mean?
It's
like
commentary.
Yeah. I'm just making commentary on other people's commentary almost. You know, it's like but at the end of the day, I will and I won't lie. Yeah, I'll tap into his show to just like because he'll break shit that's like where you're like, damn, dude, he's right about this or this. Like, so I'll just tap.
Who are his sources? I just want to know who fucks with him like that.
Drew McIntyre, I think, for one. I don't want to be the one breaking. Yeah, because I don't know Billy like that. So I'm not going to say like what I don't know him. Like I've tried to get him on the show to just, and not that I wouldn't press him either about like, yo, these jokes, like, what do you think? Like I would ask him straight up, like what is like the end game with that? Like, why do you feel the need to like, that's just some ugly shit, you know? But he's like, he's predicted like full on. This is what made me even realize, because like, dude, trust me, I used to listen to K100 like all the time, okay? And I
Same.
love K. Shout out Disco, shout out Kona, shout out whoever, right? Joe Feeney, everybody involved, like whatever. I don't listen to it as much anymore. But the thing is
I
that
catch the clips.
yeah, I'll catch a clip here and there. And so that's how people are with PWT too. Yeah. But yo, listen, so like he would do like the news with his co-host or whatever. He would do like the hot news. Conan would always introduce it. Where's the hot news, Billy Buddy, with the hot news? And then Billy would drop some shit, bro. Like he predicted like the whole Vince McMahon, Pat McAfee, like 2 WrestleManias ago. He knew all of that like a month before it happened. He was like, Vince is gonna pin McAfee, and like he said it all. And when that happened, like at first when he was saying it, I was like, whatever, this guy's just saying shit. And like I just only caught it because I listened to K100. But then I fucking saw Mania, and all this shit that he said was gonna happen happened, and I went, what the fuck? So I started listening to him like a lot. Yeah, I won't even lie. Like I started digging up clips, and I'm like, was this guy legit? And you look back and you're like, yo, man, this guy's a fucking whatever. But he didn't go so heinous. And then he like almost fought SRS, which is like, I don't care. 2 men fight. I don't give a fuck.
Really?
But then,
Oh,
like,
yeah, I remember that.
yeah, but then he started making crazy ass, and that's what I mean. Like, if that's like, bro, I don't fuck. Like,
I heard he didn't want smoke with Sean.
either.
though.
I ain't wearing a goofy cowboy hat, bro. They're gonna be like some shit like that. Like, that's just goofy, in my opinion. That whole video is like, what the fuck is even going on here? You guys are both wrestling news guys, like just chilling. What the fuck? Like, it's so
Wait,
stupid.
didn't Sean do BJJ? And I know he trained, but
Yeah, dude,
I do recall. Yeah, I do recall him not wanting smoke with Sean.
I don't even know, and I don't give a fuck, bro. Listen to me, bro. I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like a lot of years, so I'm okay, and I'm not worried, and I am a legit, like I'm a true 6'4", as they say, and I'm I
Must
take
be
care of myself,
fucking
bro.
nice.
I go on hikes, yeah. I tweet the shit out, and I go, yo, listen, I'm gonna go touch grass for a while, and I watch what I eat. I'm not you know what I mean?
Well, respectfully, screw you for being 6'4".
Yeah. Well, Marty, you know what's up. You know what's up. Like we know each other off fucking podcasts and shit. And all I'm just saying is that you know what I mean?
They don't want smoke. They don't want no smoke with you.
No. But I don't even care. It's not even that. I'm just saying like it wouldn't be that type of situation to where like because I hear Billy Body, like I just listened to his recent shit and he snapped. He's like, I ain't one of these guys, bro. Like any of you wrestling geeks, I'll fuck you up and all this shit. And I'm just like, bro, you got
He
chilled
says
up
that a lot.
though, bro. Too, like it seemed like in the video, like to me, I don't know. I don't.
You have to send me that. Send me that though, because literally that's part of his shtick. He drops news and then he has a breakdown complaining about people on the internet talking shit to him. I remember Disco or Conan having to tell him to like calm down and shut up and get back to the news.
Yeah, and the whole thing was that like yeah, exactly what you just said. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's basically what I'm circling
But
around.
like, Billy, calm down. Billy, calm down. Just like, can you finish the story?
No,
What happened?
Yeah. And just like I'm not fucking so anyways though, just whatever between them, but they're both right about shit, and it's not a fight about who's right about the news. I don't care about that. I just talk about what's popping in wrestling news and all that.
Now, who snitched to you first about some shit that nobody's supposed to know?
Yeah, we see Bad Bobby in the chat, exactly. And who is or pardon me, what did we brought up? Why did we bring up Billy Body? What even made us talk about just the Disco and SRS fight? Sorry, that went down on Twitter. And so I found out about Body because of like the K100 show, and essentially like I know there's a beef there between them, but I didn't know like SRS and Disco had like a beef. But then after this sort of went down, and then we were talking about the Crossmen. Yeah, right. So he screen grabbed for me these because I can't follow Sap. He had me blocked or whatever. And look, I can see his shit here. It's a fake post, you fucking moron. And this was in response to, I think, Marty, we talked off podcast because I sent it to you. There was like a Sean Rossap post of like with Trick Williams and Swerve, and it ended up being fake. And when I messaged it to you, I went, yo, don't like I wouldn't ever do this to anybody. So like fucking I'm just showing you what.
Yeah, I was careful with it too. I left that alone.
Good,
I was
thank
like,
you, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but like Dose fucking posted that he's brought it to my attention, and then people were under his comments going, yo, post it. And he was also like, I don't know if it's real or not. Like he said that from the beginning. He's like, I don't know.
Oh
if
no,
it's real or not.
Sean went into him,
and then he went into him, and then what spurned, and then I just went, yo, that's bad juju, and also I don't even care anymore. Like I just don't care. I just don't care. Yeah, it's just goofy. It's goofy shit. I don't even have a beef with SRS, bro. Shout out Fightful and everyone. It's all good. Anyways, it's it's all good. It's all good. Like it's just stupid. We're just doing like dumb Twitter shit. If we talked in person, we'd probably like sit down and have an Adderall.
I think you guys would get along if you actually had a talk.
I would literally just like, we would probably drink a beer and be all good, but just be cool. Like, don't.
I think you and Sean would get it. Like, if you guys actually were able to have a fucking conversation and keep it simple and like break down.
I'm like that with anybody, though. I could be like that with anybody. Like a difference of opinion over wrestling. Our whole beef started because I didn't even mention him by name, but I disagreed with Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns having beef, and it was a Fightful report. And then I don't know if he vanity searched or what he did, but I didn't even say SRS, but it was like a Fightful thing. But he's like, I personally reported this, like, fuck you, I'm going to embarrass you or something. Like, that's how he came at me day one. So I instantly was like, all right.
Oh, don't forget your comments. He was going at you randomly in video comments.
Exactly. So like, it's not unwarranted. It's not like I just like started shit with this guy out of nowhere. Like I have no fucking, it was just like and then he was like telling me I talk funny and shit because I called him folk. He's like, why are you calling me folk? Well, you talk funny and shit in the DMs. And I was like, and I just took
what the fuck? He congratulated me when we won the Grammys.
Okay, but that's good. But that's why I went to you with it. I was like, is this real or not type shit? But I didn't ask that to you. But I was like, yo, and then I tweeted, I was like, I hate being right. But then I deleted it because the folk comment that I made. I said, yo, I hate being right. And but then I deleted that because it ain't worth the bad juju. And I don't even care. I'm over it. Like, I don't care. This shit is so old. When I started PWT, it was when me and Savage, so I don't even care anymore. It's about Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns. Motherfuckers ain't even champions right now. I don't care anymore. But anyways, moving forward. Glenn Gilberti, the Real Disco, says, why is it that AEW fans and Fightful community find it necessary to constantly address people on this platform using vulgar language? And so that's because, and then he got ratioed to shit. Let me just see what happened here. So, yeah, I can't see. So Sean's got me blocked, but basically what happened was, let me just say this. This is a quote tweet from Sean Rossap responding to Disco there. He says, let me just say this. I am free to be passionate about people lying about me. Agreed. I'll agree with that. I'm passionate too about wrestling. You know what I mean? So it's all good. Particularly when the lie took place while I was caring for a sick and dying loved one. Yeah, that's fucked. It's like, just chill. You know, that's why I was like, yo,
seriously.
I don't know part of
there are boundaries. There are boundaries. Beef or not, there's boundaries.
Yeah, it's just like, let's just be cool. Exactly. Beef or not, we're just gonna be cool right now. And it's like, fuck you, you absolutely worthless, unoriginal loser. Ooh, now I don't know if you can call Disco worthless or unoriginal, but I understand the vitriol is what I'll say. That's how I'll word it.
Have they responded yet? Has there been a new episode of K100 yet?
We're gonna see. Cling to someone else for relevance, you piece of garbage. So I don't know. I don't know what the Fightful community's like. I just know the people who work there fucking hate me because me and Sean had a fucking beef. So that's fine. That's cool. That's warranted. Sorry. So that's what he just said. And then there's more here. It's fake. It's a fake post, you fucking moron. And it's that the black. What he said in the fake thing was the blacks, right, or whatever.
People can read, yeah.
Yeah, so that was the fake thing that was posted, but apparently, to hurl profane slurs. So, Glenn, Real Disco says, I've remained civil. He has decided to hurl profane slurs after being told profane slurs are not a good look. But it was a fake post. God damn it! And
he should have left it. Disco should have left it.
Should have left it. Yeah, Disco, man, for real, because. And Crossman told me, he was like, it wasn't anything big. He was like, it was minor and whatever, but I wasn't able to see what happened. So that was my big sort of contention with it. But yeah, basically overall thoughts on fucking what do you think about these fake posts of like wrestling journalists? See, I don't like that because someone's gonna do that to me one day. And I'm fuck, you know what I mean?
Already happened, and you just haven't been put onto it yet.
I would never say that, you know, and people are gonna give me one of those one day. So what do you think about that, Marty?
Most definitely. Well, first, it's absolute bullshit. The amount of time it takes to take a tweet, put that shit in Photoshop, and another thing too is like the fonts didn't match. Like when I went back and looked at it, because I'm pretty familiar with Photoshop myself. Like,
Me too. I do it every day.
what the fuck is going on with this? But
Yeah.
regardless, just to do this tribalism shit, and there's even tribalism with like wrestling media. Like you notice it like the people who like Cornette, or the people who like Fightful, or the people who like, you know what I mean, who like Conrad and whatever he's doing, and
Yeah,
so on and so
Conrad,
forth.
man. I like what he's doing. I
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do you shit on Conrad? He's so nice.
He's so nice, man. And like, just because he will say some dumb shit where like I tweeted out, but here's the thing, he responds to me a lot to where like at least like 3, 4, 5 times, man, where he's responded to me. And
Get him on the show.
I would love to, man. I would love to. It's easier said, bro. If I had 2 Grammys like you, it'd be easier to fucking do. You know what I mean? But I don't got that. But it's just like, yo, like Conrad, I make fun of his. Let me sell you some ball shavers. Like I make fun of his shit. But
you want to get a mortgage?
Yeah, you want a mortgage? I got you covered. Let me chat you up about Henson ball shavers.
Oh, no, but he's great at the promos, like at the ads.
Bro,
like I could actually listen to them and not be annoyed. He's a great
and
salesman.
he keeps his cool to where like he disagrees with something, and then he doesn't get all like, and then he doesn't get all like John Alba over it.
Oh, him and Bruce are hilarious.
Not to lower one guy to raise another guy, but yeah.
Oh, is that what's the thing with Alba?
I don't know, man. He just gets like he's just weird. He just gets weird sometimes. I feel like I don't know. I can't explain it. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Oh, okay. But back to the point that you were making earlier. I think that it's stupid because, like I was saying, the tribalism that it even comes with like wrestling media, to go out of your way to say something so fucking crazy. And the thing is even if like Sap was going to say some shit like that, you didn't even take the time to even word it the way, like people listen to him every day, and you wouldn't even, the fact that you went out of your way to say something so outrageous and didn't even try to tailor it to the person that you're trying to fucking slander or libel, it's fucking insane. Like that's a different level of obsessive, ignorant, like neckbeard bullshit that I've ever fucking seen. Why would you do that? Don't put anything racist. Don't put anything anti-Semitic. Don't do any of that shit in general, because it's not funny. When you're talking about someone's kids, when you trying to fuck up somebody's, like, this is how people feed their families, and perception is reality. Like this is regardless if people want to acknowledge it or not, he is a public figure in a space with devout fanship, like fanatics. And when you say that, you could potentially cost him money. You could fuck up a platform. There's other people that get paychecks for this, and then just to be so like racist and fucking stupid. It's not funny. It's ignorant.
So what you were talking about before, Kevin Nash has said he thinks The Rock's success only happened because others got hurt. If Steve doesn't get hurt, I don't think Rock hits the fucking heights that he does. Like everything happens for a reason, because basically, I mean, not to be a dick, but Rock has came out and said that when he sees something that gets over, he takes it. When Steve went down with the neck injury, fucking Dwayne took a lot of fucking Steve's shit and incorporated it into what he did. And lo and behold, Steve comes back. What do you think about that?
Okay, so I mean, I watched the Rivals episode where like both of them are speaking like, pretty like honestly about the time period and their rivalry and the things that were going on. Rock was getting himself. Rock got hurt and came back as a heel and just started speaking all of the shit that he was feeling internally, and people gravitated to that. It was the other side of the coin of relevance and just real shit that everyday people felt or could empathize with, the same way that they did with Austin in the way that he did things. They were, it was 1A, 1B, and they would switch off. But the thing is, you never confused Austin with Rock and vice versa. They were themselves. You knew what you got from The Rock. You knew what you got from Austin. That's what made their clashes so iconic. To say that he took some of his shit, like Rock will say where he got his stuff from. He's not getting that shit from fucking Austin. Like what correlation? What did he get? What did he get?
Just kidding. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah, I don't know.
I want a list. I want a legit list.
He got his stomps from Razor Ramon. That's for sure.
Okay, cool, for sure.
That's the only
a fucking legend.
That's the only thing, Otherwise,
But even then, it was just like they were doing other shit at the time, and then when they realized that they had some with Rock and the fans, like because we kids there in the Attitude Era, we saw it and we fucking loved it. And then when Austin came back, we still loved what we got from that, and we loved them being the foil of each other. I feel like they both were would rise each other up. Pause. They would rise each other up. You know what I mean? But it wasn't. I didn't think that. Oh, if Austin doesn't get hurt, I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. Because even then, Rock was doing fucking numbers as Intercontinental Champion, or when he was leading the nation, and Austin was on top. And then when Austin gets hurt, like what?
And when I was younger too, like honestly, man, Triple H and The Rock for the IC title, man, they had ladder matches.
That ladder match, hell yeah!
Had all, bro. Those were
SummerSlam, '98.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I had that shit on VHS. And
I have the poster.
There you go, man. And they elevated each other just greatly in those matches, man. Like those were, I don't know. I just feel like that whole, it's almost like position players, right? Like
exactly.
The Rock, he didn't reign. Like he didn't have like a Roman reign, pun intended. But he had a reign, like he was like a 6-time champion or something. Like he won,
and it was the Attitude Era. It was hot potato. Everybody's reigns were short.
Right.
Austin didn't have any significantly long reigns. But the best part about Austin when he was going after the title.
Jordan, a shorter reign. Like Jordan accomplished more in a short. He started later in the league and he retired early in the league. He accomplished more in a short amount of time than like anybody has or can.
And then came back and then did it again.
Yeah, and that's sort of like The Rock, man. He accomplished, and like a Kurt Angle even too, if you really think about it. Kurt's one of the GOATs that gets slept on so much, man. But
1000%, him and Eddie.
Yeah. Oh, Eddie too. Eddie was like fucking, him and Benoit were like my all-time. And I know like Benoit.
And we can distinguish the difference we're talking about in the ring.
Wrestling wise, as a Canadian, him and Eddie were like, that era was like, and the rise of Cena and shit. That was like the all fucking time.
Hey, Dr. Thugonomics Cena is timeless. Still know every word to that damn song.
Yeah, word. I could probably do too. Whether fighting or spitting, my discipline is unforgiving. Got you back up in the defensive position.
Hell yeah.
Heavyweight of bantam, holding camps for ransom. The microphone phantom. What is it? Teams hit the ground. It's the new fight joint. Like a broken needle, kid, you missing the point. We dominate your offense with something.
Offense with offense. It's no nonsense. My team's all hits. Get your reinforcements. Come on.
We strike quick with hard hits. I can't remember. Something. Ben Knuckle beat you lifeless. Whatever. Never survived this. Yes, dude. Let's go.
That's classic. That is fucking classic. He needed a Grammy for that. Can we do a review of his album, of his You Can't See Me album? Because I feel like,
bro, of course, I know people who wrote on that shit. You know what I mean? Like I know people who
don't want to fuck with us. It's classic. I just need trade. If we can figure out, okay, people who PWT. What do you call the community?
The listeners, the PWT listeners. Yeah.
The PWT listeners. If anybody can figure out a way to get this album and just remove trademark from every song, you could make them shorter. You could just let the hook or let the beat play, and then people can freestyle in their heads. If we can figure out a way to remove him, there's a video I will send you where somebody listened to the whole album and counted the amount of fucking times he said who he was, or like this trademark, and talked about himself in every fucking song. It was crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, shout out to Trademark.
John Cena, shout out
don't.
Freddie the Fox, aka Bumpy Knuckles, everybody who is involved. That whole shit, dude. With the mic in my hands, I'm a bad man. Even in the fight with my hands, I'm a bad man. Living in the streets all my life, I'm a bad man. I'm a bad man. That whole song, dude.
That one and fucking Don't Want to Fuck With Us is still dope. Cena was he stayed in the pocket, the float, he didn't run out of breath. Like he rid that whole fucking track. Like go back and listen to that.
When recently he came out on NXT and they were all singing fucking "Time Is Now" instead of like doing the split fucking "John Cena sucks," you know. And then all of a sudden he comes out on NXT like during his last run, and then they're all singing like the words to fucking, you know, what's his newest one? Yeah, my time is up, the time is now. You can't see me. My time is now, dude.
Shout out to MOP for inspiring that beat, because they totally bit off that.
Of course,
and it's completely fine.
Well, yeah. Like it was It was
Annie Up.
It was the same producers and everything. Yeah, the Annie Up
by MOP. Yep.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. You know, and then just all that shit, man. And shout out like SO. Like people wrote on that shit. That's a real fucking. Those songs are real, dude. Like John Cena, that's what I appreciate about him too, is that when he made his music, like he worked with real people, you know, like that were really.
And he actually liked it and cared about it, because not anybody, as somebody who writes for people for a living, not everybody can take those lyrics and make that. That's why I get so irritated when people tell me
John doesn't write all his raps on that.
They don't write all that. They don't write. I'm like, but could you spit it? Like, not everybody could do that. You could have the best writers of all, like in hip hop history, write you some shit. Get on there, get in the booth, and spit it and make it sound.
John didn't write all those shits. Like when he was freestyling on SmackDown, sure, but like on the album, he didn't.
Oh no, the one was the Halloween one is still one of the greatest. When he was freestyling with Stephanie.
Yeah, but speaking of WWE though, bro, we got Backlash coming up. What is it next weekend? Is Backlash next weekend on the 4th?
Next Saturday. I thought it was the 2nd. Or is it the 4th? Yes, the 4th. Saturday the 4th.
PWT listeners, yeah, May 4th, we may have to do a live stream watch along, or maybe I'll get in the Twitter spaces and we'll go on X and we'll just like talk on spaces or something. But either way though, I want to just talk about this card because we're like a week out. And
do we have the card in full now? Because
we don't have the full thing, but we got 5 matches, you know what I mean? So that's like, how much are WWE gonna do? They do like 6 or 7 matches on a card now.
I feel like 6 is good. Just get that way, they all get a good amount of time.
Exactly, man. So
instead of 17 matches on a 5-hour card where nobody gets any fucking time, you don't remember what fucking happened.
And we have the King and the Queen of the Ring coming up. Now, remember what I told you guys on PWT podcast. Sami Zayn was going to win the Intercontinental title. I said it on Toonie Talk Wrestling as well.
You called it.
A lot of people kaputted me, and I said either Sammy's going to beat Gunther at Mania, or he's going to, and I know that's sort of the Dave Meltzer. Well, it's going to be this or this, but I was very specific. I said he's probably, and I leaned into he's going to beat Gunther. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't have him beat Gunther at Mania. You got to do it then. Pull the trigger. People thought he could beat Roman. Now they're trying to shit on him beating Gunther. You can't pick and choose, guys. Can he beat Roman? Then he can beat Gunther, motherfucker. So my whole thing was like, listen, he's gonna win the title, go into Backlash with they want the French speakers. That's why you see Owens right now with Tama Tonga. I thought Owens would be with Logan Paul, but him and Tonga, we're gonna get Owens versus Tonga or a tag match.
We're not gonna get Logan that random all the time
versus
like that.
Solo and Tonga at Paris, and that's a high profile match. Either way, I told you guys that Owens was going to be in a high profile match going into Backlash. And I told you guys that Sami fucking Zayn was going to win the IC title and go into Backlash with that fucking IC title. Now, I'm not breaking news, but motherfucking listen to the show for a reason. But bringing it all back, we don't know so far who is Sami Zayn fighting at Backlash. I thought it would be like a Gunther rematch.
It's probably going to be Gable.
Gable, exactly. So Gable and them got drafted over. They stay on Raw. Am I correct on that? Right?
Yeah, they just got drafted to stay on Raw.
So they just stay. Most of the people did, right? Most of the people just stay on the show they're on. So I think Nia Jax went over to SmackDown, which
And that's good.
With the bloodline with Tama and everybody, dude. We could really be kicking some doors down. I always said make a faction, Tamina and Nia, call them the Anoa'i Flowers, and let them fucking roll with the.
Tamina retired though.
Did she for sure retire?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh man, I didn't know that. So they didn't make a big deal out of that, huh? Like,
I think I saw it on Twitter, but I was hoping that it was fake.
Shit. Okay, because I was pulling for her, man. I like Tamina.
That Team Bad era was fire.
Yeah, and I always thought that her and Nia should have reigned as like a fucking real team with those belts. Those fucking women's tag belts are the most undermined.
Can we change those belts now?
I don't know, but they get drafted to either Raw or SmackDown and then stay.
They can go on both shows.
So what I said is that it's like my universe mode on 2K. Whenever I start a universe mode on Raw or on SmackDown, rather, I put the women's tag titles, and then on Raw, I put a secondary women's title. So I think they're doing that in the WWE. Triple H and Nick Khan. Listen to PWT confirmed.
Hey, I mean, we got the Women's North American Championship in NXT. Maybe that's a test run.
So the women's
Maybe it's a test
title, the women's IC title coming. Marty, what your thoughts on a women's IC title? Yes or no?
I think there should be. I think the one thing AEW got right with the TBS title was giving something to shoot for the under mid card, and I think it would help push them to tell like more consistent stories. I think it'd be a good idea. Like I said, I think the Women's North American Championship is their trial run with it. So if depending on how that goes, they could, they could try to figure out a way.
Bro, come on. NXT Shawn Michaels, what he's doing with the women's division and character development in general, but specifically the women's division, man, we got some late, like the future of WWE is like fucking.
Now here's the thing. Here's
what I mean?
I think
it's all the ladies, bro. Like I'm telling you, like you look at the ladies on NXT and just the character work and the shine they get. You need a mid-card title. Are you fucking kidding me? So up next, what I want to see is more women's tag teams like the Bella Twins. I want to see like the Rockers in the women's division. I want to see like Kiana James, Kiana, shout her out too. But Kaden Carter and Katana Chance, pardon me.
I think that's what they're trying to do with those two.
But they to me, I was like, if it was me, if I was fantasy mark booking, put the belts on them, build the division around them being like the top team because they know how to work as a team so well. So to me, well, they put the belts on, but they've just been like jobbers like ever since. I don't really know, but to me, it's just like more teams. I want to see the heavy machinery. I want to see the Road Warriors of women's tag team. I want to see the Dudley Boys, but women's tag team wrestling.
You know what we need?
It's just always two women paired together. Aside from the Bella Twins, aside from even the Renegade Twins, aside from the Iconics, who really paired well. Like that was a good.
I miss them.
Me too, tremendously. So aside, and then also like Chelsea Green and Niven have sort of won me over. But like when they're putting like Natalia with Tegan Knox. It's like, get that trash the fuck out of here.
You put Natalia with anybody, it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, you're just doing like okay, Damage Control. They won me over, and especially when it's like Io, Asuka, Kairi, and then you have Dakota Kai as their mouthpiece. That's perfect. When they got Bailey out of there, I went, that's perfect for me. That's like the perfect faction. So I'm I like what they're doing with women's tag teams, but I want to see like the name a like I want to see the next Steiners or Harlem Heat or fucking name a tag. I don't know.
There's something they need to do first.
Women, and then develop that division. That division's just like placeholder jobbers, and then they're serious competitors, and then they're not. It's just it's frustrating for me, But
they got to change the belts.
You have to introduce an IC women's title soon, but I don't know if it's going to be IC. It could be something different too. It could be like the TV champ. Who knows? But here's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to lobby for this. Bianca Belair was a #1 draft pick. Shout her out. That was fucking crazy when they picked her #1. That just shows the faith they have in her in the long run of WWE. But I wouldn't even put the TV title on her right away. I want to call it the TV title, or let's call it the fucking
I missed the WCW TV title.
IC, cool. But when it's IC, when it's labeled with that, then me as a mark, I go, yo, I want to see international talent hold that title, not American talent, because Americans have all the other belts. So that's where me as a mark, my like markishness flares
as
up.
a Canadian.
I'm like, yo, yeah, exactly. Give a Canadian that belt. How about a Canadian, bud? But but for real though, I do. And then with that in mind, actually, yeah. See, you just called it out because I was gonna say put the title on Chelsea Green.
Of course, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
I don't, because she's a diva, but she's Canadian as well. So you just called it out. But yeah, so put it on Chelsea Green, and she's like to me, she's like that middle placeholder. Like she can do a job, she can make people look good, she can look strong. She has a heater with Niven with her. And then I don't know. So to me, yes, women's IC title. Somebody pitched to me. They were like, they should have the China every year with the Andre Memorial Battle Royal. They should have the China Memorial Battle Royal. And then they should have did the first one at Mania 40 and then crowned the first ever women's IC title, which I agree with looking back. I'm like, yeah, dude, that would have been a great.
Or when you win Queen of the Ring, then that's how they introduce it.
Right. And that's actually a really good idea. And speaking of which, King and Queen of the Ring are up next after this pay-per-view. But so far, we have 5 matches for this PLE. The first match on the card, Orton and Owens versus the Bloodline, Sikoa and Tama Tonga. Now, what are your thoughts on how they've presented Tama Tonga in the WWE since he's debuted? A huge W, him choosing that over AEW, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think the AEW thing would have happened because we would have seen God come through the forbidden door. But there's a reason why they kept them out. They didn't want the smoke, and because those people they would have called them out on it. And I don't think TK wants to upset his Bucks. That would be the first thing. Second thing is they're kind of pushing him similar to when Bullet Club. I don't know if you remember when Bullet Club first started. That was kind of like that was his role in a sense. Like he was just hot-headed. He was a maniac, and he would just get in there and just like fuck people up. He was a lot more green at the time, but that it kind of reminds me of like early era Bullet, like Devitt ran Bullet Club. And what they're doing with this is they're creating intrigue because now all the main players are gone. Jay's on Raw, Jimmy's hurt, Roman's out for a little bit, taking some well-deserved, like legit time off. He was at Disneyland with his family. Stop being fucking weird and leave people alone.
Yeah. And Roman's filming movies and shit. Like, and he said it on Pat McAfee. I'm the first guy who I didn't have to go to Hollywood. Hollywood came to me. Boom.
Facts. No, big facts. So the way that they're pushing Tama, and I told you this before, like when he got there, it was like this is how they need to push him. They need to assert dominance and show that his presence means something and that he's not anybody to fuck with. And then we're going to get the charisma later on. Like you're going to show the brute force first, and then we're going to get the charisma later. As
and
time
what do you
goes
think
on
of those
in the
pictures
story.
that surfaced of Rikishi, who was Solo's dad, and Haku, who is Tama's dad?
They were a tag team.
And then, well, of course, yeah, bro. That's why that's why when you were telling me this shit, like I was like, yes, like you were the one spitting it to me like way long time ago, and I was like, yes, because Haku's in the bloodline. I have people in my comments and on Twitter going like, Haku's not in the bloodline. He's fucking Tongan. You fucking idiot. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, bro, if I gotta break this,
Do I need to
down,
explain this again?
Like if we grew up. Like I grew up where Rikishi and Haku were fucking a tag team, and they explained it. Even when Haku went to WCW, I knew, like, you understood what his relation was. All of that shit, even from my
Haku was in a tag team with Rikishi's brother in the 80s.
And then Rikishi and Haku were a tag team as well. And then you look at the photos, the comparisons of you see, and then Haku is Tama's adoptive father, and Tama's done interviews. Like I'm a New Japan mark. Tama's done like
Same.
50 fucking interviews where he's been like, yeah, I'm related to Roman and them. Like we're family. And so he's like, I've been in contact with WWE for years. Like he
was supposed to sign right before fucking like COVID kind of screwed it up.
Yeah.
Like
so,
when his first contract went up, they were like kind of in talks with it. That's when Gallows and Anderson came back. He originally was in those talks.
And that's why, not to get fucking religious or anything, people are like God or whatever you want to call it, the universe, the simulation. God, I call it God. It works in weird, it works in the way it's supposed to, because now you have Rikishi's son, and I'm gonna share this here as well here, because I have imagery here to go with it. So why don't I fucking share it with you guys?
Oh, while you're sharing that, by the way, Hikuleo is his contract's up in June.
Hikuleo's contract's up in June. You heard it here on PWT, guys.
Yeah, it was all over Twitter. They're keeping that hush. I don't know why, but yeah, apparently his contract is up around June.
Well, that's the whole thing too with the outbidding. Like, AEW made an offer to Tama, and none of the dirt sheets are like,
because Hikuleo's the only one that they brought on AEW, and he had the job.
Yeah, and none of them are going like, oh, outbid for Tama Tonga. Like, none of them are saying that. None of the dirt sheets are going, oh, he was outbid. Tama Tonga got outbid, but he was
AEW was never going to. They were going to. Here's the thing: it's like you ever invite somebody to something knowing they can't go, but you want to invite them so they can't say that you didn't invite them. It's like, I know that you work, but it's like, oh, we're having a party on Friday. It's like, I know you work. Like your Monday is Friday. But I'm going to invite you so you can't talk shit or get mad.
No, absolutely. You're spot on. And so I'm sitting here like a fucking geek trying to find the comparison picture, but people have posted it, right? Like just Rikishi with the blonde hair side by side with Haku.
Yeah, the side by side.
Right, and I can't find it anywhere on Twitter. I know.
Type in Rikishi and Haku, and you should be able to find it. For the people who aren't privy to this,
see that? Look at that shit. See, that's in my searches. You guys can see it on the screen, and then when
let me see if I can find it.
It just
let me see if I can find it. I'll send it to you. Let me see if I can find it, because I think I
tag me, or like here's one right here, but it's on Instagram. I guess I could.
Yeah. Okay. So that's similar, but let me break this down because people are fucking stupid. Okay. So
yeah.
In for new PWT listeners that don't understand Polynesian culture or how any of that works, I'm
indigenous culture, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm Black and Samoan, so let me break this shit down in the sense of how these kind of work. Kind of similar in the vein, blood ties are a serious thing. Family is a serious thing.
Absolutely.
So if you are brought into the family and you are loved and you've done stuff for the family, once you become family, you are family. Does not necessarily matter. There's actually a movement called Toko Uso. Toko is the Tongan equivalent of calling somebody Uso. It means brother. It means brother. So the thing about that is Haku has ties. Him getting started. I believe it was Peter Maivia that helped train him and get him started. He tagged with one of the Fatus in the early 80s. He also tagged with Rikishi. Rock bought him a fucking truck and calls him uncle.
Yeah, a bunch of different times in the Attitude Era too. You fucking marks. Like you guys are, oh, Attitude Era. Yeah, this is
once your family, your family.
And this is Solo. This is Solo, and this is Rikishi's son and Haku Meng's son.
Right, exactly.
Meng. What was he called?
Ming. He was Ming. He was Ming. He was Ming in WCW. But regardless, once your family, and that's how it works. They're not blood related. Obviously,
up and he's calling them MFT. What does that stand for?
I don't fucking know.
What is it? Marty McFlyer than you?
Oh God, I have no fucking idea what that means. I've been trying to figure it out. I can't think of any direct.
My family tree.
I'm sure we'll find out.
Yeah. And so either way, though, guys, basically what we're getting at is this shit is awesome. This is the progression of the bloodline. This is what everybody wanted. This makes the most sense. The universe works in trippy, weird fucking ways to where COVID halted a debut that now makes more sense.
Better timing.
Right. Like it's like these two could not be better. Roman loses the belt. Now you have Solo and Tama, and then once we get the only thing that I will give WWE shit for is that we need to have a segment where it's like Rikishi, Alpha Sika, like all the remaining Samoan bloodline have to be on camera on a segment that takes up like 45 minutes of the show of, you know, some sort of like coronation or judgment or something. We need to have one segment where it's everyone, the Tongans, the Samoans, everybody together, Rock.
This bloodline shit is not ending anytime soon. Y'all
I
just get
know,
used
I
to it.
know that, and I just want, but I want to see that before, you know, like there are some alpha and stuff who are older and shit. You know what I mean, dude? So like, I want to see that happen before, and I want to see Tongaloa. I said, yo, bring in Bad Luck Fale, bring in everybody, man. I'm okay with everybody.
I don't think Fale is going to leave his school. I think he's going to be in New Zealand chilling.
That'll never happen. And his wife, goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, so we talked about the bloodline enough. We blew it to death. Solo Sikoa, Tama Tonga. They're taking on Orton and Kevin Owens. There will obviously be 1 or 2 matches added this week leading into the pay-per-view, but I don't know when we're going to talk again, Marty. So let's give our predictions on Backlash in Paris, France. You know, I'm French Canadian. Je peux parler en français depuis je suis 4-5 ans, you know.
And shout out Tim Hortons.
yeah. So Randy Orton, Kevin Owens versus the Blood. This is a high profile match, whether it kicks off the show or is in the doesn't matter. It's the Bloodline. They get the ratings. Cody Bloodline. We already know they get the 2.8 milli, 3 milli, 2.9 milli, you know. So Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, the Bloodline. I will say that the Bloodline win this match after Solo's lost so many matches in a row and Tama's new on the scene, and Kevin Owens will take the pin. Tama will pin him after Solo does some shit to him. So like Tama will do some shit, then Solo will spike him, and then Tama will just pin him, and Orton will be incapacitated. That's what I put my money on. What say you, Marty?
They're going to take Orton out. Bloodline's winning because right now you're trying to build this whole new era up. They can't take any more losses. I don't see Solo taking any losses going forward. Not like the whole squad isn't. They're not taking any losses. And this, I could possibly see Jacob showing up like Solo did for Roman at Clash at the Castle. That could be a possible thing. But I know, what's his name? Randy's back. They're going to use his back as a way to kind of like, oh, you know, he just had like fusion surgery. They're going to use that as a way to keep him out. And then, yeah, exactly. Wholeheartedly agree. They're going to take Owens out. He's going to take the pin. He can take pins. It's not going to hurt him. And they're going to win that match.
And so, Marty, can you refresh my memory? Did Solo debuted on the main roster at Clash of the Castle, correct?
Yep.
So there you go. So Jacob. So you heard it here from Marty. Now the chat, Marty is talking about Samoa Joe is the only one not Samoan. Wait,
what?
A G Coalition brother, a great listener of the show, says, I'm not sure if Joe's Samoan or not, but I know he's got.
Do I need to clarify?
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, let's let Marty McGuire clarify. Now, Marty may or may not have been related to a world champion of a professional wrestling organization in the last 30 days. He may, you're right. So Marty is also black, but he's also Samoan. And so let him speak on another family tree, Samoa Joe's, and he'll educate you guys right now on Samoa Joe's family tree.
Okay, so to keep it simple, Samoa Joe and his brother Stefan, they're Afkasi. That means half breed. He is half the same as Roman, but you're Samoan. But yes, Joe is Samoan. There's no confusion. That's why it's in his name.
Right. And I'm not saying that you are related to anyone who may or may have not been a world champion.
Look at the innuendo.
I'm not saying that at all. But I'm also saying that, like, if you were, Marty, if you were like cousins, let's say, with like one of the former world champions, recently former world champions of the world, and in one of the big wrestling promotions, Coke or Pepsi, Harvey Weinstein or Pepsi, whichever one you choose, right? So if Marty happened to be Samoan and related to somebody who was a world champion recently, you would know the bloodline, and you just broke it down for us, right?
I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Okay,
but
guys,
yes, Samoa Joe is Samoan.
He is Samoan, and yeah, it's not the same family, but he is definitely a Samoan.
Yes.
And so just to clear that up in the chat. But anyways,
Separate Aiga.
and Jacob might show up, and every bloodline's close regardless. And Jacob.
Oh, shout out to Jacob in general.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jacob.
And PW Insider may have confirmed what Marty said like a week ago. They may have done that, but maybe they didn't.
Who knows? I don't know necessarily anything. What I can say is shout out. No, you're good. Shout out to Jacob. He's good people's. Anybody in the Nutty North, Sacramento. Those who know Jacob is solid people's. Yes, I do know Jacob.
And we're
not like super friends, but he is dope as fuck. His family is cool. The block parties is fire as fuck. Yeah. Shout out all they're all good people. Zilla is good people's too. Don't hit me up on the DMs. I'm not going to tell people stuff or whatever. Yeah, no, we know people and acquaintances and like we know. Yes, I know people, but not enough to just be like over here splurting the business or asking a bunch of shit. Whatever I hear or what I'm told is what I hear and what I'm told, and I leave it at that. It happens. It happens. It doesn't.
We don't divulge it here, bro. This isn't like a place where you're gonna come just like spew.
Oh no, what's happened before? People have been in the DMs asking like, "Hey, this. Do you know that?" I'm like, "Nah, you're not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me beat up."
No. You're my goddamn friend, and that's why we're just talking shit and we're talking.
Yeah.
And I'm just being obnoxious, but. Ultimately, though, like we know we've alluded to it enough on PWT to where you guys understand what I'm getting at. But what I'm getting at is Marty, if he's speaking on that subject, the
I'm speaking from my own opinion.
Yeah, he's speaking from his own opinion, but he also understands what the fuck he's talking about. He's not talking about his out of his ass cheeks, as a lot of people like to do. So
I'm not breaking any news here.
No, we're not breaking news either. We don't do that. That's goofy shit. Just kidding. No, it's not. But you understand what I'm getting at. I'm not trying to break no goddamn fucking headlines. But if something is right, which Phil Marks has been right about a good handful of things, it's like I'm just talking, bro. We're just talking. So, anyways, the Kabuki Warriors take on to get off the Samoans, bro. Take on Asuka and Kairi Sane. Kairi Sane and Asuka take on Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. Naomi left out of the picture, but she's in the world title picture to take the pin, unfortunately, is how I feel. This has been obvious enough. However, we're going to talk about that in a minute. The Kabuki Warriors versus Bianca and Jade. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say Bianca and Jade win the tag titles. What do you think? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it.
100%. They've already told us at this point, which is fine because it's going to bring that level of prestige that that Naomi and at the time Sasha Banks would have brought or were trying to bring, because it brought levity. Before that, it had been kind of like comedy tag teams or people that were kind of thrown together with no real chemistry. It's not to say they weren't given a legitimate shot. It's just when that happened, people paid more attention to those belts by who had them. The problem with these tag titles is that they're I know it's taboo to call a belt a prop, but that's the way that they've came off. So I think with that being said, if they win the tag team championships, we'll know they'll take it seriously if we get new belts. If they change the ugly look they look like Pokemon badges, like gym badges. That's what they look like. Like if we get rid of the Pokemon gym badge belts and then they come up, TKO throws some money in, and because I think that's going to be the statement. We're giving it to this tag team that's going to hold this belt. Plus it helps cool off stories in a sense that, or spread them out to where now we don't have to worry about Bianca or Jade going after Bayley, and it gives Bayley time to have like a legitimate reign to hold it for like a substantial amount of time. Kind of like how Io did, but she just kind of played background. Now what they're going to do is bring more prestige with it, because the secondary title, which was the one that Rhea had, ended up, because of who it was on, ended up taking all the shine away from the original women's title. So what this is going to do is it's going to protect Bayley. It's going to put Bianca and Jade and create this tag team that we would all make playing 2K, and give those belts some prestige, and it's going to mean something for the team that takes it off them. And then it's going to leave it to where Jade and Bianca can go at each other, or they can go their separate ways and go after Bailey or whomever has the title.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I want you to answer this here, too. So when are they adding the real tribal chief, Dakota Kai, to the bloodline? She's half Samoan. Jess, and you and your kitty, you're great listeners of PWT. Is Dakota Kai half Samoan? I don't know, but even if she is, okay, so now she's not related to either family tree, correct?
Not to the Fatus or the Anoa'is, no.
There you go. So, and then,
shout out to my boy Reno Anoa'i. He's about to drop a new single soon.
Shout him out as well. And what is the single? What is it called?
Depending on which one it's going to be, I heard 3. So depending on which one of those, it'll be there. And then his mom is also running for a seat in office in the San Francisco Bay Area. So y'all should tap in with that. They're doing great things for the community. He would be mad at me if I didn't say that.
Yeah, and you guys already know. Marty is plugging the real shit. You guys already heard Hurricane. You guys already know. You guys already know, man. Nothing but hits.
Yeah, but tap into Reno's music.
Nothing but bangers, man. Nothing but bangers. So, but what do you think, though, about I sort of made a bit of an egregious prediction. I said Belair and Jade walk away with the belts, though.
Not egregious.
Are you like,
obvious.
Or are you like, yeah, it's going to happen? Or
it's obvious. It's 100%. It needs to happen.
I felt like the Kabukis will retain. I felt like that's the more obvious thing, and I felt like it's more.
Because of what happened at Mania?
Yeah. I just feel like it's more like, just keep it up, because you got to think, right? Like the Bloodline's going to win, and then Bailey's going to win, and then Priest is going to win, and then Cody's going to win. Yeah, so I guess you could give a big baby. No, you're right. Yeah, dude, a big baby face win. It may be obvious. Yeah, I'm a dummy. Yeah, Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill, a big baby face win on the card, because it's going to be. So Bailey's going to get her obvious win. We already know she's going to win, like however this happens, right? In this 3-way. So we're jumping all over the card, folks. Apologies, but it's how
No worries. So it's alive.
Bailey, Naomi, and Tiffy, we can agree, right? Like Tiffy's going to hit like a prettiest moonsault ever on Naomi, and then Bailey's going to like throw Tiffy.
They're going to make Naomi take the pin, and I fucking hate it.
Yeah. Former TNA Women's World Champion,
former SmackDown Women's Champion.
No, but listen, that's how you. But listen, though, she was gone for like a year. I agree. You bring her in, you put her in key title matches and positions, and then she jobs a bit. But I just think when you're going to Paris, why make it a triple threat? Either just let Naomi and Bailey handle it out in a great match where Naomi takes the fall in a solid one, or you let Bailey and Tiffy handle it, or whatever.
You got to protect the big 3, though. You have to protect the big 3 in a sense. I think Tiffany Stratton could take the pin, and it won't necessarily hurt her. Her upside is her upside.
I agree with you. But
we know it's going to be
Naomi's taking the pin. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, Tiffy is going to get protected, and so is Bailey. Obviously going to defend. So Naomi's taking the pin. I'm so sorry. If we're wrong, and I'm so sorry.
Move Naomi to Raw.
Yeah, dude, for real, because like her and Becky, that's a program. Whatever.
Whoa, real quick. Where's Jimmy going? Speculation. Where do you think Jimmy's going to go? No mention to him at all.
All the
nobody's been talking
about it. Both Usos on SmackDown. So Cody has a friend as well, right? And then
Jay got drafted #1 to Raw. So Jay staying on Raw.
Yeah, he got drafted #1. See, hold on. Where's my soundboard? Motherfucker. Where's my soundboard?
Dummy.
Oh no, you've been drinking. You good, fam?
No, you're right, dude. So Jay, so has Jimmy been drafted? No, not
nope.
Yet.
Well, Monday will be very telling, because if there's no mention of him again, because I feel like he's got to get that. He's got to get it back, because if you put him on Raw, then it's going to fast track the Usos, like getting back together. But then all the foils are on the opposite show. So I don't know if that's going to come down to a Survivor Series thing, or if, because nobody's ever just on one show. But that's the one part I'm so confused on, because okay, you're going to put Jimmy back on there, but he's by himself. You already definitively kept Jay, even though the rosters don't go into effect until after Backlash. You kept Jay on Raw, and it would have been obvious to bring him back to SmackDown. I'm just wondering, what the hell do you do with Jimmy? And I feel like this might be a way to highlight and raise Jimmy up, because now he has to fight through adversity, and he's by himself, or at least until Roman comes back, and that's probably not going to be till at the earliest maybe SummerSlam, if at all. What do you do?
I don't know, but I think whatever you do, you got to put him back with his brother. Just to, I don't know, like they get a couple matches, maybe some storyline. Tell me about this though, right here. We have a comment. I don't know if I would like the Big Three as a team name if I didn't know about Ice Cube's basketball league. Tell me
Agreed.
about that. So they sort of call themselves the Big Three.
I don't think it's the
that at
official
Ice
name.
Cube. I tweeted that. I tweeted that at Ice Cube's son, O'Shea Jackson Jr., who in his own right is just a fucking straight bro. I went and saw Straight Outta Compton 3 times with my girl in the theaters in a row. I brought my mother on the second viewing, and
I've seen it with my mom on the first one.
You understand?
Yeah.
And then, well, I'm not going to stooge everything, but I did it. DJ Yella and us were we did some shit after because of that shit. It was actually crazy. It was an unbelievable time in my life as well. Shout out O'Shea Jackson Jr.
You got to get him on the show.
Bro, I would love to. Marty, you got to help me with that. I love
reach out to him. That's what I don't know him.
Listen, he's commented under my shit, and he's sort of given me a. You understand what I'm talking about, like a nod, right? Like not a.
So just ask.
I know. I'm just a pussy, bro. I'm a fan.
All he can do is leave you on red.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't know. You got a Graham Henry Bell, you might be able to. But listen. So the Big Three. I tweeted it to O'Shea. There was no response to that, but I was like, O'Shea, they called it the Big Three. I thought that was dope, man. I think
his mentions are crazy. He probably didn't see it because people talk crazy to him on a daily basis.
Crazy, dude. People talk crazy to him, dude, because he responds too. It's like, bruv, you don't got to respond to these crazy motherfuckers, but I like that he does because it makes him feel more personable to me as well, you know, like as just like a human being with social media. Yeah, you know, and like that's what I like about the motherfucker, man. And like that, his movies are the shit. I don't think he's been in one bad thing. Think about one thing he's been bad. Was Cocaine Bear bad? No, that was pretty good.
I mean, you say what you want about the Obi-Wan show on Disney Plus. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it.
And it was a show that got canceled, right? But like, I didn't even see that shit. So
no, you watch it. It's good.
Well, was it marketing? I'm not hating on it. I'm saying, like, was it marketing? Was it because
it was supposed to be a movie and they made it a show?
I remember him, but he couldn't do press because of the strikes and shit. So it's like, and like, trust me, in my personal world, dude, I deal with so much. Yeah, trust me. When that whole strike went down, that was like in my personal world, that was some crazy shit. You know, it was nothing was getting promoted. You know what I mean? Like it was like the Sahara out here.
Dry. It was dry out here for
yeah, bro. Because I get a lot of fucking scripts that come across my way and that I deal with and that I write or I like approve or I edit, and like a lot of things were like dry at that time, like interviews and stuff that like they just weren't there because you couldn't do it. You couldn't promote stuff in Hollywood. So like that
made music difficult too.
Yeah, and well, right, not to take away anything from that, but I'm just saying that specifically when we're talking about O'Shea. So I would love to have him on the show. He's commented under shit. I've responded to it. He's responded to my shit.
Chat, tell him to just send a DM. Come on, let's raise his confidence up.
PWT is drunk fangirling over here. Yeah, a little bit, but like just to a point. Well, like not really though. Like name a bad shit O'Shea's been in though, you know what I mean? Like, so I would love to have him on the show. I will reach out to him at some point in the
you reach out, we'll retweet it and hound him for you. You just start the charge.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if you guys tweet the shit out, we can, if you book them, they will come. You know, Wayne's World, bro. If you guys shout out, we can like make it happen, you know. But
universe mode in real life. Let's do it.
And I feel gross, guys. Like PWT is drunk fangirling over. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I don't know. It's okay to be a fan of things. It's all good. You know what I mean? You're not, you know what I mean? You're not trying to ask him out on a date. You're just trying to get him to come on the show because a lot of the opinions coincide with each other. When you hear his interviews or other podcasts he's been on, it's not too far off from your takes in general. That's why all of us think he'd be generally a good fit.
Yeah, and I just want to ask him like the way I ask like you or Marv or anybody who comes on the show where I'm like, yo, this is what I think. What do you think? I just want to do that same shit but with O'Shea Jackson Jr., that would be epic. That'd
Hell
be
yeah.
fucking epic, dude. Yeah. So I am drunk fangirling. I am for sure. We're wrestling.
You showing respect.
Fangirling comes with the territory, brother. Exactly. It's still
You're just marking out. You're marking out. You're living the gimmick.
real to me, damn it. Yeah, because he's a mark too. And when I see a guy like him mark out, I go, I'm okay. You know, like I'm all good. You know, I'm gonna write X-Men one day. You guys are gonna see it's gonna be hilarious. You know what I mean? And I'm a mark.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a pro wrestling mark. But anyways, so Randy Orton and Kevin Owens and the Bloodline, we talked about that. We talked about the Kabuki Warriors. We talked about Bianca Belair. We talked about Jade Cargill. So what we think so far is the Bloodline are going to win. Bianca and Jade are going to shock win the tag titles. Makes sense. Makes sense when we lay it out. Bailey, Naomi, Stratton. Naomi's taking the pin. I'm so sorry.
Bailey's retaining.
Bailey's retaining.
And that's all that matters in the long run. I mean, I'm upset about Naomi, but let's go, Bailey.
But listen, Orale, Viva la Raza, Damian Priest versus Jey Uso. Damian Priest, World Heavyweight Championship. Damian Priest is going to retain. No, like
yeah, 100%.
Over Jey Uso. Yeah, so.
There'll be some sort of bullshit finish. Like maybe they could send somebody from the Bloodline over to. They could send somebody over from the like Solo or Tama could interfere in it just so you could keep that open. So it'll make sense why Jay would go over to SmackDown because he's gonna want to get his lick back. And then when Jimmy's there, you know what I mean? Like Jimmy could come back and save Jay from getting stomped out. Like they could figure out some way to protect Jay because him getting this title shot kind of let us know like fuck, they're gonna give him a main event, but they're not giving him something. And I feel like they should have given him the Intercontinental Championship first so he could get some solo gold. So then we could build up to that. So if conventional wisdom will tell us they're gonna protect him. Like he moves too much merch and he's too fucking dope.
Yeet. Are you yeet or no yeet, Marty?
I'm both of them. I own both. I own both merch.
That's good.
I got no yeet and yeet. I can't choose sides. Like I support the whole. Whole way.
If you want WWE shop merch and you want to support,
here's the plug. Go for
WWE, it. You want to support your favorite WWE superstar. You want to support Phil Marks. The whole PWT channel network, Paul Nolan, we talked about it earlier. He may have a show coming up. Marty McFlyer, I don't fucking know. Let's talk. We're friends. I know you like to podcast.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, guys, you want to support what PWT is doing. WWE.
Yeah, I might need a show too, man.
No extra cost, and you directly support what we're doing over here. And if you're gonna buy superstar merch, I appreciate that so much. And especially leading up to Backlash France, Cody Rhodes is gonna have some shit. AJ Styles is gonna have some shit. There's gonna be some yeet shit. Use the fucking link below. It's in the description. Use that link. No extra cost. I'm Conrad Thompson and you directly support the WWE as well as PWT. So we're shills.
Support PWTs. You can go on there right now and press his link. Get you a nice discount on all your WWE merch.
Hey,
and you can support a good cause.
Let me chat you up about ball shavers. Handsome ball shaver.
It kind of reminds me of what's his name, Mr. Mackey.
Yeah. Okay. Drugs are bad. Okay.
Buy a mortgage. Okay.
Yeah, buy mortgage, okay? Bad credit, no credit, doesn't really matter, okay? We have to all accept each other and understand that drugs are bad, and you can stay with Conrad, okay?
Hey, I tell you what, if O'Shea comes on the show, I want I got to get a show on PWT too. Let's make this happen.
Brother, listen. Yeah, that's off-pod conversations.
I got you.
I'll tell you this right now. Yes, let's do it, man. I would love if we're just It's such a great thing. This last year, the PWT listeners, there's 90 to 100 of you. We've hit over like 200, however many we hit tonight, thousands of unique viewers. What I love is after the show, I look at the unique viewers, and like we've hit crazy numbers before, to where it's like there might be 200 of you in the chat, but like over the night we hit like 4,000 people or 3,000 people, and I'm just like, or 12,000 on the CM Punk shit. We had 12,000 people. It was like crazy, man. So even if there's 10 of you in here, I appreciate you so much. And yeah, you know, Paul Nolan, he's got his own show coming. That's so exciting. And Marty McFlyer would be another stunner. I think would be an addition to PWT as we continue to grow and just do exciting things for you motherfuckers, man. I think it would be fun. There's a lot of wrestling marks as well that operate in mainstream society, is the way I'll put it. And there's a lot of people who are big wrestling marks who operate in mainstream entertainment who aren't super vocal about their pro wrestling, whatever, because there is that stigma. But now that we're in another hot period, that's why you guys are starting to, especially on this show, you know, I'm a fucking writer. I know writers, you know, so it's like, I understand some of this shit. So Cody Rhodes and AJ Styles. Cody Rhodes is obviously going to win the undisputed championship back. Marty McFlyer, your thoughts on Cody Rhodes clearly defending? This Backlash show is entirely predictable, right, at its core, but it's a great show to sort of penetrate the market, if you will, the tip of the D in the market, if you will, and breaking open that France market, as UFC has just recently done with Cyril Gane and other fighters, Benoit Saint-Denis. And so what do you think about like this show being pretty predictable, but ultimately like Cody Rhodes, AJ, we kind of know what's gonna happen in all the matches, other than maybe like the tag team match at the beginning, you know? Like, what are your thoughts overall and just WWE marching forward?
Predictable isn't bad. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's okay to just do the general thing, just make it good on the in-between, make the matches good. If everybody gets the fair amount of time and you're building future stories and people look good, and you know what I mean, like that's all that matters with this. I'm not upset about it. Yeah, if you said they're making a run in Europe right now going forward, and it's going to be fucking awesome. This is just
Can I interrupt you? I'm so sorry, Marty, but that's a big thing in TV. So I pull the curtain back a bit, but just like I'll work in TV, and like that's a big thing in TV is that sometimes the predictable thing is what carries you through to the next couple weeks, to the finish line, right? Like a few weeks down the road, like you have a vision set like for later than actually gets presented. And that's the thing in television, like, you know. So sorry, you go ahead. You were just
you're right.
I just wanted to back that up and go, that's all.
Oh no, they need context. It's important to have context. Context is king. But yeah, like I said, they're gonna go into, or at least revamp Europe, because it's not just the 1 week of tours they do after Mania, and then that's pretty much it. Like we've seen it, what they did in Scotland. It looks like in the future we're going to get something big. If we don't get a Mania, at the very least, we'll probably get a SummerSlam, and it'll kind of be like a full circle moment with SummerSlam being in the UK and England. Now they're going to France. It's like Saudi isn't getting all of the shows. They're going to restore that feeling, because there was a period of time when AEW first started that it was like Europe was going crazy for this, and they were getting all the shows, and market share was kind of lowering in those places. All this is doing is just continuing to put a foot in people's ass in the competition and letting them know that we can go to your markets, be the big dog, and show you that if we want to take this shit, we can. And we are going to take this shit, or let you know that you're not the only one running it. So it's like, from a business perspective, makes all the sense in the world. And as long as the matches are good, give a fuck if it's predictable. I feel like this week they're going to give us 1 to 2 matches at random.
Sorry, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? 1 to 2 matches. No, you're good. There are going to be 1 to 2 matches at random that we'll hear about this week. That'll give us that, like, well, I wonder what's going to happen, and we'll be able to tell those stories.
Right. So Sammy versus Gable. That's what I wanted to bring up. Like
Hell
Sammy
yeah.
Zayn versus Gable.
All
Okay,
for
so
it.
are you on the like leading into WrestleMania, were you like Gable should be the one to win the belt?
Yep.
Or were you like Sammy? See, I was the opposite. I just said, listen, they're going to Backlash. They need French speakers. And obviously, Sami Zayn is going to win. They're building him up to be like the Rocky. Now we saw that the Gable experiment, whatever the fuck you want to call them, what are their names? Alpha Academy. Everyone's like, oh, they should turn heel with the creeds. This shit is all dumb, in my fucking opinion. Tozawa, this is what the storyline should be. Oh, should I X-Files myself? Yeah, I should.
Do it.
So the storyline should have been that fucking Tozawa and Otis graduated, and Maxine was like a tweener, and then the Creed brothers come in with Ivy Nile, and then Ivy slowly pushes Maxine out while the Creed brothers are like Gable's new students, whatever. I'm fantasy mark booking. All I'm saying though is that Sami Zayn, who is he gonna face? I predicted at Mania, I was like, he's gonna beat Gunther and then a Gunther rematch at Mania, or like a big name Jonah / Bronson Reed, whoever. Your thoughts on who is Sami Zayn gonna face? He's clearly gonna have a match, and what obviously he's gonna retain, right? So just give me your thoughts.
Okay, so initially, like you were saying earlier, I thought the story they were telling with Gable fighting uphill against Gunther and him being the initial challenger, it should have been that, like them pivoting to Sammy. It's like what they did with giving Becky the championship this last week. It's the safe pick and going to do that. Now, if they needed a French speaker once they got to Backlash, then at that point, you could have had Sammy be up next, so he would have been able to have that spotlight. But at the same time, you would have been able to finish telling that story, because the story with Gunther and Gable never finished. We never got that ending. It's like if you're playing 2K and you just go straight to the story instead of doing the side shit and you can't go back to it. It's literally like we lost that because, and I respect Sammy. I appreciate Sammy. I'm fucking tired of Sammy. I'm just like, all right, it's cool, but like, I don't get it the same way everybody else does. I feel like his best storytelling was the bloodline stuff, and then when that ended, it was just like, okay, like he's a solid hand, and you're always going to be able to have him there for stories and have that underdog. That's fine, but I feel like he robbed that from Gable, which makes sense for the heel turn. And I guess in a way that you can pivot and tell a good story that way. It just sucks because the unfinished business we're going to get with Gunther. I don't think Gunther's going to go back after that title. He's already declared for the King of the Ring. He's going to be
He's
the
going to win the
champion at some point.
Can I divert down a different road? Sorry, fucking Mark's listening to the show. Gunther winning the King of the Ring, correct, Marty? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like Sheamus will, because I know Drew declared for it too, and he just signed today, by the way. But
Drew just signed. Yeah, we covered it on the show. The Rock announced it via his Twitter.
Give him a sword.
All you fucking Drew Galloway's all elite.
Dummy, yeah.
Oh wait! What did SRS say to you? Not taking shots, SRS. Like, you cool peoples. You never done that to me personally, but remember what he said he was going to do? He was going to take a victory lap about the whole Mercedes thing. Now is your opportunity to channel your inner SRS and take your victory lap, because you were right.
Emotional damage.
That's all I gotta say, bro. That's all I gotta say.
Go ahead, talk your shit.
I don't gotta
talk your shit.
I don't need to talk no shit.
No, I'm saying you called it. You called it. You were totally right about this.
And I didn't. It's not even that I called it. It's that I fucking knew, bro. Here's the thing with Punk. Yeah. I don't. It don't matter.
No, I'm saying you knew he was going to resign.
I know.
You knew he was going to resign. You knew he wouldn't go nowhere.
Especially people surrounding also like what Punk, bruh. When it comes to Drew, he's about to be in the biggest storyline in pro wrestling, possibly history. Like maybe if you break down the metrics, I don't know.
Recent history.
We broke it down earlier in the show. This WrestleMania, adjusted for $24, was the greatest WrestleMania of all time, truly on a measurable scale, metrics wise, numbers wise. All I'm saying is that when it comes to Drew Bro and Punk, like, okay, I've been right about Punk like a bunch of times. Just trust me. Him and Drew are about to be in the biggest program that doesn't involve a fucking title ever maybe ever in WWE. Anyways, so
Who knows? It totally could. I want Punk to cook with Seth too, to shut him up.
They
Fucking
will
finally.
after. They're gonna want Seth rest. Seth needs rest. He's gonna rest.
Yeah, they're not trying to Moxley him and never let him fucking rest.
He's gonna be back. He's gonna be back, and when he is, it'll be epic. But that's why
He's got to be heel though. He's got to be heel.
I mean, that's all. I couldn't even tell you. But if I fantasy Mark booked it, yeah, he'd probably be heel against Baby.
Face Seth, I can't stand. It's like
also
I love face
better.
Edge, but heel Edge is better.
Yeah, but Punk heel is better too. So it's like maybe he would heel, but ultimately, all I'm saying is that, yeah, just Drew, man. And I had so many people quote, they would screenshot me and go, I kept receipts. Like when Drew lost, bro, I'm telling you, man, they were like, I kept receipts. See, you lied. Drew isn't blah 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 blah. And I was just like, listen, man, listen. They're not just gonna, like, y'all just want him to squash everyone and be the psychopath and just the Scottish psychopath, and you guys just want him to, like Goldberg, run over, beat everybody with like just like a Goldberg, he goes 100-0, you know, like they just want him to fucking go and beat everyone. And I was like, it's not that way. Like, trust me though, he's gonna get his. Like, he's gonna get his. He's re-signing with WWE. Like, you can, I don't know, dude. It's just,
you know how fucking great business is doing right now. It's doing the best it's done in fucking forever.
Bro, him and Punk is
secure the fucking bag,
possibly in pro wrestling history, money-wise,
recent
without
history,
a title on the line in recent history. Yeah, like without a title, like that's about to be. And then after Punk gets done with Drew, it's gonna be Punk. There's Punk and Seth, and then here's my only qualms with it, and I'll criticize it. Here, let's criticize it. Damian Priest is like fucking. He might be feuding like Ricochet and shit. It's like, whatever, you know, like that's kind of bullshitty, but, and I'm sorry to say it, but Priest is a transitional champ. Like, he's going to drop that shit.
And that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. People have to be there.
A lot of people's first title reigns is something transitional, but it adds to their legacy and it makes them more credible in the future. With the exception of
Jimmy B with a $5 super chat. Fantasy. He says, I'm fantasy Mark booking. Jimmy B says, for $5 on PWT, man, I appreciate that so much. He says, fantasy Mark booking, but I think Punk is costing Drew at King of the Ring. I agree. I think Walter's going to win Gunther. Also, I love
Jimmy cooking. All right.
But I'd love him more if he cut his hair and trimmed his damn beard. I don't even know what the fuck that means, Jimmy B, but I appreciate you so much for the $5.
No, Sammy, yeah, if he kind of could go back as close to he could as like NXT, because the thing about when your hair is getting long and you're starting to bald, it just draws more attention.
Is he starting to bald? I didn't notice it. I'm going to keep a lookout now that you mentioned it. So now it's exposed. Sami Zayn exposed. Just kidding. But bro, I didn't notice he was balding. So here we go. So what were you saying? Sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm saying like, in terms of the Sammy thing, I'm like, yeah, he's kind of starting to bald a little bit. He needs to just kind of change the look up, like at least trim the beard and or cut the hair kind of shorter, or do something with it. It just like, I mean, it's not all about looks and aesthetics. I know, because Voldemort is no longer in the company, so I know that them looking a certain way isn't so much important. It's just, I would take him more serious if he just kind of switched the look up. He's done that grungy look for 5 years now. Just something to change it. Just something that helped me take him more serious, because like when I see him, I'm just like, all right, this is what we're doing. Okay.
How do you feel about when Sami Zayn fought Johnny Knoxville at not this
hilarious? Stupid, but hilarious.
A moment, right? Like a moment in pro wrestling time, right? Like,
I shit you not, I legit forgot about it. Forgot about it.
See, to me, it was always like, I don't know. To me, that match was so perfectly executed, but there was like a couple flaws where it was like some of the contraptions weren't timed exactly well. But Sami Zayn is just one of these guys who came from the indies, like doing the most indiest of Indiana Jones indie shit, and then he made it work on the big like he took it, made it work in NXT. He's made it work on the main roster. Like he's a real guy. Shout out Canada. I love him so much. Thank you, Jimmy B, for the $5. And I love to play in X-Files whenever. If you want a super chat and fantasy Mark book, hey, this is the show to do it at. Woody Allen for $5.
Make it rain.
Just had surgery on his shoulder. PT unsuccessful. Gonna be many more months before we see him again. The best man in AEW is gone. Marty, do you think MJF is the best guy in AEW and he just had surgery on his shoulder? Do you think they do an MJF Swerve feud, or do you think that they just, because they're not gonna do that, bro? They're just gonna feed
Swerve isn't gonna have the title long enough for MJF to come back.
He's not gonna beat MJF before Wembley, right? Like he's gonna get the title taken off him before Wembley or at Wembley. So we already know, bro.
If he retains at Wembley, he's losing the next Dynamite.
And did MJF have surgery? I heard he was filming a movie or something, but I don't know. I don't care enough to look into it. I figured he was actually really hurt.
Well, why not look into it? But my thing is okay, is he the best?
I will, but
when he was a heel, he was the best.
Oh, yeah, for sure. When he was a babyface, whatever. I didn't look into it because I just the whole Devil's storyline, man, that shit left such a bad taste in my mouth. I almost was put off of AEW entirely. You know, like if it wasn't for Joe getting that title and then them, like they were clearly going the direction with Swerve, which we all wanted months before it happened.
But if MJF didn't get hurt, it would have been a lot more.
But was he really hurt though? So that's what I didn't dig into. But yeah, so he was. I guess Woody Allen saying he was really hurt. I don't actually know. I just heard
that's what I heard.
Okay, there you go. So
I'm talking about the time when he got hurt. But well, shit. If you can stay at home, apparently you have to book your own surgeries. But if you can stay at home and make millions of dollars, like fuck it. All right.
I want someone else to come out and back up CM Punk's.
I thought they debunked that when TK. I had heard or had seen somewhere on Twitter. I wanted to look into it, but shit happens and you forget to go back and look. That they had said that somebody already debunked or proved that Punk was right about the surgery thing. I gotta find that.
Yeah, well, I think it was on our show. There's a clip at Pro Wrestle Clips where you're probably watching the show right now. And I don't know if it came out yet. I don't know. I upload all these. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I upload all these things.
Assistant.
I'm like, is it out yet? I don't remember if that clip is out yet because it might be like a day or two from now. But
help Phil out, guys. Somebody volunteer, man. He needs
I'd be
an
putting
intern
in
or
the work, man. Someone's got to step up. prowrestletimes@gmail.com, and you guys can. You know what I mean? Pitch me your story, and maybe if you
finish the story with PWT.
Well, for real, man. I need someone to clip this shit and make shorts or something because I'm doing too much. But either fucking way, man, I enjoy it the whole way through. Either way, yeah, Savage Wrestling, you're still streaming? Yeah, bro, that's what we do. There's too much to cover. I told you guys. Either way, yeah. So overall, this backlash though. I think it's a good way to break into the market, but I think after it's all said and done, unless Jacob Fatu debuts or some crazy shit happens, it's going to ultimately be people are going to look over this pay-per-view and then focus just still more on the Tony Khan shit.
Maybe that's the bluff.
Exactly. So if Jacob shows up in the main event, that's going to steal all the attention back.
Wait, are they getting the main event?
It's Cody versus AJ.
Oh, it's gonna be Cody, but I'm saying maybe that's the bluff that this pay-per-view, because really it could just be a middle of the road pay-per-view, but it's special because it's in France, but maybe they're expecting people to kind of not pay attention to it, so then some big shit can happen and then they have all the headlines.
I've explained it before, when they go into these new markets, not even new, but just new for a PLE. Australia was new for a big elimination chamber. So when they do that, they give them the tip of the day. You know what I mean? They don't give him the full thing. They just give him like the tip, and then they'll come back with some fucking reach. You know what I mean, Marty? They'll come back with some inches after the, but
You know
they
what I
give
mean?
the tip at first. So Paris, this feels like the tip, just like the UFC just did. They had Cyril Gane beat a top contender in Paris, and then he challenged John Jones in America. And so that's sort of what I think they're doing with WWE here.
Bringing the world in WWE and making it legitimate.
They're giving him the tip, yeah, and then the next year, like 2025, it'll be like a banger. It'll be like Punk versus whoever in the main event, whatever. But as far as this goes, yeah, I think like a lot of the card is pretty obvious, and unless Jacob shows up, I don't see it like mixing up the news too much. And we gotta admit, Tony Khan stole the headlines. Before we wrap up the show, Marty, what were your thoughts on just like Tony Khan coming out and saying we're the Pepsi and they're the Harvey Weinstein, and here's me in the neck brace, but I'm not going to talk about AEW, even though all the attention's on this crazy angle we did, and I could just put all the focus on this and our former world champion or our current world champion. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about WWE being great rapists. You know what I'm saying, bro? What your thoughts on all of that?
I mean, it basically kind of comes off as, I look at it, you know, those people who come from privilege, and I don't begrudge people like that. If my parents are fucking rich, you know what I mean? I'd want to be rich so like my kids can, you know, can come up easily.
Marty, we don't begrudge people. I grew up in the fucking hood, bro. I don't begrudge people like that, but it is a fact. It should be factored in, no less, when commentating on things like this, right? Like,
no, 100%. So I'm saying, I say all that to say, like, okay, I believe like him coming from such like not even high privilege, from like amazing privilege that you're used to like getting opportunities that most people don't get, especially as a person of color. So not necessarily being told no or being able to achieve everything that you want to, or that you believe that you want to. So, and being able to basically have his own call, basically his own universe mode, and be able to take over. The fact that it didn't help that, I mean, they had all that good favor from the internet, the IWC, and then to take that and have it kind of like bolster up the ego to match with the privilege. The reason why he brings them up so much, or he takes it so personal, is because him actually having to probably legitimately try so hard at something, because usually other things in life have probably came so easy for him. So it kind of probably nags at him, and he's socially awkward. So he's probably going to be prone to saying stupid shit. Like, he's used to being in the background. Most people don't even know who he was prior to like AEW or the first All In. So he's going to bring that shit up because, one, he's a fucking mark. He's built in his own biases, and he has a whole bunch of internet troglodytes that get on the fucking internet and tell him that he's the greatest fucking thing in the world. He walks on water. He can fucking levitate. His shit smells like fucking like candy, and that he's the greatest thing in the fucking world. So of course, like I'm saying, I think internally he's gonna fucking take so much of fucking fence to it and want to push at it. And the fact that all these things are happening, or that whether it be a scandal or whatever's going on, and the fact that it isn't tearing them down bothers him to his fucking core. And now he feels challenged to, I'm just going to take this out. I'm going to air footage that doesn't need to be fucking aired, make a whole fucking show about it, see no real results from it, and then do this shit angle. And I'm going to get on your team. His Jaguar team is already kind of like mid as fuck, and he's kind of ruining his like first round draft pick quarterback. And up until, I mean, they did decent, I would say, this draft, but for the most part, he doesn't do much for his fucking football team. And then you get on there, instead of talking about your football team and then plugging your show. I mean, if you're going to sell it, I mean, kayfabe is back for show, but if you're going to do that, at that point, stop talking about the fucking competitor and taking pot shots at the competitor and then also stop thinking that all publicity is good publicity. I'm going to say or do something stupid on the fucking timeline, or I'm going to get on a show with 12 million fucking viewers, and I'm going to say some just outlandish shit when WWE right now is walking on water and thinking like, well, it's going to bring good publicity and I'll figure out some way to fucking flip it. It's benign. It's stupid. It's like, I don't think they're going to have him back on to talk anything. Like, there's certain names right now, Weinstein, and along with other people, they're the boogeyman. It's Voldemort. You don't need to be saying them type of fucking names. Like, this is live
weird, bro.
TV.
It's so
There's
weird.
no
It's so
script.
weird.
Yes, it's not predetermined. It's not like your show. This is live fucking TV. At this point, you need to be the businessman that you're touted to be. Push your product. Stop drawing attention. That was his flagrant equivalent of Shivani talking shit about Mick Foley winning the world championship and then having everybody tune over to that. Well, we're the Pepsi and then you're Harvey Weinstein. Nobody's paying attention to that. We already know what's going on with the company and the Vince shit. They're still doing fucking numbers and thriving right now. Right now, this is your opportunity to get over 700K in your fucking viewership and maybe get to a point to where you can fill out more than 500 people in your fucking arenas. And then the whole thing you do is you just say something just like incredibly fucking stupid. Get a publicist if that's the fucking case, or get a script and stick to it and stop talking about the other woman. You're never going to be the main that way. You already got your bitch, and I say this, and I hate saying this because I'm a mark for New Japan. I love New Japan. Yeah, I love New Japan, but you already got your chick over there that's loyal. You got your loyal side chick that is okay with you taking their fucking talent, not putting any of their talent over. They don't even have a key. Yeah, they don't even have a key to your forbidden door. You already have that. So instead of fostering that relationship and making it better, if what Yumura said is fucking true, at some point New Japan is going to say fuck it and not want to deal with y'all no more. Then what? You already bought Ring of Honor, so you have nobody else to go with, because if you don't have New Japan, you have no fucking forbidden door. You're making yourself look fucking bad, and all you're doing is drawing attention to WWE and making them look like a better alternative, because this fucking mark is getting on TV saying like outrageous shit, because the person who deserved that comparison just sold all his stock and is not there no more, and the company has made it evidently clear to them, stockholders and fans, that they have nothing to do with him. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking mark. If you're on a burner or any of your troglodytes are on here on their burners and you want to get on your page, go ahead and fucking at me. I don't care. Stupid is stupid. Stop moving the fucking goalposts. If you care that much about this fucking company and you want to see it thrive, we all do. Nobody wants to see AEW fail. We need those alternatives because it's going to fucking help. But
yeah, I don't like the gaslighting from FTR too. Like when we get the gaslighting from fucking Dax, where he's like, "Oh, if you hate us, or like not even hate us, because I don't hate AEW. I just watched it tonight with my fucking chat, bro. I didn't have to do that, but I did do it.
You're a contributing viewer. You're on their viewer count.
Man, for real. And I watch it legit too. I do. We talk about the pirate ship on this show, but like I don't partake in that fully. Like I'm not like a full pirate ship guy. I'm not gonna lie. You know, like you guys can give me a mark all you want, but that's what I do. We have people saying like, have you guys seen Darren Young's dad get caught by predator hunters twice trying to meet little boes? It's on YouTube. No, maybe link me on X. That's crazy. But yeah,
I'll leave that in the dark parts of the internet.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
dark
cool off
part
that.
of the internet, man. But yeah, man, that's I mean, you pretty much summated it all. And yeah, I think that this Dynamite will get a bit of a spike in viewership, but at what cost? Ultimately, I'm not. You guys already know, like when
Did the footage help?
Okay, so the foot. See,
What spike? What
I'm
spike
so
did
happy
that
you
get?
asked that, because this is like
What
where
spike
the
did that get?
happened. Yeah,
The last
It's like-
half hour.
So like okay, but listen, the footage aired, and then the next week, so there was a spike in viewership. Then the next week, nothing, and then the week after that, there was what happened? So Tony Khan got attacked.
That's what you want to call it.
Well. Just hold on a second, because the Bucks were in guerrilla with Tony. So was that like a week? I forget what was like a week or 2 weeks apart. But either way, chat will remind me. But the Bucks were backstage with Tony, and then he got attacked. That was the same episode or two different episodes. I can't remember. But either way, Tony gets attacked. I'm like, okay, at least they're trying with character work. At least they're trying with a storyline. I'm intrigued, like who attacks who. Marv and Awful were laughing. They're like, it's obvious. And it's like, yeah, I know. It's an elementary. I've said it a billion times on this show. It's elementary. I understand that. But I'm like trying to be optimistic about, okay, the story. They're at least trying to tell a story of some To some degree, like they're being. I was sports entertained by Tony getting pile driven.
That's based in Punk.
Yeah. And so, but it all started with that footage. That's a WWE guy. So the whole thing is like, if next, and then they did like the worst rating ever for Tony Khan getting attacked. Now, not justifying it, but just reasonably speaking, objectively, they didn't announce Tony Khan's going to get attacked. So I don't care that it didn't pop a rating, because it's not like we knew it was going to happen. It was something like, and they didn't even pull the overrun trick either. Tony Khan didn't like.
Did he address it on was it not Rampage, on Collision? Because
at the start of Collision, he came out and he's like, "Yeah, we'll find out what happened to me, but we'll get an exclusive update on my medical conditions." But it's like, bro, you're out there talking to the crowd. Like, why don't you just tell them? Like, what the fuck kind of dumb shit? It was just so stupid. It's so stupid. But either way. And then we get into I don't know, man. Just at the draft, he had the chance to go, listen, here's my story. My father's upset. These people who did this, he's asked about WWE. Oh man, I don't give a shit about WWE. Who cares? Whatever. Yeah, they finished the story, whatever, but listen, man, there's a story happening here where these motherfuckers hit me with a pile driver last week. I was like in Gorilla supporting them. What happened? What did Jack Perry get in their ears? You know, these people attacked me. My father came out. It was like he had the chance to tell his goddamn story, and he didn't do it. He started talking about WWE. He called himself Pepsi, which everybody knows Diet Coke's better than Diet Pepsi. We all know that. And then also, Chad, are you triggered by that?
As I'm drinking regular Coke right now.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Coke better than Pepsi. Diet Pepsi in a can, like a solid 9 out of 10. But Diet Coke conquers all, in my opinion. Anyways, that's just Phil Marks babbling, right? So that's my opinion, right? So in reality, though, this motherfucker called himself Pepsi, which is secondary to Coca-Cola, of course. It's like calling yourself Burger King to McDonald's, which is what a lot of the freakazoids, quote unquote, as Ariel Helwani would call them, refer to AEW as Burger King. But
I prefer Burger King, but that's just me.
You're on the NFL Network. It's the NFL draft. You're only there because you're the owner's son. People are laughing at you because you're wearing a fucking neck brace and you look like a fucking idiot. But you're trying to keep kayfabe, so I applaud you.
He was smiling.
But then you call people Harvey Weinstein and bring up Pepsi. So like you're Pepsi, they're Coke, you're Burger King, they're McDonald's, and then you bring up Harvey Weinstein. And that's just weird and gross because it's like, I don't know, man. We covered it on the show already. Your thoughts. Marty McFlyer, you weren't here. Your thoughts on just all of that shit. Him bringing up Weinstein, all of that, comparing WWE to it. People well, WWE's in the Janelle Grant lawsuit.
Oh yeah, no, I think I pretty much referenced that already. My only thing is, like I said, him bringing that up, all it's doing is making him look like the other woman, and you can tell he's new at this aspect of it because it seems like he always ran businesses for his dad, and he always was in the background in that position. He's never really been at the forefront of it, and he seems like an awkward guy in general. I've seen him a couple of times in person, but it didn't really like talk to him. It's just more so like in passing or happened to be at the same event, but that he was like that with everyone. So him getting in those positions, it's just it kind of seems like he's scrambling with something. He feels slighted, and his whole thing is he's petty. He's petty, he feels slighted, and he's going to fucking say something. It'd be the same thing if you gave Meltzer a bottomless fucking bank account and let him book some of his own bullshit. In a way, he's already kind of infiltrated in on that because it's like he's one of their pillars in terms of how they work. So him saying that shit, it's him trying to bring a deterrent. I don't feel confident enough in my product to talk about it and what we have going on. Our business isn't doing all that well, despite the fact that we have enough money to keep us afloat. We don't know what we're going to do for a TV deal. So promoting it, I don't like, it just comes from insecurity. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring attention to the other company and say negative things, crazy things at an opportunity where I could have just spoken about my own product. I could have shined light on this angle that I'm trying to push because I'm on it.
Or my draft pick.
On my draft, yeah, or my draft pick in general. So it's just like, okay, this.
Oh, fuck. It's just silly, man.
And yeah, this is why the Jaguars are never going to be as good. And then I'm not talking, like I'm saying, I'm not talking about either. I'm doing a disservice to both products and both things that contribute to my wealth, to draw attention to the big bad meanie that didn't want to play with me. So like the popular kid at school, it's all like resentment, bitterness, pettiness. It's fucking stupid. And I'm praying that he learns from this going forward and tries to make better decisions, or what he needs to do, since he's always trying to hire talent and other people from the other company, but swears up and down he's not WCW, that he's ECW, when even though ECW worked with WWE, they kept him alive. Or he talks all this shit to Bischoff when Bischoff has done the legitimate thing that he's trying to do. So like he's repeating it. He's repeating history by not. He probably has a bunch of, what did Punk say? A bunch of gland-handing yes men that tell him everything that he wants to hear, on top of his, I use the word again, troglodyte fucking internet following, and all these zealots that move the goalpost and that aren't transparent with what's going on or the defaults in the company. And instead of trying to make it better, they're just going to tell everybody that it's fucking great, and they're going to gatekeep you out of it. You know what I mean? So it's not helping. He doesn't have enough resources around him, because it seems like everybody that's there has their hands in his pockets with their own fucking agenda, and you have all these zealot fucking fans. So you know what I mean? Like even Voldemort Vince had a round table. Ultimately, he made the decision, but he had other people around him to at least like tell him no or pose ideas, or that probably didn't always agree. The decision that he made was the decision that was going to be made, but ultimately you need people around you. If you think you're the smartest person in the room, you're never going to get better. You need to surround yourself with smart people who are smarter than you, people who have been in this business, and that can help you get closer to that fucking goal.
Listen. We talk shit about wrestling. This is just like a wrestling show. But what Marty just said, if we could impart anything to add value to like the universe or the world or any of our listeners, exactly what Marty just said. Yeah, if you're the smartest guy in the room, you need to get new fucking rooms. Mike Perry's still undefeated, by the way. I don't know if he did BKFC or what. So Marty, we're about to wrap up the show.
For sure, man.
I know people are tuning out. Hurricane. Can I play?
Yes.
Can I play some of it? I know you don't.
Go. I mean, go right ahead. I mean, if it brings more attention to Lucky, I'm all for it. By all means, go ahead and do that.
A bit of it, maybe I'll pause it, but this is so Marty McFlyer. This is I don't know. This is just a great track.
This is my boy Lucky Day, amazing artist. Album coming, Algorithm dropping in June. Be on the lookout for that. You got Spotify, Apple Music. Check out his shit. Dude is amazing.
Grammy award winning too. Like, we're not just sitting here like, oh, check out this fucking music. It's great. It's the best flips. It's the best song ever. Okay, Marty McFlyer here, and this shit right here. I gotta pause it though, because I know I'm gonna be pulled. But here we go. Let's just check this last part right here. This is singer too. This hook is just ridiculous. Sorry, we're going live with it. I don't give a fuck. I'm a fan.
That was the goal.
Homie right here on the live, bro. I don't give a fuck. Listen to this shit. This shit goes hard. I've been listening to this like, oh my god, I've been listening to this for like on repeat, man. Come on, what the fuck are we talking about, you guys? Come on, man. That's Marty McFlyer right here on the show, man.
I appreciate you.
Hold on, let me just drop you some fucking.
Appreciate you.
Right here on the show. Yeah, dude, we're doing the damn thing. Listen, I appreciate everybody. Hold on, we got a new member, Worm343. Appreciate you so much, Worm.
Shout out to Worm, Big Worm. What's happening, man? Thank you.
On the live show, we're about to wrap it up, but listen, live show for members only is coming soon, as well as just live show every Wednesday and every yeah, dude, Morty DeMarco. Live show every Wednesday, every single Saturday night. Marty McFlyer has an open door. He can appear any goddamn time he wants to.
Got a key to the forbidden door, unlike some people.
This is the forbidden door, and we have the uncomfortable conversations. We have the comfortable conversations. You guys might tune in, you might tune out, but at the end of the day, this is the truest, the realest. If I'm gonna steal Bianca Belair's gimmick, if I'm gonna steal anybody's, it's the ESTs, and it's the realest, the fucking, anything, the trillest, the dillest, the fucking anything.
Oh God.
EST, the strongest podcast in the fucking nation. I mean, I'm in Canada, so the continent,
the province,
as Okada, the provincial championship, as Tony Khan would call it. No, I'm just playing around, guys. But listen, thank you so much for tuning into Pro Wrestle Times live show. Marty McFlyer then you was here. He's a 2-time Grammy Award winner. Go check out Hurricane. That shit is slapping, man. Go listen to that. And Marty, I appreciate you for being here, man. For real,
brother.
Dude. You know what I mean? Like, yes. Okay. We're gonna talk. We're gonna pull the curtains. We're gonna talk. And I mean, if you want to, if you want to do your own
figure
shit,
it out.
like every
We
week,
will figure it out.
do your own goddamn thing. Let's just talk, brother. But I appreciate you so much, man. I love you so much.
Of course.
And thank you so much for being here. A round of
too,
applause
brother.
for Marty McFlyer. And just PWT listeners, man. Listen, a round of applause for everybody who was here tonight. Marvin the Movie Monster, Drunken Phil. We had fucking Awful Wrestling tune in. We had everybody tune in. A round of applause. And a round of applause for you all, guys. I will see you, the Top Pod listeners. This was the Top Pod show. And I'm getting the fuck out of here. I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. This was an awesome live stream, and PWT podcast episode 61 is coming out soon. And then the next live show, who knows who will turn up, but it'll come down the week. Marty, thanks for being here, bro.
Oh God. And then anybody wants to tap in on X, I still call it Twitter, M_McFlyer than you, and then on Instagram, Marty_McFlyer than you. You know what I mean? Tap in.
That's all we can do. We've been going live for 6.5 hours, man. If you didn't know, I loved you all so much. And so does Marty, or he wouldn't be here. He has way better shit to do than hang out with his old buddy Phil. But we just got to do the goddamn thing. So make sure you check out Hurricane. I love you all so much. We're all marks. I'll kiss y'all. I love you. I don't know.
With consent.
Yeah, where's hairline? We need hairline to do the upside down bit, because otherwise, with consent. I don't know what else to say. Shout out hairline. He'll be back soon. I love you all so much. Have a good night. Peace.
Peace.